Also, Fango won't coming because he's gotten sick. I blame his children.
Skill issue.
As long as he gets better.
Yeah, having children is a skill issue, I agree. It's been close a couple of times, but I managed to dodge it.
Once they level up enough, they'll have the skills to not get him sick.
Yeah, that's dodgy. That they can also level up and then slowly level down, and you will have even more things to do.
For just a moment, as I came in and saw that the most of the slots were taken, I felt pure, unmitigated terror, realizing that team leader and squad leader were open. But then I saw, thankfully, there was no medic.
I mean, technically, excellent's a medic.
It's always funny when Exinf chooses something other than medic and then you go to him and you ask for a pet.
I also like this moment. I have a question.
I have an answer. Let's see if it matches.
User joined your channel.
Does the Grenadier have the PGO site?
Yes.
Lazzy,
What?
are you familiar with the document?
The fuck is that question? Have you seen my last show?
Probably a constant.
Haram asking me this. I'm the RPG Ahmeni.
You're asking.
Hey, it is a fair question to
You're
ask.
asking a Russian if he understands a fucking PGO7 site.
BL site.
I mean, it is a fair question. You can ask any British
fair
bloke if he understands a
question, but-
SUSAT.
I thought they
Did
legitimately
not
learned that
see
in
my
school.
last shot. It was 250 meters, I think.
I mean, then the answer is simple.
All right, but be prepared to get flamed hard if you miss.
Yeah, real.
Oh, I
Whoa,
was
whoa, whoa!
prepared.
An RPG isn't about
If you
firepower,
say
it's about
you
having
can
a
make
lot
a
of shots.
250 meter shot and you're dead sure and you miss, and it turns out that 4 other tanks suddenly now know where we are, and the third tank
Problem is not making 250 meters shot. Problem is determining are they really on 250 meters
That's
distance
what
or
the
not.
little ranging thing is for.
Alec, you're
Because
right
it works so good.
Alec, you're right with being a basically platoon, but as Artyom.
Yeah, that's how I figured it would shake down.
I am sure that the Acacia has a rangefinder on it.
You can use it in direct fire.
Yeah, it's a direct fire mode,
this is the direct fire one, so I'm assuming that it has a rangefinder.
Oh, but even if it doesn't have a rangefinder, I have a calculator. And we could just calculate where the rounds will go.
Hey, Super.
Yeah, I know.
I don't know
But
that the
we've
Soviets
had
had
hoping that I
calculators
won't
in
have to do
1985.
that.
I will be back in
God,
just
some
a
good
second.
memories.
Do you want anyone as your team leader or?
Hello?
Hello?
I hear team leader slot.
Yeah, it's a team leader slot.
Or what squad? The
Artyom.
name? Artyom team lead. Who is squad lead?
It is
Alec.
me.
Alec is
are
also
we going
platoon.
to?
Yeah, you can be team lead.
Yeah, let's go.
What role do you want left open for? I believe it's Dixon who's last.
Yeah, shit's launching.
What role do you want, Alec, left open?
Who's coming in at the, or who's coming in?
Dixon. It's Zabby then Dixon. Zabby's already cool team leader.
Yeah. We can either have a crew commander for Yelena, or
Crew commander just gives you a second PKT is all.
honestly, I'd rather just have an extra machine gunner. Pick the machine gunner and Boris and attach to us.
Right. Mission time.
Hello content creator Rothman.
Fuck you, Polo. Don't ever say that again, bitch. Thanks for the bits, man. Fucking corpo speak.
Right.
I hate it.
Operation
I hate it.
Tyson. Location Afghanistan, Zabul. Operation time is May the 5th, 1985, 0500. Situation: the Mujahideen forces have been slowly increasing their aggression against our occupation of Afghanistan. And with recent events in the Soviet Union, they have a newfound resolve to push us out, believing that we are becoming weak. To combat this, we are placing heavy artillery pieces in forward operating bases around Afghanistan, starting with FOB Volga in the Zabul region. Due to the Mujahideen activity of late on the roads, the roads have become far too dangerous and route clearance has been for naught. So the route to the FOB has not been cleared and you should expect resistance. Mission: proceed from the airbase in convoy to FOB Volga in the south. The route is entirely up to you.
Oh boy.
Execution: escort the two S3M1 to FOB Volga. The two S3M1 must survive. I don't care about the rest of yous. Equipment: basic shit. AKs, PKM, RPG-7s, SVDs. You have a UAZ and a bunch of armed Urals. Friendly forces, the only friendly forces in the area are in the airbase and the FOB. There have been no patrols scheduled during this escort mission. Enemy forces Mujahideen are active in the area and highly aggressive and well equipped. Identification: due to recent transgressions, all civilians are not allowed to bear arms. So anyone with a weapon, I'll clear it. With a weapon is enemy. The civilian presence, the civilian populace will not be armed. The ROE is fired upon, however, platoon has the right to change that at any point.
What the fuck?
You have access to 3 81mm mortars and possible air support.
Remind me about that later, I'll have to check up on it.
And that's it.
I mean, it should still be up on Twitch.
So
you're going a long way.
Probably,
go
probably it's throwing a shit
deal
fit
with
over one of the
IED
songs
threats.
playing in the background.
No, that's
because I think that was
stuff that's
before I
happened
separated out the
previously.
audio.
those are combat reports from the dates and then the times.
Okay.
So the long road has the most recent IEDs.
I still like it better.
Okay.
I don't like that it's longer.
Well, the advantages of the long route is it's a lot more open and less built up. The shorter route is very built up and very compact.
True. You know.
All right, let's.
Too bad, Gurn. I haven't even eaten yet myself, so yeah, you're gonna have to deal with it, my dude.
Don't go circling shit. That's cheating.
What's that?
No,
Hey.
I'm suggesting I'm looking at like good ambush points that they can use. So we know where we need to pay extra attention.
Yeah, being competent is cheating. Stop it.
You're
Well,
ruining
that's
me,
just
Sean.
literate. That's being literate. He can read, and we'll see on the competency.
Please read.
I am allowed.
No.
I am in the team leader slot.
I will just this one last time remind you that it is an artillery piece, and it will shoot artillery rounds. So no close fire.
Danger close, duck.
Yeah. If we shoot at place, then we should have a long shot line. Like if you just come into Imrat over here and you see shit over here on the hill, you can blast it, but you shouldn't like stand next to it.
I am assuming that I will mostly be using the coaxial machine gun.
Yeah, Anchor's Bones. You do have access to a coax. However, you have to press F like 6 times because you go through charge 1 through 6 and then full charge to get to the PKT.
What
I'm
could
sure I'll figure it
potentially
out.
be neat is Brant
Yeah,
and
that
I
sounds like an
crew.
Incas problem.
What could be potentially neat is
That
Brant and I
sounds like
crew
it's
in
going
like
to
a
be
little
very funny in the stress of
BTR,
combat
BMD or
when
something,
they
so
don't
we
press
have
F
something
enough
that isn't a
times.
fucking artillery gun.
You have access to Urals, a UAS, and a artillery gun.
Got it.
Though the Urals are pimped out, if I do say so myself.
They're all pink with glitter.
You're ruining the surprise.
Are they also laggy?
The Barbie theme.
Oh, yeah.
Right. Are we waiting for people?
Alec, do you want to go for your plan?
I'm putting out some target reference points at some
gotcha.
hills that I think we might get ambushed from.
SRS doesn't get saved? Seriously? What the fuck? I fucking hate Windows Update. That's what it is. It's Windows
Oh, you
Update
haven't by any chance.
resetting all my fucking audio channels. Fucking
Do you
piece
just
of
hate
shit
yourself?
fucking
All
thing.
that is like
With me, or I don't
bottom
see
tier
anything
chocolate.
written down.
I
TRP can
might be able to
shoot
fix
analysis.
that now while I'm waiting for
We'll
them to
blow that
figure
to
out what
pieces.
we're doing.
Hey.
Anyone got any eyes on something that looks like a possible ambush point?
I see XM's drawing, but I don't see your drawing, Alec.
You don't see my big purple
Oh, I
line
have to have
in the screen?
SRS open to change it.
Ejections.
Yeah, you gotta
quickly
reload.
Yeah, but see, if you want to back out now before
Do
we
that
go
now.
in, then come back in, we'll be good.
Sure.
Is anyone else missing the big purple line?
Ben, could you want the purple line in case someone needs to get hold of you?
What role do you want me to fill?
No.
Yep, I got it.
Grenadier Boar Squad.
I should be appearing online now.
That's for machine.
TeamSpeak should save. If TeamSpeak doesn't save, I'll fuck somebody up.
Alright, so let's see, we have a full squad plus two from platoon element. How many does the UAZ seat?
UAZ seats
7.
Yeah.
Okay, that should
But you said
hopefully
it's
be
a-
fixed
you
for
said
next
it's a
time I
pimped out
play
version.
DCS.
No, that's got a flag on.
Except I've got to
The Euro's
update
got
again,
something else
so
on.
it's probably gonna fuck that up again, like immediately. Hooray.
How many do those seat?
Like 18.
Yeah, Gurn, you probably aren't
Each
splitting your
transport
audio.
ones.
That's the thing, like, I never had issues with it before, but
Alright,
because I'm trying to split my audio, it fucks with the
probably
settings on
move
which
a
which
UAZ
program goes
and
through which
a
channel.
Ural.
And it
Yeah,
just does
we're gonna
other
move
general
at
acts of
Slow
fuckery
Convoy
without my
Place,
input.
checking in with
It also likes changing the device ID on my microphone for no readily apparent
we'll
reason.
be checking in with Babushka at each of our intersections.
So after pretty much every Windows update, I have to
If
check
anyone
my
has
mic
some
is still
other good ideas for target reference points,
actually set to
speak
my
now,
mic.
that'd be great.
And it hasn't reset itself to default device, which is I don't have one. It'll either go through my webcam microphone or it just won't go through any microphone
We're
at
going to
all.
be in soft-skinned vehicles, so it's going to be really difficult to potentially push through contact, especially with some of the sight lines that the enemy will have on us. So, we're probably going to have to immediately peel off the road at contact and dismount. I really don't think we're going to have the chance to grunt through it.
I
So,
almost
yeah.
wonder if it's worth taking multiple smaller vehicles, so that way when we inevitably get hit with an RPG, the entire platoon isn't dead.
Yeah. I'll make that call when we get this launched. Might
You
be
tell me
right.
when. Well, has anyone got any questions?
Do you want me to be Pavel or RTM?
I can flex either way. It's up to you.
Okay.
Was that your team then?
Yeah, I'll just be RTM.
Nice. Ready to go?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Error.
Before I get started, is my T-FAR working?
Yes.
Yeah, good.
Yes.
Everyone's got that.
Yes. Oh my
Everyone's
god.
got that error. Feel.
I can't see.
I have no idea what's in these boxes, but they're going in. Yep. I don't know what the little one was. This one's pretty obvious.
I think it's ammo.
I'm gonna guess the big red cross. is blood.
he has only 2 magazines.
No, the big red cross is our hand grenade box.
So that
Keeps the looters away.
God, it's got a grenade launcher on top?
Ross, what's the informal name of this vehicle?
Oh my gosh, I love that we have
Akatia.
the underneath throw.
It's Akatia?
Acacia,
Akatia?
as in acacia
All
tree.
of them, they're named after flowers.
Go loot medical stuff.
Also, that's its official name.
Yeah, it is the official name. But all of the Russian artillery pieces are named after flowers, I think.
Yes, they are.
Unfortunately,
Gvozdika, Acacia, Pion.
Hey, Bones Angus.
Yes.
Sup?
I wonder if you remembered to remove the spicy rounds
you
from
want to
its
join your squad?
inventory.
No, it's taking a selfie with the selfie stick.
Spicy rounds.
Yes. It carries
Signed, buddy.
152mm nuclear tipped rounds.
You're now my buddy. Who's touching this?
Yes.
Who just touched all?
And RHS actually does model them.
Yes, yes.
Holy shit.
Hold on, I can.
Well, I guess we'll have to find out.
Mm-hmm.
If they do, we'll deem those in case of emergency.
Wait, is that?
Yes, this thing has an automatic grenade launcher on it.
Yeah, that's an AGS on top.
Based.
I thought I'd try and give you a chance.
I would suggest
It's not
let
part
them
of the vehicle though, so I'm pretty sure someone has to climb on here.
Hey Ben,
Yeah.
Shells.
Yeah.
did you remember to remove the funny rounds from its inventory?
Oh, you guys have fun. I'm just.
Is that oh wait, what is that as
Be the gunner, I can't, I'm the medic.
You're moving, you can't change.
What am I? Blue?
And just so you're aware, just so you're aware, right? When you drive and you call them afterwards, it'll automatically lock into place.
I'll basically cycle to commanders while we're moving and use the machine gun.
Yeah, gotcha.
What's the diff on? Do you use the grenade launcher?
Yeah, Afghan.
No, that's something outside the vehicle. You have to climb onto the vehicle and be a target. I mean, a soldier.
I think I did good.
That's not the saddest flag.
Alright, everybody.
Saddest flag was white.
Black, yellow, and white.
I think my army crashed.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm not yelling. Good.
I don't know what the fuck's up. You're like super low.
Yeah,
Regroup. Let's get mounted up.
It's the mic problem, not the
Let's get in.
Zabby, your team takes the second one.
Yo.
Alec, which team do you want?
should we load in the supplies?
Get in the UAZ with the rest of the blue boys. Yes.
You're good in this.
Wait, what? How do I get on the gun? Wait, the guns aren't real. Hold on.
Yeah, they are.
The guns aren't real.
No, they're not.
Look, I'm just the squad medic. You need the platoon psychologist for that one.
Send it, Babushka.
Yeah! Oh, it only has 50 rounds? Damn.
We guys have a driver yet?
Hi.
They're just blue team.
Now I have a better view. Haha.
Alright, all units,
And I get to be deafened as soon as
line up in the road.
Yeah, line up.
Azrael opens up. Hold up.
That's very shaky.
Kim just fell out.
Urals 1 and 2 in front, UAZ 3rd, and Yelena 4th.
Where are you? Oh my fucking god.
Zabby, are you in this net?
Oh wait, it was Keener.
Kino, you need to,
I
like,
can't
fix
read.
your mic. It's like...
Yeah, Keener, your mic's fucked.
What's up for me? They're like fine.
You're like 10 billion
It's ear rate volume.
I can't hear him at all.
Yes, your mic is peaking horribly. It was okay just there.
Okay. Well, then just sit inside, or either sit on top of the guns, your choice.
Hey,
Yo.
Hey Zabby, make sure you got your vehicle radio on, so I can.
There is no vehicle radio apparently
there
in
is.
this thing. Which buttons are it? Like I'm pressing them, but
Does it not?
no, like I.
What, the trucks? No, the trucks don't have radios.
Okay, is my microphone okay right now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Alright, Zabby, you're just gonna be second vehicle.
Yep. I need a radio, like I really do. Yeah, but I need radio, right? Where? Where the radio at?
Just because we're gonna be mounted in different vehicles.
Gold, answer my players.
Blue boys, UAZ is third in vehicle order. It's neutral, okay? Good. Just nod your head yes that you.
Thank you. I hope I can program it.
Okay, yeah, your third vehicle.
Depleted uranium cheaper than tungsten carbide. You sure about that one, Chief? Are you sure about that one, Chief?
Right, who's in the back sitting down?
Kino?
Ross in the front corner, Kino in the back corner.
Can one of you come up here? The co-navigator. Thanks. Alright, just make sure I don't fuck up my turns.
Got it.
Oh
There's lots of depleted uranium, but uranium is kind of a bitch to work with. By kind of a bitch to work with, I mean it's extremely difficult to work with. Because of all of the various properties it has.
Okay, is it getting light or
Not just the whole, you know,
It's 5 in the morning.
not just the whole radioactivity thing, but also the fact that uranium's pyrophoric.
Wait, hold on. Keenan, I think you're picking your mic.
And just imagine trying to do metalworking with something that catches fire when when shavings from it are exposed to air. It's generally not ideal.
Yelena, is this convoy speed good for you? Copy, if you fall behind, let us know.
I find it interesting that the Russian 50 cal, the cartridge is 9mm longer than the American 50 BMG.
Yes.
I wonder why that is.
To give it more boom boom, I guess.
Is it older?
I don't know.
Right, is this intersection 1?
Oh, we got someone running through the street.
Yeah, someone just ran between the second truck and the Akatsuya as well. Take it, Thoris.
We're not expecting.
Watch out for the yellow bus.
VBIEDs or suicide bombers or.
Repeat last.
Don't know.
So every time we do one of these missions, I really don't know what to expect.
I don't think VBIEDs were invented yet. Like, as surprising as this sounds, I think that was a relatively recent innovation, and I think it happened in the Middle East before it happened in Central Asia. I think the Syrians were the first ones to... The Syrians or the Iranians were the first ones to come up with it.
Hey, Keenan, help me out. This looks like intersection 1, right?
It was the Iranians that innovated suicide bombing.
No gas station.
Because, suicide bombing was, like, off-limits to Sunnis for the longest time, and then the Shiites figured out some brain hack that let them justify committing suicide.
Spotter on building, left.
Some deep lore for you.
Man on the roof with some binoculars.
Looks like.
Doing a motorcycle.
I think this is Dimitri. That intersection. Had to be. Yelena, you caught up yet? Increase convoy speed to 35.
I wish there was an option in Ace
we're
for me to
leading
like slap the top of the roof. Like knock on the roof of a truck. I think it'd be fun.
The gas station's going to be on our left inside of a village.
Yeah. And then we take the next left after that.
Right, the immediate one after.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Why is the high value asset trailing the convoy instead of in the middle of it?
To give them a chance.
What, to give the fucking Mujahideen a chance to blow it up?
Overpressure all of us.
There's a gas station.
That thing should really be, like, either behind us or behind a second truck.
We always won. Is that gunfire or is it just grab?
Next left.
I was gonna say I can't hear very well right now, so.
Keener's mic got you that bad, did it?
Huh?
Keener's mic got you that bad, did it? Blew your eardrums out.
I think TeamSpeak just doesn't like it.
Checking at intersection 2, turning.
Now you know how like you can hear like
Truck front.
Truck in front of us.
Keep going. Keep driving.
Reloading. Sorry.
I'm gonna swap seats to the back. I have a shit arc of fire from here.
This is our game.
Come on.
I can't turn around. Oh my god, yeah, you're absolutely right.
Copy.
I just gotta get down. I can't like get off and turn around or else like the driver can't see.
One of our vehicles is smoking.
Oh shit. Dismount.
Minefield.
Don't pull off too far to the left. There's a minefield.
Fuck my life, dude.
Bro, I pull off and I fucking see that sign right as I'm turning.
Good thing you weren't in VR.
Red on me, let's push. Dismount the vehicle. We gotta get to green. Green's Victor is down.
Alright, coming with you.
RPG left!
He's down.
Remember what I asked like 2 minutes ago? Just so it's on record that somebody did ask.
Sniper.
Friendly's left.
And the Yelena up. Alright, Green, rally up at Red's vehicle. Get the UAZ and Yelena back on the road.
They're in the hill on that mighty position up there. I don't have an angle on it.
Unknown this time.
Get him, he's right fucking there. He's running around.
Guys on foot. Hold on.
There's no way we're gonna hit that shot with this thing.
He's injured.
What are those objects underneath the acacia?
He's down.
Kino, you have binoculars, right?
I do not.
I don't either.
Alec, what are those? Oh, for fuck's sake, fucking Discord. What are the things under the Acacia?
I haven't listened to this fucking. Let's. Where's the rest of the game? Yelena, get moving.
Guy running down the road towards us. I have to medic myself once I'm in the vehicle.
Hello, Ross.
Hello.
Knowing that we're leaving the mission critical objective
In the yes, I already asked about that.
It's a very fast site.
There's a sniper shooting at me. Please make him stop.
There's a sniper somewhere in that hill.
Yes. Yeah. I'm not bleeding. Okay.
I see landmine marker.
Yeah, I know.
Bruises.
That's kind of scary.
Ognian, get the fuck in. I think. Should be last man.
Where the fuck are we? Oh, Jesus.
If you look at the map, we're right about here.
Or over here.
Right by where?
I just saw a tracer land right next to your seal.
Just cruise through here. This is where we took fire from.
Alright. Blue, you good? Yelena, you good?
23 UB flying alongside a pair of F-35s. Interesting.
Convoy speed 40.
Wait for the SPG, they're kind of far.
Oh, from what, Oshkosh?
Slow down.
That'd be pretty cool to see.
Okay, good. I guess.
From what I heard, there was another kind of crossover at Oshkosh that wasn't on anyone's bingo card.
Oh, I see.
A very physical one.
Counter-strike bomb point.
Counter-strike bomb
Bruce, you've seen the manual?
Hmm?
In the manual?
What manual?
On the map?
No. I've added it in case if I die.
Check
Beautiful. Fucking arc of fire off this seat is trash.
The fucking guy that kill the guy on the bike.
Those are warning shots. They were warning shots. That's why they were tracers.
They're fighting positions in the hills to the right. Doesn't look occupied though.
Actually, I just missed.
You're kind of crowding me up here.
Yeah, well, it's I don't have an option because somebody took the good seats.
If we take contact here, we'll have to dismount.
You sure about that one, Chief?
I mean, you or
I
can turn off the speed limiter on this and leave Yelena behind, and we'll be fine. But
is Alec on yelling? I can.
We are still less vulnerable moving at this speed than we are stationary, and also we won't have to waste dismounting and remounting.
Smoke in front.
I'm gonna go ahead and reload.
Huge column.
yeah, I'll just smoke. Man, just lay down.
Or we could just not stop.
Oh, this is RJ.
Yelena's gonna run us over at this speed anyway. They're catching us up.
We've got a lot of
Looks like three
smoke, near TRP Kit Kat.
3 fires.
It's a bus. Oh my fucking god.
No,
it's the ghost of Christmas past come back to haunt us.
Roadblock ahead.
Keep going, keep going.
Second thoughts about being
Elena got hit. They got hit. They're dismounting.
Yelena entered
Oh
dead.
shit, yeah, they are.
Yeah.
We are gonna have to fucking dismount. Fuck.
Left,
Contact left.
Contact front. Alright, we got it.
It can... Fuck this.
Clear these targets. Yelena's down.
Stoppage. Behind us, behind us, behind us. Fucking south, south.
I see him, I see him. Got him.
They're further up the hill as well.
I see.
Yeah,
What the
Elena.
fuck? That's a fucking rock in front of him.
We gotta push back to Yelena. They got hit. On me.
Oh dear. No, they're...
Just immediate mission fail.
Yep.
Very much.
There ain't no salvaging that.
We're coming to you. Leave it for now.
Left by the rock.
Oh shit! Yeah, Yelena just blew up.
I mean, yeah, it was cooking off, dude. It's fucked.
Shit, we got both sides.
Fuck off! Fucking goddamn! Why is no one shooting at him?
Shit, Ross is down. Shut the fuck up. Ah! Holy shit. Fucking cover me! Ross, oh my god. Zigging and zagging, I'm zigging and zagging.
I know, right? This mission is going very well so far. It's been half an hour. We've lost the mission critical asset, which was the only objective, was to keep that thing alive and get it to the other end of the area.
We got man down.
Or does it have a name?
Okay. There are two with us further up the road. I don't know where they are now.
Oh, and he's our medic.
And I, the squad medic, was shot in the middle of the open while trying to get over to help anyone that was being wounded by the cook-off, because nobody was providing covering fire on the very angry Mujahideen on the hillside opposite us, like 100 meters away.
Oh, someone dug a fucking trench underneath it.
Jesus!
Jesus!
I think the medic is down.
Yeah, it is. I'll get Ross somehow. I think.
I believe we got ArmA and the
Yeah, I saw rockets straight coming to the building.
The UAZ started shooting RPGs at us.
Yeah.
The casualties are taking cook off.
Yeah,
Okay.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
I'm glad that absolutely nobody was firing at the angry man 100 meters across the road from me.
What happened?
I was.
ArmA.
Smile.
That's
ArmA,
what happened.
I couldn't.
ArmA.
All I could see was.
ArmA, I mean, RPG
dust
came
and
in
rocks.
and nailed us. There was a jeep that was right.
Why?
Yeah, that one got armored.
I stepped in the vehicle and it...
So, I think that's maybe not record time for losing the mission critical asset, but it's pretty fucking close to it.
All of them.
Don't worry, guys. We're supposed to lose. Now we gotta wait for rescue.
This position sucks.
It does.
This entire country sucks. What do you want?
I was, not gonna lie, it was 50-50 between booking it over here or booking it back to the truck and trying to cover with the 50s.
Okay, that's another down.
And I guess we figured out how that coin toss went.
I don't know who it was, but there's someone else with our team, or at least our squad, who just started running up the road, further away from everyone else. I don't know where they are now.
I have no idea.
It's friendly, it's friendly.
I mean, I ran down the road to see if there's anyone wounded, and then I got domed.
Oh yeah,
but...
they got the truck.
Yeah, they picked up the truck.
Oh shit. Yeah, Yelena's not looking so good. She's definitely seen better days.
What's the word? What are we doing?
Bounty up, please. Are the Yelena guys in?
Yes. Bones and Ink to see
Alright, we are going back to intersection 2. The town with the
Are we like RTB?
Yeah, we're not RTB, but we're meeting another SPG halfway.
Why is
So
Axel
Where it all started.
So that's fine.
So it turns out there was a spare.
Let's continue where it started.
SPG crew is probably just like nervously rocking.
I don't know what you're
dreading what
talking
awaits
about.
them. I mean,
I
that's
have
our
been
SPG
on
crew.
fire twice today.
Right.
A fine start to the morning.
Fellow chemist, I see.
I'm working on it, okay?
The only issue is it keeps coming back.
This dude on the bike is still here.
Do you think the motorcycle could ArmA us all?
Can I be honest? In the SPG, I don't know why you didn't run him over or just move him out of the way. Because I wouldn't let anyone close to the SPG for mission critical. That terrified me.
If we take contact going through here again, I'm going to scream.
I would prefer if instead of screaming, you just held down the trigger.
Yes. Do not.
I mean, it's pretty much the same thing in my book.
No.
I feel like it's the tail gunner on like a B-17 or something. Like sticking out in like one of those on the side little bolt things. What are they called?
Yeah, I cannot believe that we lost like 3 consecutive dice rolls to this shit.
I
We
cannot
had the
believe it. There
RPG,
is
we lost the
gunfire
first
at the
truck,
previous
we lost Yelena, and then we lost the UAZ.
Oh no.
And by the sounds of it, we've lost the new ones before we're even getting
Contacts.
Those are... I would not shoot at those if I were you. Those are friendlies. Cease fire.
Don't shoot those.
Yes, they're fucking friendlies.
Don't shoot those. Don't shoot them.
All I see is a dark and a one with a gun, okay?
Yeah. Yeah.
They're friendlies. Fucking cease fire. Oh my god. Hey Veritek. Does that answer your question? Yeah, this whole mission has been a giant fuck up. It's great. Oh, that's probably what was sitting under the Akatsiya, was just fucking weapon parts. Yeah, Afghanistan. Our mission was to escort a single Akatsiya. Yeah?
Where'd Kino go?
What?
Here. Give me a pack.
Ten seconds. So our mission was to escort a single Akatsiya to a friendly firebase, and the objective was literally do not let the Akatsiya die. Everyone else can die, just don't let the Akatsiya die. The Akatsiya died within half an hour. Like, the second or third time we hit contact? Yeah. Jesus Christ. We are hopelessly strung out. Holy shit, where the fuck is the rest of the fucking squad?
I can't, like, disassemble this.
Yeah, no.
Oh, wait, no.
Ooh.
Well, I mean, if we get the truck back here, might as well just, like, take that with us.
Yeah.
That'd be HMG out of their hands and one into ours.
Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I just.
And everyone else is just blending into the NPCs right now. They're just kind of like walking around, not saying anything.
Yeah.
They see something on the hilltop.
It kind of ooh.
Probably
I
up in
fell
that
apart.
fucking... I need to remember to disable
Yeah, let's go to
fucking
this building
Discord
here.
overlay in this. Because I can't point at stuff without opening Discord now.
You're red. I need green and blue back.
Ooh.
I see we're speedrunning getting this one killed.
Fuck.
I feel very unsafe this close to the vehicle. Just feel the RPG coming for us. I don't know. I think they see something at that fire base up the hill, but I'm not entirely sure and I can't see it, so...
Ross?
Hmm?
Are you medic by any chance?
Yes, do you need a pack?
No, I think I need morphine to lower my fucking blood pressure from this mission.
Yes. Me also.
You want some fun, Brant?
Hey?
You want to have some fun?
Hey?
Do you want to have some fun?
I'm waiting for you to continue that line of
Come
questioning.
with me.
Oh. Good luck, Ross.
I've heard this one before. Remember, you don't have to do anything you don't want to.
What the fuck?
Zabby, this is Red Scrub.
No, this is Let's Look. Where's the other one?
I don't see.
Right where? Oh, here.
Okay.
If you're green, go with Zabby.
Yes, because they're just attached to, they're not actually part of the truck.
Yeah. You wanna use
It also
grenade
means
launcher?
that when you try and traverse the gun more than a couple degrees to either side, you exit the truck and you're standing levitating next to it, which is pretty funny. I think we should probably not linger here much longer.
Mm-hmm.
Stepping off.
You get what happened? You get another artillery piece?
Based? Oi, oi, oi.
Speed 45.
I don't see artillery.
Babushka, this is Yellow, or this is Artem.
Oh wait, there it is. Just pulled up.
Once again, the mission critical object is in the back of the car, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, maybe
What's that
but
truck? It's a Kraz,
something
isn't it?
happened.
Can't quite make out the logo on the grill, but it looks like a Kraz.
What was that phrase again about history repeating itself?
Mm-hmm.
Reducing speed. Reducing speed for overtaking.
Are we letting...
Green. Yep. Send it.
I told you the definition of insanity
Do you
is.
mean that Green's Victor doesn't have the armament? Yeah, go ahead.
Do we not think maybe it would be an idea to give them an extra crew member to sit on the AGS?
You know,
I literally told someone from Blue to go do it.
Would you like me to do it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Здравствуй, I am now your AGS gunner.
Hello, Ross.
Hello.
I could almost feel the truck.
I wish your helmet good luck.
I'm the squad medic.
Oh, good.
I volunteered to do this because the other squad ignored when they were, or the other team ignored when they were told to do it, so...
Yeah.
I can send you fire again if you want.
Please no.
Also, if you spot anything that needs shooting at with anything less than a grenade launcher, just shout at me, Ross. I'll hear you from in there.
Mm-hmm. I don't think this has backlighting on the reticle, which is kind of annoying. Oh well. It'll brighten up a little more soon. Oh shit, that thing's remote operated, hey. Based. Nah, good enough. Fucking insurance scammer behind us. Contact left. I can't traverse this left. I've only got an arc of fire to the front, right. Oh, never mind. I can get behind us.
Yeah.
I might be able to traverse left with the arrow keys, like turn the entire weapon mount, but it's going to be a bit of a pain in the ass. Oh, that seems like not a good idea. I should stop doing it.
I assume we have a tiny mound. Yeah, I mean, it's smaller. Yeah. But it's the RPGs. Yeah, well, that's what
Yeah, I should definitely not do that. I'll just have to deal with it.
Because it seems like a really, like, accurate hit. Yeah, I think Yelena, agree. No, is that Mohajadeen anti-material rifles?
What's the plan here, Alec? See you again? We getting? What's the plan? Are we getting out?
Yeah, it's not because I wasn't sure if these guys were ambushing us.
Hold up. What happened to the other truck? They just changed trucks. I'm being gaslit. What the fuck? Contact left. I don't have angle on it. Up the hill somewhere? I can't see it because I can't even look that direction, but I heard it. It should be like north of us-ish. Alright. Oh god, I think I've become unattached from the turret.
That's okay.
No, it really... Uh-oh.
Yeah,
You don't turn the engine off. No, I think I was attached to the... Oh, maybe? I don't know.
Because, I mean, it depends on the attachment point in the script. I think it seems fine.
That was definitely
I don't know where we're currently fighting. Like I'm hearing shit from north, but seeing smoke heading 0-0. Over the crest.
We're waiting for the
Alma blasted has a rangefinder on. The same kind of rangefinder as fucking RPG.
The stadium-metric one, yeah, all Soviet vehicles have that pretty much. Well, almost all of them. PT-76 doesn't, apparently.
Whistling means that they're regrouping. We're waiting here until they regroup. Yeah, and I saw exit go north over the...
That's coming from east, I think. I can't see where that's coming from. It's behind the tree line, I think. Yeah, drive forward slightly if you can. Like, out into the road, forwards and left. Halt.
I'll drive.
Fuck, I'm good. Shots right, I think. I can't see where from. Oh, I can't. Keep the gun fixed. He's down. Yeah, keep the gun locked. It makes it hard for me to aim if the turret's moving around. Wish I could use the, or like just look over the barrel of this a little for close range stuff. The optics are really nice for medium range though. Are my ears burning right now? I heard someone say medic.
You'll be fine. We'll medicate them. Also, the turret automatically looks forward while we're moving, so you shouldn't have any issues with it. That's why I'm in the commander seat using the small gun while we're moving.
Oh my god, there's another fucking boss. He's really taking the piss with these. Contact left. My weapon's destroyed. My weapon's destroyed. I'm jumping off, I'm jumping off. The AGS is down.
Get the fuck in, get the fuck in.
Somebody get on the gun, somebody get on the gun.
Get in! Fucking get in! No, Azrael's not. Just get in something, Azrael. Get in something. Go.
RPG on the left here. Oh my god. Fuck his ass. I got him. No, what I like about this is the exact same time that I've dodged an RPG shot standing there.
Zabby, pull ahead of the rest of the convoy.
Last mag on the MG.
Just when I wanted a fucking error. This is our team.
Might I recommend...
We lost a Euro.
Actually, never mind.
Armor Rud.
I was gonna say we could take this Dushka and stick it on Yelena, but
on our way to
doesn't really help. The field of fire is gonna be probably munted.
To Merkele? Yeah. Shit, I don't know.
The AGS can only fire on the right hand side and it's down now.
Los,
Yeah?
you remember that clip on your channel where I drive a BTR and evade an RPG at the last second?
Mhm.
That was the same town.
Was it? Fuck. It's one of the more popular ones as well.
Hey, can I get a pack?
Yeah.
Yeah, I need one as well. Oh wait, no, I'm fine.
Yeah, I already gave you one because I saw you get hit.
Yeah. Zabby, when we get to this next village, don't drive into the town. Drive around the outskirt of it.
Like over here?
Like you see
There's...
on the map, right?
We've opened up like a 300-400 meter gap.
Okay, there's a
roadblock.
Send it. Go right here.
Start.
Zabby, where you going? Zabby, turn left.
Yeah, hold on. You want me to go left around this town?
Yes,
or
go
right
around the town.
Yeah,
There's
but
a
which
roadblock
side,
in it.
bro?
The
Just-
right. We're going right.
Oh my
Right
god.
around the town, okay? We go right around the town.
We are heading west.
Yes, the AGS got hit while I was on it. So it took the bullet for me.
Yeah.
If I don't know which side I'm supposed to bypass the town.
Just pick one. Just pick a side. Any...
Oh, contact front.
Why are we stopping? Stoppage! Fuck! Downhill, downhill, southeast.
Green with me to the right.
Southeast, southeast.
Relic is down.
Alright, I'll get Alec.
Get Alec, get Alec.
Northwest of it.
Fucking that's what I want to give him.
Oh, I see a heavy machine gunner. That is dead.
Oh! That's... Fuck me. Can I get some hand-eye coordination this morning, please? Please kill that sniper that is shooting at me. Overwatch 2 at 106,000 reviews. Welcome back.
What's the status?
Fucked if I know. Hold on, I guess? I'll pack you. Wait.
Blue, is your vehicle good?
Yamina, you up?
There we go. 106,000 reviews, 99% positive rating. Holy fuck.
God, I hope that was our rocket.
You're good.
Alright. Red and green, mount up in the Ural.
Am I bleeding?
Red and green mount up.
Get mounted in your UAZ. We're gonna get
Or not.
The fuck?
No, I'm good. Some reviews saying it's a ripoff from TF2 and leaking it. Yeah, like it took people this long to realize. Was this not a thing people were aware of, that Overwatch was just like basically TF2 gameplay, but with different fucking set dressing? In fact, not that different, because Overwatch introduced skins after Team Fortress 2 had done the whole like cosmetics thing. Like, it took them that long to fucking pick up on it, really?
We have a medic with us?
Yes.
Yes, please, can you back me?
Oh, I'm next.
Oh, I also
Yes, I have. I quite enjoy it. The APCR is such garbage, it's amazing. We'll do some gunner heat PC after this, I think.
Thanks so much.
I'm next.
Yes, you are.
Pretty please.
You're good.
Thank you.
For a second there, I thought I could see smoke coming from the Akatsiya, and I was about to lose my shit. People who make Overwatch porn work harder than the people who make Overwatch. Oof. Although...
We have suicide bombers in the AO?
It's probably not the devs' fault that there's issues,
Damn.
It's usually the fucking bug men. Like, anytime a game comes out with issues, the devs usually get the blame, but it's always the fucking managers that are the problem. Or the investors or whatever. Or both. Usually both. It's always the fucking bug men.
I've got a suggestion.
Like, most games that have had severe issues when they came out, it's been revealed in short order that the problem was actually just that there was a massive crunch. There were a ton of features that were supposed to be implemented that got changed partway through. Like Cyberpunk, they kept changing the fucking design brief throughout the fucking development cycle. I mean, they were over-ambitious to start with, but then they just kept changing the design brief constantly and chopping and changing whole elements of the story, massive parts of the gameplay. Like, it's just... It's rarely the devs' fault.
I called dibs, you fuck.
I won't believe you. I didn't hear it.
Jack shit.
Hey, you have big gun too.
Same with, was it fucking Redwall or whatever it's called? The arcane game that flopped? That wasn't the devs' fault. That was the fucking Bugmen's fault, because they gave them a fucked up brief. Like, it was... It was the exact thing that fucked up Red Orchestra 2, just on a bigger scale. Like, what fucked up RO2 was most of the way through development, they kind of changed their mind and decided they wanted to appeal to the fucking drooling Call of Duty crowd, because for some stupid reason they thought they could compete with Call of Duty in its own market. And so the actual game itself suffered because they like changed tack partway through development on a project that was already probably undercooked because they were quietly working on Killing Floor 2 in the background. You do not get partway through a game's development and then change the fucking design brief. Like, it's fucking stupid. It never ends well. Never.
The engine being yellow.
You know you can turn out, right? Like you can stand up.
Can we get engineers to fix the engine, by the way?
To know which Blizzard treats worse, its players or its female employees.
Alright. Hold up here.
Jesus. Fucking savage. And yet, they got a point. Monetize the fuck out of Overwatch. In the first one, you could literally play whoever you want. Only monetization was the skins and cosmetics. I have opinions on that too, but that's for another day. That was important because team composition was essential to the game. Yeah, like TF2. Now they locked the heroes behind my battle pass.
You guys top off on your magazines.
True.
This battle pass and season garbage needs to die, along with whoever came up with it.
Yeah, honestly, with all the running around we're doing, I'm going to be
In Minecraft. I'm not advocating for violence, please don't ban me Twitch. I like how someone says the word bus and the RPG guy immediately gets out and takes aim. I can tell I'm going to be needed here in a minute, one way or another.
Yeah.
Sure. They have a lot of...
Congratulations! We didn't war crime it.
Well, it needs to pass Elena.
Yeah, exactly. In like 2 seconds, we're gonna hear a 152 discharge.
Enemy bus. Yep. I'm surprised by
first
You know,
person
I'm
that yells,
fucking proud of
roll
you.
call out, please.
Alright, get us on the road.
Hold on, Ogyan's getting in. He's in, he's in.
Okay, all in, all in.
There should be an ammo crate in
One of the top reviews in Spanish. Since this game is still a scam, I'll leave you this recipe for a potato tortilla with onions.
In which arena was it though?
Yeah, monetizing characters in the game is just fucking disgusting. Absolutely vile. But that's what, like, that's the thing, right? Yeah. People keep buying games that do this shit, the fucking Battle Pass and season crap. They keep buying fucking microtransaction shit in them. They're rewarding this shit. Like, they'll complain about it, but they'll still pay for it. It's like fucking Star Citizen players that complain about, ooh, the game isn't finished yet, why can't I fly my ship? And they'll still buy the first, fucking $5,000, $10,000 ship that gets fucking added to the game. Well, not even added to the game, added to the fucking store and the website. Like, if you don't want them to fucking do something, stop rewarding them with your money. If you don't want something to happen, don't pay for them to do the thing you don't want to happen. Like, once again, a communist has to explain how fucking capitalism works to people, because they don't fucking understand. don't give people money to do something that you don't want them to do.
MG off, actually. There's an option to disassemble it.
M1, cheers for gifting those subs, man. Appreciate it. Good to see you. But yeah, this is what happens when you continuously reward shitty fucking business practices. You know, you're not gonna fucking keel over and die just because you don't play the newest game in a franchise.
He's sneaking towards us.
You know, if you don't like something that's been done in, you know, fucking Call of Honor 69, fucking future conflict, don't buy it. Don't buy it. Like, you're not gonna have a fucking heart attack or be a social outcast because you didn't buy the latest installment of a fucking series. You don't need to do it. You're not missing out, my dude. Like, it's cool. And maybe if enough people exercise some fucking restraint... Wait, were we not supposed to get out? Why did people get out?
I'm getting out of my fucking machine gun. Hey!
I'm back in.
You fucking...
You have a machine gun? You want a machine gun?
Babushka, this is RDM.
You want a machine gun, Israel?
Yeah, and they've successfully weaponized FOMO, which is, like... This is coming from the guy who has a fucking chronic problem with scrolling up in Discord because I don't want to miss any interesting conversation that happened while I was asleep or whatever, but you don't need to buy every game. You really don't need to buy every game that comes out.
I'm just waiting for him.
The sooner people realize that, the better. It's like fucking War Thunder players, right? The amount of fucking crying and whining War Thunder players do about War Thunder or about Gaijin, and yet they still play the game. And they still buy shit in the game. Like, if you don't like the fucking game, don't play it. Play literally anything else.
You know, remind me of that image of like the Mujahideen fighter with a packet of MRE peanut butter.
I've never seen this image.
I'll have to send it on the Discord later.
Like, people ask me, oh, do you have such and such game? No, I don't. Oh, you should get it so you can play with us. No, I'm good.
Yelena, when you get to the top of your convoys holding for RT.
I mean, yeah, I could have got Overwatch a couple of years ago because I had a lot of friends that played it, but I ended up not getting it because it wasn't really that important to me. And I would rather watch them play since they're better at the game than I would have been, so... There you go. There you fucking go.
What's that?
I think... No, it's actually...
Occasionally I'll buy a game just purely to play it with friends, but it's extremely rare, and it's getting rarer as I get older. Like, I just don't give a fuck anymore. I don't keep up with what games are in development. I don't fucking give a shit what game just released out of whatever franchise I used to play when I was a kid. It's not a big deal. I don't even play games that much anymore because I just can't be arsed and I don't have the fucking time because I'm busy doing other shit. So, like, I don't know.
Alec, talk to me.
Yeah,
I've got better things to waste my money on. Not that I have much money to waste in the first place.
Zabby, stop. Don't get too far ahead.
Overwatch is only popular because Valve made Source Filmmaker. Oh yeah, absolutely. I'll be playing GHPC multiplayer a shit ton when it gets added.
Oh shit! Tank, get out! Tank.
Where the fuck did they get a tank?
I don't know. Probably from us. Bad track. Don't go.
Here comes the fucking ultimate showdown of Ultimate Destiny.
Hiding behind a sneaky bush, a sneaky bush goblin. What I found, come to me. In the bush, I found a little Alec. Hello, Alec.
Bones, could you please not make extra work for me? Get back in your vehicle. Contact right, by the way, Katsuya. You're 4 o'clock in the rocks. Guys, 4 o'clock. Akatsya, 4 o'clock from you, in the rocks. Can you not hear me?
Apparently I cannot.
Can you knock on the side of the vehicle and tell them 4 o'clock in the rocks? Please hurry up and kill him, he is shooting at me. Welcome back. You got converted to paste by the thing we're supposed to be protecting. Turns out we need protection from it.
Everybody's dead on that.
I mean, it is what it is. I enjoy it. If I didn't play with these guys, I would probably almost never play ArmA anymore, because public multiplayer servers are garbage. Single player is just... it gets boring pretty fast. You have to fight the AI even more. Yeah, that was me trying to tell you where that guy was. He's dead now.
Yeah, I could barely hear you. You need to be on shouting and
I am.
on top of the tank, I think.
Can you back me?
If you can,
Yep.
just give me a heading, because I can't tell what's forward.
Oh, okay, yeah. Anyone else need a pack?
I could use one. I really need it though.
Too bad you're getting it anyway.
Thank you.
Sorry, does it fuck you when I turn out?
Pack your
I could
friends.
use a pack as well.
Alright, thanks.
Can you stop getting shot, Ognon?
I didn't get shot, I got backblasted firing at the tank from the truck with an
Ah,
RPG.
okay. Well, that's better than us. We nearly got run over by the Akatsya. Well, Alec did get run over by the Akatsya.
Okay, I'm going to make
That's a good noise. I'm gonna walk towards the sound of me being needed.
I wonder what that was.
Hmm. Hmm. You okay, Dixon?
Yeah, I'm backing him.
I'm not entirely sure what the fuck happened, other than,
I'm not sure anyone
Run
here
into a
does.
tank with a machine gun and lost.
no, the tank didn't
Hey, you ran into a tank. The Akatsuya ran into us.
The tank wasn't even pointing at me in the middle of the world.
It absolutely fucking laid Alec flat against the rock next to me.
Hey, Jets.
Well, if the tank is what shot me, then my arm is fucked because it was literally not looking at me.
Brad, is arm wounded if you need ammo?
What?
Bones, you might want to check if you're bleeding. There's blood underneath the vehicle.
Oh, that's not our blood.
Are you sure? Because it's pulling under the driver's hatch. And it wasn't there before. Weird. Maybe it's bits of Alec dripping off the fucking tracks.
So we have to save its blood post every once in a while. Absolutely discriminate.
Holy shit.
Because I'm not gonna tell him, but one of the soldiers literally just stood right in front of us and just stood there, and I went like 5 miles an hour into it.
I just injured myself jumping off the vehicle. Very good.
Bones, we can hear you. You know that. Right?
No, that was... Oh.
I don't give a shit if they can hear me. I don't care if anyone...
Yeah, I mildly injured myself jumping off the fucking top of the turret. My shins are made of glass, apparently.
And that's...
I've got a pod on top.
Are you not the Crimson Champ?
I like how the benches have just disappeared.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
Nice.
So there is a fighting position at the crest of the hill due west.
Rose, can you back me?
Yeah, I'm already doing it.
Such a thing, I never even saw it.
You guys see that?
Hands into the window.
Zabby, do you know where you're meant to be turning?
Nope.
You're good.
Yeah, keep on.
I guess to the left.
There is a fighting position at the top of the hill. Watch out, it's going to be on our right.
Always turning to the left now.
I hear call out fighting position top of the hill.
Yep. Enemy fortified position at the top of this hill.
We're tanking out early or what?
Convoy, pull off onto the right.
It's right by the rocks here, behind the rocks.
Yeah, Zabby, pull back behind this rock. We're gonna clear this on foot.
Is that Timo Kalei we just passed through? I have no fucking idea where we are.
Intersections 6.
Really? We've made it that far, huh?
Are we dismantling?
Yep, dismount.
Yeah, there's a fortified position up here.
Oh, Brian. Check your trigger finger, pal.
Oh, sandbags front.
Don't know how
I
you
don't
walk through
believe
the
you.
jail, Robert. Do you think of the
That tank.
Put it back on, and it went taking off safety. So I don't know what the fuck to tell you.
Oh look! Tank.
Oh, I see a few guys on rooftop.
Yeah, I see
Soren
enemies
has a
in the next
sandbag
town.
bunker.
Yeah, like I have visual on tangos in the next town.
Yelena, pull up to the big rock. Or to the
Fire mission.
Technically that should be a T62, but, you know. I don't think we have a T62, I don't even think RHS has one.
Yeah, at least 3 of them.
We get some enemies.
Frontline more dangerous on the ECW.
5 seconds, Onion, and you're already digging them.
I told you, he's not Bulgarian, he's a secret Albanian.
Where is Alec?
Just on the left of the road, the backmost building, 3-story structure. Hit it with an AG round.
Oh shit, that's the objective.
Copy that. 3-story building, 245. Wait. It's the big one at the back. You can't miss it.
Yeah, they entered service in, what was it, 78, 79? The AGM-65D is... I don't know what year, but the early Mavericks were first employed during, I want to say, late Vietnam, so like late 60s, early 70s, but those were the first maps. They were complete fucking garbage.
What? Yep. Yep, there's a bunch of them.
And there's at least one guy in the open to the right.
Can they not do that again, please? They just overpressured all of us. Yes, you did. Hang on. Oh! Stop it!
Cease fire, you absolute monkeys.
Hello? Open up. Open the lid.
Hello? I basically got it and told them they're idiots. Hello?
Why do they have a fucking box of blue ribbon on there?
Hello. So we were told that we were cleared for overpressure.
You very much weren't.
Who told you that?
Well, that's what we were told.
Yeah, I'm asking who told you.
I don't know the voices, man, but we got told to shoot it and then shoot it again.
Okay, was it Alan? Even though the teachers would have a really
Back. Where did you say he was?
Hey Skip, are you winning? We just got overpressured by our own fucking SPG that we're supposed to be escorting. That's where we have to get it to. So we're nearly at the end of the mission, and we nearly got squad wiped by a 152mm gun going off directly behind us.
We're better off here.
This mission has been pretty much the opposite of winning throughout.
Copy. I just didn't see anyone last night. Nice fog.
Yeah, I know, man. Davy, does your Ural still have machine gun ammo on its
Shots
gun?
left.
Right. I want you to dedicate you guys to be on that.
Anyone need a pack? Anyone here need a pack? I'll pack you. Stay still. Well, I mean, you can keep shooting, just don't move.
We can de-respawn.
That's really good. Can you unpacking you?
Let me run.
Never mind.
Hey, Ross.
Yeah. Fuck.
Did you not resupply just a moment ago? Oh, we're taking fire.
Please don't call me to the casualty and then drag them away from me. God. I know, but I just got hit because of it.
Ross, let's get back out of here.
Yeah, hang on, I've got to fucking
This sucks.
sort myself.
supported. I'm hit. Medic.
Yeah, everyone's fucking hit. Let's all take cover behind the explosive vehicle.
Alright, if you aren't wounded, fucking start walking down the hill. Go support blue.
Wait, I need more ammo. I've only...
Yes, there's ammo in the Ural.
Zabby, stay still.
Boxes right now.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm fat. What's more?
Okay, I got 2 boxes.
Don't morphine yourself, I'm packing you.
No, I don't.
Alec, come here.
Alright.
We're good?
Yeah, you're good.
Nice.
Ooh. I see.
What, you hit a deathmatch switch guy?
You're good.
Does this Victor have a driver?
No.
Yeah, me.
Alright, Zavi, you're the driver. Alright, start driving it forward. Yelena, follow the Ural. Zappy, keep it walking base so Ross and I can take cover behind you. Oh.
Just a touch faster.
Perfect speed if you're walking with your gun up.
It wasn't bullshit that did it, it was own dumbassery, which is usually the case. Occasionally ArmA will bullshit us, but usually when that happens we can get magic healed or whatever.
Keep your eyes peeled for suicide bombers. Yelena, if you see any unarmed men running straight towards the vehicles, scream over the radio that you got suicide bombers.
I ask again, why does Yelena have a case of American beer sitting on their vehicle? Where the fuck did they find that?
I love that asset.
More to the point, will they be sharing? I mean, it is American beer, but any port in a storm.
Alright. Let's push with this, Victor. Oh my god.
Victor. We're left, right here, Alec.
Hold still, hold still, hold still.
These buildings have not been cleared.
West.
Yeah, but Foster's is fucking export garbage. The Foster's exists because foreigners are stupid enough to buy it. It's like, export alcohol is always garbage, right? Like fucking Canadian Club. You wanna know how many Canadians drink Canadian Club? I'll give you a hint. It's 0. Advancing on the left.
He's down, but he's got friends, I think.
Got you, Mohican.
Put a frag over there.
Frag out.
Frag out.
Bring him across the road.
Covering Azrael.
I did call frag out. Why you... That's over the hill on the right.
No medical,
Are you bandaging his head? I'll start getting him up.
Advance slowly.
Am I out of fucking... Hang on.
Alright, he's bandaged up.
Can you CPR him for a second? I need to go get some supplies. Hold still, hold still, hold still, hold still, hold still. Zabby, stop. Okay, you can go.
No heart race with this guy.
Alright. You got him?
Welcome back. I'm packing you.
No, you don't need to. It's the final push. I ain't gonna let you slide.
Oy vey.
Why'd you have a drink? Yeah, exactly, right? Everyone's like, well, what do Canadians drink then? Crown Royal? Fucking COVID. It's one of the biggest fucking after effects of COVID for us is we can't get Crown Royal at most fucking Dan Murphy's, or if we can, it's only the regular stuff. It's an absolute travesty.
These victors. Get down, get down. Get in front of the victors.
World War II Soviet power-ups, that would be pretty neat. Been a while since we did World War II, like Eastern Front stuff. Quite a while.
Oh, behind the left.
Enlisted? No, never played it. Didn't look like my style, and also I'm extremely wary of anything that Gaijin has their fucking fingers on. Has the, does anyone know if the squad infantry updates dropped yet, or is that still in the testing phase? Because once that drops, I need to start playing squad again. I'll finally have a reason to. Not for a while? Okay. Oi, oi, oi.
Victor's hold. What the fuck happened? Do we have casualties?
I have no idea.
Dol by Yobi, that's what happened.
I ran out with a gun and I shot him and he blew up. Okay. I think those are mines. Or
Really?
or some...
Really? What gave it away?
Literally. That is...
Who has the Minesweeper?
This gentleman right here.
Do you want to maybe use your magic wand? Yes, that would be a good
Here we
idea.
have a content creator in the World National Fleet exploiting helpless 345th members on the content farm in Afghanistan while committing war crimes.
God damn
on
it,
the
Polar.
local content.
Why are you like this?
Ooh, that's pretty.
Ooh,
Oh, they're not.
21s.
How much you need, Jets?
They didn't have any.
An entire 12-pack of beer.
Oh, right. Not less.
Oh my god.
Why have I got a -1? Did it think that I killed the AGS? That's
Captain
very
Brand,
bizarre.
31 kills. Ugnian with 24. Simo with 18.
Don't forget to leave a review, it does help and lets us know what
Great,
you actually fucking want.
I was gonna say, Grim. Come on, Arma, stop fucking crashing. For the love of God.
We want Marshall
No,
to
if it was
make
152
mission.
mil, it would have killed everyone that was standing around as well, including me.
So, what was it? It hit the first Yelena. Was it an RPG?
No, it was just
No, that
oh,
was
hold on.
the very first one.
Yeah, the first one.
Yeah, that was an RPG with me. I expected you to stop at the ambush, and where you kept on going, and I saw my RPG just fly into where you would be.
Nice.
Yeah, we got hit once, and that was it.
We got machine gunned, the engine died.
That was all
Last
the
contact
shooting
match.
engines.
Yeah, the Ural can't take much punishment.
I mean, it slowed you down a bit, Jesus. You were fucking running. Right, does anyone want to be dragged up for a bit in the meeting room, or these all just want to go off? And does anyone else? Anyone else?
Yeah, go on then. Have fun. Bye bye.
Zabi, you're coming because you're a team leader. Does anyone else want to come in?
Why?
I'm good. I'll see you guys
I'm good.
next week.
See you.
Alright, I'm gonna chuck some music on. I'm gonna get something, and then we'll do some Gonna Hate PC for a bit. And as usual, we have to skip the first song to make sure it's actually playing on the correct audio channel. Because, of course we do.
Отказ систем. Смотри экран.
Gunner Heat PC's been crashing a lot. Yeah, if you have, like, not much RAM, it probably will at the moment. They've got some memory leak issues they're chasing down. Hopefully it should be fixed soon. But I've heard that it's been unstable for some people, and it has mostly been correlated with the amount of memory they've got. 32 gig, interesting.
Raw X3 Nuzzles, how are you? Pounces on you.
Have you got,
notices you have a bulge
have you got like a
someone's
decent sized page file, or are you just relying purely on the RAM? Because I've got both 32 gig of RAM and like a massive page file, and I haven't had a crash to desktop for quite a while. They happen occasionally, but I haven't had any recently. But it does seem a bit hit and miss. Some people are more affected than others, so... RAM only? Okay, yeah. I wonder if that might be something to do with it. Hopefully the memory leak should go away soon, and it should make the game more stable for a lot of people. I had a lot of crashes when the BMP2 was added, but that was... I think that was just a universal problem. Like, a lot of people were having crashes because one particular mission had a really bad memory leak in it, and that was fixed. But there's still other ones that are kind of causing problems at the moment, but should go away soon. Anyway, I'm just grabbing myself another cup of tea, and then we'll be in game. Also, Gilson, why? Why have you done this to us? I mean, thank you, but why? Aim to please. I mean, is that what you tell yourself afterwards?
It's because Gilson wanted to create more content for you.
Thanks, Polo. Thanks. been following Flyout? No. What happened? What's going on? I haven't been following much of anything lately. I'm gonna be real with you. If you're aware of it, no, I'm not. So, what's the deal? What's going on? Sprocket but planes. Oh, okay. I getcha. Man, I need to do some more DC3 stuff in Moosephirs. It's been too long. Oh, not today, though. So I think we'll do a little bit of Gunner Heat PC. We won't do like a massive amount of it, but we'll do a bit. We'll play the new missions, maybe talk about some stuff. And then I want to do some High Fleet this, like, coming couple weeks. I was gonna do it today, but I might not because my brain just hasn't turned on enough and I'd probably get killed in like the first 5 minutes. But I do want to do some High Fleet again because I've been playing that a lot off stream. I still suck at it, but it's fun. So we'll do some GHPC and then we might do a little bit of DCS. I have a vague idea of something I would like to do in DCS today, so I think that will be the go. And hopefully this time SRS will save on the correct audio track, so it will be in the VOD. Donk on Striegels with Super 530 Mirage F1s on Tempest? Maybe, I don't know. I had a different idea, but we'll see how the server pop is. Vague ideas, what happened to no plan, best plan? I mean, I don't know if I'd say that it was always no plan, best plan. It was usually there's a plan, but I'm going to completely disregard it. And there's no guarantees that I'm not going to do that today as well. Brain power? What's that? Never heard of it in my life. Definitely don't have any. Hello. I should probably adjust the white balance on the camera so that there's not crap behind me. There we go. Alright. So, the floaty boy was added. Let's have a quick look at the changelog. 4 new missions. PT-76 light tank. Me-8's in the game now. Smoke and fire effects are less taxing to render. Improved smoke effects from bullet holes. Improved thickness and persistence of long burning vehicle fires. Improved textures, colours and effect rendering in sky system. Made vehicle crews slightly more prone to panic bailout when their compartment's penetrated. Fix some helicopters not being able to reach top speed. Fix some issues with road setup. And let's go try out those new missions. Get straight into it. So we'll come back to this one, but we're going to start with the PT-76 mission, which is not that map. It's not that map. It is... God, which one is it? This one. There we go. So we'll do it at day. The night version of this mission is like dusk. It's not actually fully dark. It's a nice sort of time of day, but also because we can't tell our buddy to turn his fucking spotlight off, it could be a bit of an issue. So we're just going to do the day version, and it also, you know, will help showcase the improvements to the skybox. The hell opens up Gunner PC and there's like, I'd go for some PT-76. Patricians of superior taste, that is who. The more of a shitbox a vehicle is, the more fun it is. It's a simple equation. Shitboxes will inherit the earth. I probably should have read through the briefing for you guys. Whoops. We can do that at mission start since we can call up the briefing in-game and we're not under time pressure to get it done. ASU-85. I don't know if it'd be relevant for this theater, but I do like the ASU-85 as a vehicle. Okay, so let's just turn them off. Mission Reservist Recon. Your reservist reconnaissance unit operating PT-76s. The enemy is assembling their forces for a major attack. We need to know where they are so we can disrupt them. Enemy tanks, APCs and helicopters. There is a thin screen of enemy APCs holding the front line. They're backed up by tanks that will move to their support if they're engaged or if they see anything. There are also regular flyovers of scout helicopters followed by attack helicopters. Friendly, 2 PT-76 and 1 large artillery call-in. That's our only fire support asset, is that 1 artillery call-in. We cannot use it except on the enemy build-up. That's what it's for. Mission. Find and confirm the location of the enemy assembly area. There are 3 possible locations. Try your best not to get into a fight with enemy tanks. When you visually confirm the location of the assembly area, you're to call in an artillery fire mission. That's our fire support that we have. You only have the 1 call-in available, so don't waste it. After calling in the fire mission, you are to retreat and make your way back to the start position marked on your map. To trigger the condition of spotting the enemy assembly area, your crew AI has to see the enemy. So you can't, like, cheese it, you have to make sure that the rest of the crew can see them as well. So, with that read through, let's get on the march. I'm just going to dial this thing into about 800 meters, which is about the maximum effective range of this gun on a good day. And we're going to start moving. We're also going to tell our buddy to space out 50 meters instead of 25. I'm not in a massive hurry to get there, so we're just going to keep going at this speed. See the 3 potential assembly areas there. The southern one is on some high ground, the other 2 are out in a valley. So I think what we'll do is we'll cut left across this field. And we'll check the south one first. Okay. Looking at the terrain, we should be screened from these positions both by the fact we're on higher ground behind the ridge line and also because there's quite a lot of foliage between us. But I am going to have to cross some open ground here, so I think I'll probably not follow this road because it might skyline me, but I'll parallel it along this southern tree line. So once we get the other side of this tree line, we'll cut south to that one and then across. The map's still technically a placeholder, I'm pretty sure. Like, the entire UI is placeholder, essentially. It's not final. It's enough that you can play the game, like, functionally, but... Okay, we're going to turn on the gun stab since we're about to cross the line of contact. See if we see anything to our immediate front before we drive out into the fucking middle of the open. Okay. So we're going to hang an immediate left around this tree line, skirt it, head for the next group of trees in front of us. And I accidentally ranged to 1300 because I was looking at the wrong range scale. Excellent. So there we go. Now we're 800. Forest won't be labelled, too much detail for users. I mean, it is. Your average GHPC player isn't going to be able to tell different species of tree apart. I'm gonna be real with you. And they're not gonna know the difference between a fucking aspen and a birch and a fucking, you know, whatever. Like, they're not gonna know. Tree density? Assume it's, like, that's a forest. We're in Germany. If it's green, it means it's a proper forest. If we're in an area with low scrubland, you'd see light green as well, like a really pale green. Which is the actual proper title of the song everyone knows is I Was Only 19. It's a walk in the light green, because light green on a military map denotes moderate scrub, which is the perfect place to get ambushed. He sees something. So I'm going to speed it up to this tree line. It's probably a 113. Unfortunately, there's still no way to tell your buddy to hold fire. That probably will happen at some point, it just hasn't yet. Let's get in amongst these trees. Hello. It's close to an 800. He's telling me to go for another target, but we'll call that about 600. Range back up to 8. This is the modernized one. Well, it's a PT-76B. So it's not the OG without the stabilizer. This has two-plane stabilization. It's just really garbage two-plane stabilization. It's a fucking truck. Ugh, wish I had fucking frag up. We're gonna call that 900? Maybe 1,000? Fire and adjust. Oh yeah. It's 1,100-ish. 12? 13? Jesus Christ. If my buddy hadn't already shot at it and given us away, I wouldn't even bother engaging this guy, I'd just drive past him. Okay, 800. So we need to head to that tree line there. We could skirt around the south of it, I guess. Then that leaves us in low ground coming up towards that. I'm not sure if I want to come in from the low ground or if I want to come down from the high ground. I think we'll go for the high ground, so we'll skirt this, then down there, then come up this way. Rangefinders? Nope. Just stadiometric. I don't remember the maths to use a stadio down the bottom. Go ahead and restock, and we're going to selectively restock heat because it's the only good ammunition this thing has. The HE doesn't have a very big burst charge, and the APCR is worthless. The issue is, though, that I have barely any armor piercing of any sort. Don't tell me you're stuck. Yes, he's stuck. Buddy. Buddy. I probably shouldn't have driven through a forest with him in formation. I'll see if I can go retrieve him. Sometimes if you get close enough to them, it'll unfuck their waypoints. This is a known issue, obviously. It's something that should be ironed out as the AI gets worked on over time, but this is an occupational hazard of the AI going into a forest. They might get caught up on a particular tree, and then their waypoints start pathing them in circles, and they decide that they really like that one particular tree. Hang on. Movement, halt. We'll give him a couple of formation commands, just to see if we can get him back into column. Formation spacing 25. If I take control of him and drive him out of the forest, he will just return to his waypoints. Bro, come on. Oh, shit. Never mind. Shouldn't have fucked around. I forgot that would happen. You're on your own, bud. PT-76 is a, what, early 50s tank? This version with the two-plane stab is, I think, yeah, early mid-50s. It's an old tank. Based? He killed it? What a king. Okay, well that's kind of fucked my plan, but... Don't know why I'm ducking down like that. It's not going to help me see out from under the leaves any better. Is that something there, or is that just I think it's just a gap in the trees. We're going to make a quick sprint across to the next group of trees. Oops. $59 for B? Oh, I gotcha. Gun size, 76mm. And this particular gun was only used on the PT-76. I think it's low pressure so much as just low velocity. I mean, the cases aren't very big, but... 76.2, yes. It's, It's same as 30 caliber, right? It's 7.62. Well, Soviet 76mm is scaled up from that, so it's 76.2mm. It's a holdover from back in the day when the Russian Empire still used imperial measure, and the Soviets were just like, well, we've got the fucking equipment to build ammunition in this caliber, so fuck it, we're gonna keep it. Okay, we're gonna scoot left through this pair of little forests, and then we'll cut across the road. Just so I'm not skylining myself. Thought I heard an engine for a second there. Oh, I hear bad no. The fact he sees something is worrying me. Not now, dude. It's not for us. It's probably my buddy getting fucked. That's gonna be a problem, though. He might have just seen us. We're about to find out. It's always been a horror game, but yeah, this is the survival horror part of the horror game. So that would have been a Kiowa. We might do a second run of the mission just so I can free cam around and show you what's going on. But yeah, that was a Kiowa. And here comes the scary thing. I mean, the Kiowa's scary too, but that's the real scary thing. Please don't see me. I really, really don't want him to see me. Fuck. Now is not the time, dude. Shit. Will I get away with it? One way to find out. I don't want to waste a main gun round, but I might need to here. Okay, helicopter's fucked off. Now where's this Schützenpanzer he was telling us about? Where the fuck? Oh, I can barely see it. We're gonna use HE to range that. I don't want to waste my good ammo. I just did waste a heat round because it's what I had up the spout, but... Please don't come back. Where did that go? Over? I think? No? Bro, I can't even fucking see it. The thing is, if he sees it, it sees us, so it's probably already dobbed us into the M60s. I think that was a hit. Let's load the shitty fucking APCR and see if we can get a shot into it. Short. It's a M113. I can't see what that's fucking hitting. No, fuck it. It's a waste of ammunition. I shouldn't have engaged it to begin with. We'll just cross over here. Now what do you see? Another one. We'll leave the gun sighted at 500 because we're going to be pretty close range on the position we're trying to spot here. My body's still up, so the Cobra didn't kill him. He's probably immobilized and maybe has other damage, but he's not dead, which is a plus. ArmA 50 cal will be a threat, yes. I mean, I've got the angles to deflect it, but if it hits me dead in the side or the rear, it's gonna fuck me up. The front armor's not fantastic either, because the hull has to be a particular shape to swim properly. Just gonna slowly peek around this tree line. That's the one on 3 we knocked out. I hear another helicopter. Oh no, it's just my own engine. Looks clear. Doing recon? Yeah. Remember how I said before I was going to selectively restock my armor-piercing ammo and then I completely forgot to do it? Well, we're doing the same thing again apparently. It doesn't matter, this thing carries so little ammunition anyway, relatively speaking, and most of it's high explosive. Which is why I'm trying to use the HE rounds to range things, or if I can get away with using them on like a truck or whatever, I'll preference them over the heat or the AP even. The AP is dog shit. It won't kill a tank, but it might kill a 113, maybe. And if you think I'm exaggerating, no, it's genuinely that bad. I had a sub 200 meter shot directly into the side of a turret of an M60. There was an angle because I was on a downslope from him, but it was perpendicular in terms of the side armor of the turret. And the elevation difference of maybe like... It wasn't a big angle, it was maybe like 30 or 40 degrees from vertical at the absolute most. It was enough to deflect it. It's just really, really not good ammunition. And the trajectory on the heat rounds being actually effective against most things I encounter, the trajectory on the heat rounds is abysmal. It's worse than the Grom, I think. Like, it just... I don't know what it is. Like, either the aerodynamics of the shell are fucked because of the fuse, or it's really heavy even compared to the HE frag round, or both, but it just has horrifically bad ballistics. So you don't want to be making long-range shots with the heat, because you probably will not hit them. Okay. So we can safely say that they're not in position 3. I'm going to lock the gun forwards. He says, as he nearly buries it in the dirt. I underestimated how steep that was. We'll just get it traversed forwards and we'll bring it up a bit in elevation so it doesn't gouge a hole in the ground. There is no collision on the gun barrels. They're not sure if they're going to be able to implement it in any way that doesn't cause fucking armor physics to happen, where tanks can flip themselves over by hitting things with their gun barrel, but I try and avoid getting the gun barrel in a position where it could hit things just to build good habits. We could follow the road down, which is kind of risky, because we'll probably get spotted, or we could drive down the hill, which is kind of risky because it's a forest, and I don't know how steeply the terrain falls away. Well, I can look at the map and judge by the contour lines, but you know, there's only so much resolution in them. But I think we'll slowly creep through the forest. I don't know about you guys, but I personally enjoy the fact that a tank game has more true-to-life forest undergrowth than the average first-person shooter does. That crossroad is kind of... I could go that way and get in that tree line and then skip from that one to that one. But going anywhere near a crossroads gives me the heebie-jeebies. I could cut directly across this little depression here into that tree line, but then I've got a hill to climb on the other side. And if there is something that spots me, climbing a hill is probably not going to be very good for my health. Because this thing isn't very... like, it doesn't have a huge amount of power. It's not very fast either. The other thing is if I go there to cross to that tree line, I have to crest the hill and skyline myself to whatever's over here. Whereas if I cut through the crossroad, I'm protected... like, that I'm in a saddle. So there's that feature and then these two features. So I'm in a saddle. I'll be screened from the objective here and from anything on the left. So I think we'll go for the crossroad. So we want to hang a right. And he immediately spots something I missed, a truck. No reason to waste a proper round. Fuck, 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 fuck. Fuck, fuck, fuck. If I shoot the HE at it, it'll get its attention. So I am actually gonna get that out of the gun barrel. Oh god. I thought that was gonna go over him for a second there. I should not sit in the open. I should move really quickly. I'm really glad the AI commanders haven't learned to look behind themselves yet. But they will. They will. And that's when things will get really difficult. We'll wind the we'll wind the gun sight back up to 800 meters, and we'll lock the gun forwards. And we'll slow our roll a little. Let's see what's on the other side of this tree line, so that I'm not exposing myself to anything on my right when I come out of the forest. I see a fire over there. Helicopters might have crashed. There's an issue at the moment where the helicopters will accidentally commit Sudoku in this mission after they've completed their first attack run. So yeah, that's probably a helicopter crash. Okay, well that looks alright. That tree line is actually the kind of the one I want to go to. I could cut directly across, but I might check out this little copse of trees and then cut across. So Heat FS, it's absolutely massive compared to all the other shells. It has no probe, so it has to fly a bit slower. I'm guessing the silver tip is the heat round. Because, yeah, those should all be HE frag down in the ready rack. Well, not the ready rack, the reserve rack. Hate Daisy, L85 chambered in 308, what? Seriously, what? For fuck's sake. How did that happen? Oh, modded server? Yeah, okay. Modded servers are gonna have dumb shit in them, that's why I don't usually play them. Most modded servers have, like, garbage mods instead of actually good ones, but that's kind of what you get with most modders. Modders who actually have a sense of game design are few and far fucking between, let me tell you. Stalker server that looks promising. That might be worth checking out, maybe. Okay, we're gonna sprint ahead into that other tree line there and we'll observe from there. As you can see, the scale of the new missions is quite impressive. You're using almost the entire terrain instead of just a small part of it. Half the case is taken up by the rear of it? Jesus, yeah, no wonder it has a fucking rainbow trajectory. As I described it in the Discord, it has the ballistics of an 18-wheeler driving uphill off a bridge. What do you see? Don't be giving me that. Oh, it's a truck. I'm not going to engage it just yet, because I want to make sure I'm not going to give away my position in front of the entire enemy force I'm supposed to be looking for. We're going to follow this tree line around to the left, and then skip into that one to get a view over the valley. We got to be careful as well, because, I mean, aside from the usual thing of AI spotting versus human spotting, although they do have trouble seeing through trees, not as exploitable as it used to be, thankfully. We do need to be extra careful, because these are M60A3s, they're not A1s. They do have thermals, and they can see through trees to an extent. So, we need to try and keep a reasonable amount of foliage between ourselves and anything that we think might possibly have a tank hiding behind it. Hey, Jeff. I have to skyline myself when I cross to the next group of trees. That group there might have actually been better, but then I'd be literally right next to both objectives, which is... no thanks. I'm glad I did not engage that truck, because that town looks clear to me, and that is position 2, so they're in position 1. I need to actually properly confirm that before I call in the artillery strike, but I'm going to go ahead and say it now. They are in position 1. And yeah, it's really, really difficult to see people in foliage. Really difficult. Or vehicles, for that matter. No, normies don't. They also don't know how you can use light and shadow for concealment. not just hiding in shadows, every dipshit knows that, but the real genius move is finding a contained shadow with a really bright light source behind it or next to it, because the light source will fuck up their night vision. When we used to like play games of Spotlight at school camp, that was what I would do. I'd find a contained shadow with a bright light next to it, and I would hide right on the edge of the two. And nobody ever saw me. Why would you put black on your winter camouflage? Take from people that do not go outside? Yeah, really. It's that truck again, probably. I'm gonna probably have to get into these trees to spot them properly. No, I'm not gonna fire at that. That'll give me away, and it's in the town where they are, so I don't want to engage it. Well, remember my pro tip for DayZ players to have two, like, have the Gorka jacket and trousers, but have two mismatched sets, because people aren't going to be crawling prone in DayZ, right? They're walking around, standing up straight. So you get the like one color for the top and the other for the bottom, like summer for the top and autumn for the bottom, or vice versa, so that you have a distinct line through your midsection, and that way, as you're standing up in a forest, the top part of you blends in with the trees, and the bottom part blends in with the undergrowth. And you have that distinct, like, discontinuity between your top and bottom halves, and so it further breaks up your outline, even more than just the pattern of the camouflage does. You've got a color break there as well. Because that's something that people forget about camouflage, is it's less about the color blending in, and more about, or the pattern blending in, and it's more about disrupting your outline. I see tanks. Bro, they're right down there. Okay, yep, he sees him. I need to get the fuck out of here. Shh. USN with a two-tone Canadian tuxedo uniform. Navies love camouflage uniforms because they get to pretend that they're actually doing shit. Like, if you're in a fucking Navy, you want the opposite of a camouflage uniform, so when you go overboard, people can actually see you falling overboard. It's funny as fuck. Oh, the World War II one, yeah. Two tones of jeans, which is really what it should be. A proper work uniform. I mean, at least, like, with Air Force ground personnel, they usually wear the same not in all countries, but, like, for ours, for instance, they wear the same camouflage as the Army. Because it makes sense, because they're on the ground. Air crew, you know, if they're on the ground, then they definitely don't want to be seen. What can he see? Whatever it is, I can't see it. But yeah, like naval personnel, why do you need camouflage, let alone water camouflage? Like, what the fuck are you doing? It's just it's a fashion statement and I want to be cool too. That's why they do it. Must be a 113 on the other side of that. Oh yeah, there is. Let's go give him a surprise. Fucking point blank him, give him the NKVD treatment. The stabilizer on this thing is garbage, by the way. Like, it has one, but it's trash. It also has no gun depression because, you know, you can probably imagine with the shape of the hull. Bonk. Yeah, I should fucking think so. Full overboard on a big boat, you basically fuck no matter how visible you blend in. Yeah, that's true. Our other guy's still up, but that's probably not much point going to try and rescue him because he's probably immobilized. And even if he's not, he's probably still stuck on that tree. By the way, just to make a point, terrain like this, see how this little hollow is just big enough to conceal a 113 or a PT-76? Let me show you something. Let me show you something, chat. I'm, what, 100 meters, 200 meters from that position? Or from this angle? That's me. Hello. You see what I'm getting at, though? We have open field, massive open fire lane, coming downhill as well. Massive open fire lane into a defilade position that can conceal a small number of vehicles, particularly small ones, like, oh, I don't know, BMPs, PT-76s, things of that nature, nasty little things, and then a tree line behind it. So as you come down this hill, you won't see the tank or the BMP, you won't see the infantry with their ATGM team, and then they've got this tree line behind them to put even more nasty little funny green tubes in. And then as you push this position, yeah, they have some open ground behind them, but the vehicles in particular can just fuck off to that tree line, or that tree line. They've got depth. This is going to be really nasty when infantry come out. Like, really nasty. Little terrain features like this, which you don't even know exist until you get right up on them, you're going to fucking die if you come close to them. So this guy, he actually caught me by surprise when I was playing this mission recently. I was coming from that direction, in fact from that exact tree line, towards this position. I did not see him until I literally bumped into him. I drove into that ditch and hit him. Just make sure I'm not parked in the open to the M60s. Over. We'll leave the gun 0 to 600 now, since probably most of our encounters are going to be closer range. Half haze grey and half dark blue, that was standard US Navy camouflage during the war for their ships. Yeah. The Brits had a couple of different types of camouflage for theirs, but the USN was just two-tone. You know if they'll have unguided stuff? Oh yeah. Oh, absolutely, yes. A while ago, I think it was during one of the patron Q&As, which there would have been one just before this stream, I'll have to go back and listen to it afterwards. But during one of the Q&As, they teased one of the infantry tests where they basically took a bunch of infantry guys and gave them an RPG. The 3D assets weren't in yet, so they were just, you know, simulating RPGs. But yeah, they will have things like RPGs and laws and such things that will fuck up most vehicles, actually. I mean, even the tanks from the side, but this thing from any angle would die horribly to a fucking M72. Another... See the little... There's a ditch there. There's a little fucking depression, like a runoff draw that runs under that tree line and then down through that one. Shit like that's going to be so nasty when it's got infantry in it. Going to do attached infantry. I'm not entirely sure how the infantry are going to work. Like whether they're going to be basically, you know, following their IFV around like Mother Duck and her kids, or if the, like, if you're playing the IFV, I don't know if you'll be able to issue them orders to any degree or what. I'm not sure if the team's finalised their ideas on that yet and just haven't said anything, or if they're still figuring it out themselves, to be honest with you. I'm hoping you can give them some basic orders, like tell them to dismount and move here, move here, move here, because I've figured out already a few different missions which I would like to do that with, like, for example, the campaign reconnaissance enforce missions. A lot of those I would like to be able to move through a forest by moving down the road, but with the infantry paralleling the road a couple hundred meters ahead of me to clear out any enemy infantry or spot any vehicles. And I would need to have some basic control over the infantry to do that. Tricky bit will be making infantry effectively use the terrain. You could probably put like some sort of hint system, or like, you know, incentivize use of depressions in the terrain by putting hints there. I'm not really well versed in how pathing for AI works, but for example, the reason why AI in Source games appear so intelligent, and particularly like in Gary's mod, if you open up Flatgrass and just throw down a couple of props and then spawn some NPCs, they'll use the props you spawned as cover. It's because things have hint values attached to them. In fact, in the Source engine, there's a separate hint entity that you can place manually on a map to tell them, hey, go this way around this obstacle. It's kind of the way that The Sims works, actually, because there was a video that I watched on this just recently about how the actual Sims in The Sims figure out what their needs are and then figure out how to satisfy them. It's because they basically have an internal sort of tracker for what their needs are, and then the external things in the world, like the objects in the world, tell them, hey, I'm over here, I can give you like +3 hunger, or I can give you +10 sleep, or whatever, and they'll just go to whichever one satisfies the need the most, if that makes sense. So something like that could work, I guess, but I don't know. They'll figure it out. The MiG-23 UB went down. Crew ejected. Oh shit. Jesus. It's been a rough fucking year for aviation in the US. Hey, Jesus. So they had a mid-air, they had someone go down in the fucking lake. Now that. Was that fucking Dan Filer's 23 UB? Or was it a different one? I don't know how many there are in the States. Planes in turn with wings at 16 degrees and both seats ejecting. Wonder what happened. Maybe they lost the engine or something? Lost the engine, couldn't make it back to a runway or something like that? I don't know. I have to wait for the investigation. There was an L-39 that turned into a convertible. If there was a 23 that did it too, then I don't know. But I saw the video of the L-39 losing its canopy. It was kind of funny. It was funny because, you know, it all came good in the end. Nobody got hurt. Aircraft was landed safely, but see that happen so many times in DCS, it's funny to see it in real life. Who the fuck? Yeah. Thought as much. You cheeky little shit. Fucking prick. I'm gonna go ahead and lock the gun forward since we're N23UB. Yeah, that's Dan Filer's plane. So it might have been him and Will in it, because I know Will Ward flies with him pretty often in that jet. Good thing they both got out okay. L-39 canopy was ejected by mistake, apparently. Huh. I just assumed that they hadn't locked it properly, because that's usually what gets people in DCS. They forget to lock and seal it. MiG-23 canopy a couple days earlier shattered to bits. The single-piece canopies were known for doing that at very high speeds, but maybe it was just age caused it to deteriorate. That's why the later model MiG-23s have that bar down the center of the canopy, because it was needed to reinforce the canopy at very high speeds. It had a habit of shattering without that reinforcement. I have to have a look at that after the stream, though. Well, we survived. Let's see what happened to our buddy here. Oh, yeah. He's not in a good state. He did kill the M60, though, so good on him. Okay. So we'll go through the after action. You can see the PT-76 has got quite a bit of empty space in it because it's a boat, basically, right? It's got to follow Archimedes' principle, otherwise it'll sink. So it's got to have a lot of whole surface area, like it's got to displace the right amount of water to offset its weight. So you end up with quite a lot of empty internal volume. So against 50 cal, it doesn't have very good protection armor-wise, but there's not a lot for it to hit, if that makes sense. He's very lucky that any of the crew survived that. Structural damage. Oh shit. I'm curious what kind of condition it was in when they got it to the US. Whether they got it just as is, or if they had to do some restorative work to it. Because I know that a lot of the 23s that are still in Europe that are museum pieces now, when they were taken out of service, they had the structure like deliberately cut to try and prevent anyone from remilling the aircraft. And one of the things that was done was like the engine mounts were cut out. So I'm curious if that was the case with that aircraft and they had to like sort of repair around it, or if they just got it intact and that was a thing that started getting done later. Where PT, we just finished the mission. But good to see you, Saber. We might hop on Grafenver so I can show you the vehicle in a non-combat environment and just talk about it a bit. That was that shot on the M60. Straight into the ammo and killed the entire turret crew. Alright, let's go to the tank range. Chose to eject rather than risk crash landing. Yeah, the MiG-23 isn't really something you want to belly land in. I mean, jets in general aren't something that you generally want to belly land in real life. We do it all the time in DCS, but in real life where you might actually die, the calculus is a little bit different. And particularly something high wing with a very narrow fuselage like the MiG-23, there's a very high chance of that going badly. If you look at jets that have been belly landed in real life, it's usually stuff like F-111s, F-15s, F-22s, whatever, things like that that can belly. Because they've got a very broad, flat fuselage. Or, you know, MiG-29s even have been not intentionally bellied, but they can do it because they can just ride along on the engines, whereas anything that's a narrow fuselage, single-engine jet, especially with a high wing, is... Okay, so, PT-76. Here he is, in all his glory. Let's go for a little drive. So the PT-76 is... I mean, I was going to say amphibious by design. Most Soviet light vehicles were amphibious by design, but the PT-76 is specifically designed as a boat first and a tank second, whereas something like the BMP is designed as an IFV first, and it just happens to float because they wanted it to float. You'll notice the difference in hull shape. This thing is pinched in at the front a bit. It's kind of boat-tailed at the back. And you'll notice instead of using the tracks for propulsion, which is what the BMP does, basically it uses the tracks like a giant water wheel, a fairly inefficient one, the PT-76 has water jets. Has one on each side, and these things on the side that you might think are either, you know, intakes for the... Let's just go to the free cam. You might think these are intakes maybe for the engine, or perhaps they're exhausts. No, those are ducted into the water jets, and so what happens if it wants to turn in the water, it closes the back and spits the water out the front instead. So it can actually turn by spitting water out the front on that side and out the back on this side. That will turn it to the right, and, you know, opposite for the left. So it's a proper actual like boat tank. PT is Plavny tank 76 for the caliber of the gun. 76. So that literally means just floating tank with a 76mm gun. It's got a splash guard on the front. Well, a trim vane, it's technically not a splash guard. So the trim vane isn't there to stop that from flowing, stop water from getting up in the driver's face or whatever. I mean, it does do that by dint of how it actually operates, but its proper purpose is to keep the front of the hull above the water, because you don't want it getting swamped. So the trim vane kind of, as the name might suggest to anyone who's into aircraft, it will trim the hull slightly nose up and force the water around the sides of the vehicle rather than it coming up over the top and swamping it. Because as soon as it swamps the top of the vehicle, you risk the vehicle digging into the water, and then multiple bad no things happen. So you want to keep it slightly nose high in the water, which is what the trim vane does. Driver sits centrally. Pretty standard tank stuff. Pretty standard turret. It's a two-man turret, so the commander and gunner are the same person, kind of like a early model T-34. He sits on the left, and as is traditional in Soviet tanks, the loader is on the right-hand side, so it's a left-hand load on the gun. Loader has a panoramic telescope, or periscope, sorry. I can't words this morning. And the gunner / commander has a little cupola, air quotes, a little piece of shit with 3 periscopes, and that's it. And then they've each got, I say they've each got a hatch. They actually have a single hatch. The cupola rotates from memory. It does traverse. He has a TKN-3 or some shit, like, you know, your standard Soviet commander sight. But to actually get in or out of the vehicle, they have a singular hatch, which the cupola's attached to. Got this little thing in the back. I think that's a hatch for loading and loading in ammunition to the vehicle, or yeeting the cases out the back. I don't remember offhand though. And the chassis is basically the same as a BTR-50. It's a very tried and true chassis. Was it the GM675 or GM875 or something like that? I can't remember the number. A lot of Soviet vehicles are based on this chassis. So PT-76, BTR-50, Shilka, I want to say, is based off the same chassis. I think the MTLB is as well. Like this is the shitbox chassis. Like, this is probably one of the better armored vehicle chassis ever built. And then you just beak it up with whatever crap you want on top of it. So yeah, it's a very simplistic vehicle. Like I said, it's got a 2-plane stabilizer, but it's a shit 2-plane stabilizer, and that was added later in production. The earliest ones had no stab at all, and then they got a 1-plane, and they got a 2-plane later on. It has a 76mm gun, it has a coax, that's it for weaponry. The gun sight is just a direct vision telescope, so this is the gun sight here on the left, and this is the coax here on the right. It's a direct vision telescope, it's World War II stuff. That's the only gun sight it has, there's no auxiliary sight whatsoever. Similar to the T-55 and the T-62. What else can we say? It's a conventional layout, engines in the back. You got your extra fuel tanks here on the top. Main fuel tankage is like under here somewhere. There's not a lot you can really say about the PT-76. It's a very simplistic vehicle. It has seen combat in quite a few places, one of which was Vietnam. These things were not the heaviest armor the Vietnamese had. The Vietnam People's Army had T-54s, I think T-54Bs, but these were what primarily saw actual tank-on-tank action against the Americans. These fought against M48s on a couple of occasions. They didn't do too badly for themselves. They were mostly fighting during night attacks, which are not ideal for either vehicle. Neither the PT-76 in any variant nor the M48 could see in the dark. They had no night vision equipment whatsoever. They were reliant on either shooting at muzzle flashes or shooting at, waiting for a flare to go up and then shooting at whatever they could see as though it was daytime. So they didn't do too badly. They knocked out a couple of M48s. They lost a couple of their own number. Generally, most battles that they were involved in, they either weren't the main action or they were kind of inconclusive. But they did what they needed them to do. And for the Vietnamese, it was a pretty good tank because Vietnam is full of water obstacles. It's fairly close country as soon as you, excuse me, as soon as you get out of the rice paddies in the lowlands. It's fairly close country, so having something that's amphibious and relatively lightweight is a good thing. I wouldn't say small necessarily. The PT-76 is not that small, but lightweight is good because then you don't have to worry so much about ground pressure and knocking down bridges and all that fun stuff. Bridges are one of the reasons why, even if you have a really well-designed chassis that distributes weight well, you still don't want to be running something too heavy over a particular type of bridge. It's why the Soviets tried to keep things light, is because they wanted to be able to use any bridge they came across, rather than have to worry about, is this bridge going to stomach the weight of our tanks rolling over it? Whereas Western design was more worried about other things than if they could, you know, use this or that random shitty 200-year-old bridge somewhere in Germany. Anyway, I've rambled enough, I guess. Let's take this thing out for a little bit of a drive. I can show you how dog shit the two-plane stabilizer is, and then we'll do some basic gunnery with it. Despite going to bed early last night, I'm still tired as fuck, so apologies for, like, if I'm a bit disjointed today. I'm still not fully awake. Alright. So, as you would expect, you're not going to be making accurate shots on the move even if the stabilizer's helping, because the sight's jumping around and you can't focus properly on it, but like if I go off the road and onto more undulating terrain, you will see shortly that the stab really struggles to keep up with what the hull's doing. It's got to find a nice big dip to drive into. Right there. Right fucking there. So we're doing, what, 27 kilometers an hour, and you can already see on relatively smooth terrain, the stab can't keep up. Guess who had an encounter with a bear while on vacation? Oh, nice. From a safe distance, I'm assuming. So yeah, stabilizer, not good. Better than nothing, but not by much. Seen a bear nearly every day last week in Whistler. Last time I was home, and we went to Jasper, I saw quite a few of them. Alright, we'll head back up to the revetments up here and we'll do some shooting. Circa chassis is modified from it a bit. There's a variant, that swing gear that a lot of things use, yeah. Time frame, 85. And full to gap, so CENTAG for NATO and whichever units that would be for the Soviets, I don't remember. I mean, it's all GSVG anyway, but like which armies or which front or whatever. Has a speed, not great. Does about 45 kilometers an hour going downhill. It's not a very fast vehicle. Like, it's not the worst, but it's not very fast either. What I'm going to do is I'm going to grab the Bradley and get him out of there, and then take his position. So remember how I said this thing has no night fighting capability whatsoever? Well, the driver, this isn't a thing in GHPC yet. I'm not sure if it will be once they split the crew roles. Probably will be. The driver doesn't need to worry about that because he does get night vision. He gets a periscope he can replace the day scopes with. However, the rest of the crew have nothing. So the commander's sight is day only. The gun sight has there's no secondary night sight because the Soviet sights had two different sighting heads, one for day, one for night. Like I said, it's a direct vision scope. It's World War II technology. And then the periscope for the loader, same thing. It's just day sight. When Leopard? Dunno. I'm honestly not sure. When it arrives, that's when. Okay, so we'll park him up here. As you can probably imagine, the PT-76's obstacle clearance is not the best. Because first of all, the hull hits it before the tracks do, and second of all, the tracks don't actually give you that much clearance anyway. You can see that, like, how relatively low mounted the idler is. So you're not going to have the best obstacle crossing. But, as a trade-off, you are quite effective in water compared to other armoured vehicles, so that's the price you pay. Yeah, the rangefinder should be interesting. Alright, let's engage this thing. I forget what the maths is to get the range off of this. I'm just going to eyeball it. And bring that view back in there. I'll call that 500. Five or six, pretty close. We'll fire HE next. So that was APCR. Here comes the HE. You can see there's not a huge difference ballistically between them at this range. It'll open out more. Now let's go to heat. We've got one more HE up the spout. Heat next. Watch what happens. Watch what happens. It drops off even more. And this is at 500 meters, mind you. Approximately. It's probably closer to 600. How about this guy? Alright, let's try for a longer target. We'll call that one 900. Nope. 12? Nope. It's about 13 or 14 probably. You can see how quickly we shot through our ready ammo as well. There's really not a lot in there. It was 1400 meters, dead on. So yeah, this is what you get with the PT-76. You get a fairly reasonably mobile vehicle. It'll come into its own once there's water obstacles, but on land it's okay. It has shit all for armor. You're protected against 50 cal from some angles, and that's about it. Has terrible optics, an atrocious gun stabilizer, and a pretty piss poor gun with horrible ballistics. It is wonderful. I love it. I want more things like this. Its primary role in this period was just reconnaissance. In fact, it was in a reserve role for reconnaissance as far as the NVA went. The Soviets used it for naval landing forces, so the Soviet naval infantry used it. But by and large, in this time period, it was a reserve unit for reconnaissance. Because, you know, it's obviously at this point showing its age a bit. Let's hit up the driving course here. When will someone finally put a 105 on a 113? I'm not sure the world's ready for that. Our 113s had, I want to say, a 76mm gun on them. They had the fucking FSV. Which I think it was a 76mm, like a low velocity gun or something like that. T-72 sniper. Once you get the hang of it, it becomes fairly easy, but you need to basically just practice and kind of build a muscle memory for where to aim on moving targets. So, from memory, at the range that you first spot those tanks, I think I aim like one of the small marks to the right of them. Because they're coming downhill towards you and to your right. You bring about one mark to the right and slightly below them, and usually that'll get hits with sabot rounds. Heat is a lot harder. If you're firing heat at them, you're going to struggle to hit them, but once you've used the T-72 enough, you build a pretty good mental image of where the sabot is going to land, and so you can lead moving targets much more easily. So, as I said, it'd do about 45 kilometers an hour downhill, which is pretty close to what we're doing. 40-ish on a slight incline. Turning ability is not the greatest. I am not entirely sure what the steering mechanism on any of the vehicles in this is. I think the I think the Abrams is twin transmission. The M60 might be. I know the Abrams and the Bradley can both neutral steer, although nobody does it because it's a great way to throw a track. I don't think any of the Soviet vehicles have it. Even the T-80, I think, was just single transmission clutch and brake steering. I could be wrong though, so if anyone does know, please correct me. I don't like necessarily mean like what do you use to steer it in terms of like lever or steering wheel. I mean what the mechanism of the transmission is, like if it's just braking the inner track, or if it's actually using two separate transmissions to run the tracks at different speeds. Because if you use a twin transmission system, it means you have the ability to neutral steer, so you can turn the tank with one track going forwards and one going backwards. You can turn it in its own length. The problem with doing that anywhere except on concrete, though, basically, is that you'll probably get crap underneath the wheels on the on one side, and you'll throw a track very easily. So most tanks that can neutral steer, they don't do it, because it will more often than not, it'll cause you problems. The other thing with that is you can make steering corrections while you're on the move without losing speed. because you just you start running the inside track at a slightly lower speed and you transfer the power to the outside track, so you can retain energy during turns. The downside to that is that you have a fixed turn radius, so you have to make, like, the faster you're going, the larger your turn radius is, because you can't change the radius of the turn. You're basically drawing energy from one side to pull to the other. Whereas if you've got clutch and brake steering, you've just got a single transmission, and all you're doing is applying the brake to the inside track on the turn, so that track stops turning and the other one keeps turning. Or, it might not stop, but it'll slow it down that way. You're not... How do I say this? You're not transferring any energy, you're just burning energy on one side. Whether you partially slow the track or you stop it completely, you can't recover that energy to use on the outside track. So it's less efficient, and it means that you're going to typically slow the vehicle down anytime you try and turn, and you can't neutral steer. But what it does mean is that you can make really tight turns by just, applying more brake to the inside track. It also means that you don't have to worry about the complexity and weight and volume penalty of another transmission mechanism inside the tank. So, as ever, it swings and roundabouts. So yeah, that's our little PT-76. It's not a huge, earth-shattering addition to the game like the other Soviet vehicles will be, but it's a nice little thing to play with. It's nice to have something that's relatively unique. Even amongst amphibious vehicles, there aren't many that are this well adapted to being amphibious. And what I mean by that is this thing is actually designed more as a boat than a tank, and so it's quite comfortable in the water, whereas something like a BMP or an M113 or Bradley before it got too obese to swim, they can go in the water, but they don't like it. They're not that well adapted to it. As I said, the BMP doesn't even have a proper water propulsion system. Like, it doesn't have props or a pump jet like this does. A lot of Western vehicles use propellers. Soviet vehicles typically use pump jets. The BMP doesn't have either of those. It just uses its tracks to basically water wheel. That's why, if you've ever wondered why the BMP's track guards have that vent-looking thing in the back, it's so the water can be pushed out the top, because that's how it's propelling itself. How does it propel itself through the water? With pump jets, one on each side. So those teardrop-shaped hatches cover a pump jet, and then the little vent-looking thing on the side is how it turns in the water. So if you want to turn to the left, for instance, you close the hatch on the left pump jet, and then it forces the water out of the front instead, out of that vent. And so you'll have water pushing the tank on its left side from the front, and pushing the tank from its right side at the rear, so it kind of pivots it in the water. Basically an armoured jet ski, yeah, pretty much. The world's slowest jet ski. If we go have a look at Mr. BTR over here, you can see that he also has a pump jet, except he only has one of them. It's a single pump jet right in the middle of the vehicle. It's got that big hatch on it. And then if it wants to steer, I think... I'm not super familiar with how the BTR operates in the water, but I think it just covers half of it, and so the water spits out the other half, and that's how it turns. I could be wrong. Is it a prop? Where's the intake for it, then? I thought it was a pump jet on the BTR. Huh, well there you go, I've been corrected. BRDM also has his little water propulsion system down here. So any Soviet vehicle you see that has like that characteristic teardrop shaped hatch, it usually means that's how it gets through water. Unless it's a BMP, because the BMP just uses its tracks. On Western amphibious vehicles, it depends. Things like LAVs use propellers. Most of the wheeled Western vehicles that are amphibious use propellers. 113 uses its tracks, I think. same as the BMP does. And the Bradley also, I think, uses its tracks. The Bradley is an interesting case because the Bradley is only barely amphibious to begin with, and after they started bolting extra armor onto it, it completely lost that capability. So did the 113, actually. You may notice the Bradley has this black stuff around the outside of it. That's it's rubber, I think. Rubberized canvas. That's a flotation screen, so that needs to be raised for the Bradley to go into water, because just by itself, the Bradley's hull doesn't displace water in the right way it needs to for the vehicle to float. It needs that screen to displace the additional water and stop the vehicle from swamping. Because, like, when the Bradley's swimming, the hull sits so low in the water that the water would be pretty much at or over the deck. I think the waterline comes up to almost partway up the turret in the Bradley when it's in the water. So it's not a very happily amphibious vehicle. The 113 doesn't need that kind of flotation screen, but it does have this great big fucking trim vane on the front of it. And 113s are pretty swamp happy. Like, there's not a lot of the vehicle sitting above the waterline when it's in the water, even with the trim vane deployed, and you really don't want it getting swamped because there's there's not a lot sticking out of the water when it does get swamped. Actually, since we're on the topic of water, Soviet tanks, as in Soviet main battle tanks, you want to know how they get across a water obstacle if they can't get in, if there's no bridge there that's intact, or they can't get the engineers up, or there's no ferry, they just drive under it. So the Soviets and the Germans during World War II, I'm not sure who got it from whom, because there was a lot of cross-pollination between the Soviets and the Germans even before World War II. Because both of them were pariah states at the time, and that's why they used to train together until the whole non-aggression thing stopped happening. But like the Germans in World War II, the Soviets decided that they needed their tanks to be able to ford under water obstacles, so they use a snorkel. The snorkel connects... We'll just pause it. The snorkel connects to that little round mini hatch on the gunner's hatch. So it doesn't connect at the big round one at the back of the turret, that's the shell ejection hatch. It connects to that little circular hatch set into the gunner's side hatch. The snorkel tube is in this container here, and so you pop that on top of the tank and it sticks up above the water while the tank crosses. Different tanks use different designs of snorkel. The T-64 has a pair of large snorkel tubes that sit at the back of the turret usually. The earlier ones had I think it was like 1 or 2 tubes smaller, kind of like what the 72 has. But the sort of main production T-64s from the A model onwards had, I can show you actually because there's one over there, but they had these 2 big snorkel tubes on the back of the turret. The T-80 had a really big fat snorkel tube because it actually sat around the commander's cupola from memory, and it would stick up above the water that way. I think the Germans did something similar with the Leopard, I want to say, where when it was crossing deep water, they'd have the entire fucking commander just chilling out at the top of this tube in the water. Someone fact check me on that. I don't know that much about German tanks after World War II, but I think I remember that being a Leopard thing. I'm sure it was a German thing. 5 meter water crossing depth on T-55. Yeah, it was pretty substantial what they could cross. So if we come over here, here's our T-55. The East German T-55s from memory were Czech production. Cotty might know this for sure. The way to tell them apart is the shape of one of the hatches and the shape of the gun sight and coax ports. If they're kind of like this shape, this more what is that even? Like almost a rounded diamond. I think that's Czech production. And then if they're like just a pure oblong shape, it's usually Soviet production. Big box on the left-hand side is Czech production. Yep, that's another way of telling the stowage box on the left side. So the snorkel on this thing is not mounted to the tank at the moment, I think. Trying to remember where they usually carried. I think it was on the other side of the turret. But this, can anyone guess what this is? And why it might be painted red and white? It's there. Bro, I didn't get enough sleep. Oh, it is, yep. It's at the back. Sorry, my bad. Their insurance policy on the tank. That's so that when the tank is underwater, you can tell where it is. That floats above the tank, and so if the tank doesn't come out of the water when it's supposed to, you know where it is, and you can try and rescue the crew if they don't manage to get out themselves, and you can salvage the tank. Now, if the tank comes to a stop underwater, the crew aren't necessarily doomed. They can just let the tank slowly fill up with water. Obviously, this is going to be a problem in its own right, but they can fill the tank up with water, and then once the pressure's equalized, they should be able to open a hatch and get out. Obviously, when the tank's not full of water, the pressure's not going to be equalized. They won't be able to open a hatch and get out. They're also limited in how deep they can go, not just by the length of the snorkel, but also by the fact that, you know, if you go much deeper, you would need to actually fully pressurize the inside of the tank substantially to get the hatch open. Couldn't just spot the snorkel. If the snorkel comes off or something, you've still got a flotation device, right? Like if you don't mount it properly to the tank. Then you've got these plates here. These are for the mine plow. In case anyone was wondering why they have these big bolts on the bottom of the tank, it's not there to structurally hold anything on, it's for the mine plow, which isn't fitted. Trying to remember, I was going to show you the T-64, right. Multiplayer is a planned core feature of the game. It just hasn't been implemented yet because it's a pretty big undertaking. It will be multiplayer co-op oriented. There may or may not be PvP. It depends if they can make PvP fun without making it prone to gaming, in the sense that, you know, it's not supposed to turn into what other tank games currently available are. So they want to find ways to encourage players to actually do things properly and complete the objectives they're supposed to be doing, instead of turning it into arena deathmatch. So PvP is a maybe, but multiplayer co-op is a definitely, including multi-crew, so you can get your friends to crew the same vehicle with you. So this is a T-64 snorkel system. You got 2 tubes instead of 1. One of the snorkels is for the crew and goes the same place it does on the T-72. I think that's the back tube. And then the front tube, I want to say, is for the engine, but I don't remember for certain. The T-80 has a, depending on the variant, the T-80U, if you've ever seen the snorkel on that thing, it's got that big, like, it looks like the end off a vacuum cleaner. Like, you know, the little adapter the vacuum cleaner uses to vacuum the couch or whatever. It looks like one of those on the T-80U. The reason that's there is because it uses it to cover the back of the engine deck, because the T-80's got a turbine engine, right? Whereas this is just a regular diesel. It's a 2-stroke horizontally opposed diesel. Feel like everyone would use the meta tanks and go seal clubbing. Well, that's the thing, right? You might not get to choose what tanks you use. In fact, you probably won't. You're at the discretion of the mission designer what tanks you get to use. And like, how are you going to seal club them? Because what if they're better at positioning than you? What if they hide in a tree line and you don't see them until you're already getting shot at? Like, people will try and game it, I'm sure. If you put PvP in a game like this, people will always try and find a meta that they can use to beat up on other people. But at the same time, because of the way the game's designed, I feel like it's already less prone to that than something that's specifically designed as an arena deathmatch game from the start would be. Multiplayer should have a game master role to force people into specific vehicles. Here's my take. Oh, by the way, while we're here, you see these 4 like screw holes on the front of the fenders for the T-64? That's how you identify an A model really quickly, aside from what's on the turret. This is a really good way to spot an A model, because that's the mounting point for the front gill. So the same with the T-72. The front piece of gill armor bolts onto that. So if you see a tank with that, it means it was originally designed to have the gill armor, which means it's probably an A model, because by the time they got to the T-64B and the T-72B, they'd abandoned it and gone to the side skirts. Yeah, they are. You already knew it, they are. So my take on multiplayer is, if you're going to do PvP, and this is particularly useful for the Warsaw Pact side, because you need large numbers of tanks, and you might not have enough people in a game, like in a session, to fill all those tanks with human players. How many of you here played Zombie Master? It was a Source mod, like a Half-Life 2 mod, way back in the mid-2000s. The golden era of fucking gaming. Because there was a Source mod for everything. There were some fucking incredible ones. I think Zombie Master would be an ideal model for how to do PvP in this game. I think you have a team, or it's kind of like Zeus in ArmA, for those of you who don't know what the fuck I'm talking about with Zombie Master, but you have played ArmA. Essentially what you're doing is you're pitting a full team of human players, so in Zombie Master those were the survivors, against a single human player, or maybe a couple of human players, who are basically playing an RTS. So one team is playing a first-person shooter, or in this case, a tank sim, and the other team is playing an RTS. So that way, you have your packed forces able to operate in the scale they're supposed to operate in, even if you don't have enough human players in a session to fully crew all of those vehicles. You have the packed players incentivized to actually use their vehicles the way they should be, by massing them and directing them, you know, against specific, like, you know, tie down an enemy force with a small group and then bypass it with the main group, things like that. You're trying to basically teach them packed tanks are designed to be used in a particular way, so do that instead of trying to, you know, micromanage a single tank across the map. Take an entire company and tell them to go over here and do this. I think it would be perfect for that. I don't know if they'll do that. I don't know if there'll be PvP at all. I have no clue, but if I was designing PvP for this game or any game like this, that's what I would do. I would have one team be human players playing the game as it is now, and I'd have the other team be issuing at least some basic level of control to AI units. As a game master slash, you know, RTS player. And I think that could be a really good experience. I think it should also get around most of the issues of people trying to game things, because you can't really metagame very easily when the other player has control over a much larger number of vehicles than you, and is using them the way they should be used, essentially. How about you combine it for both teams? Then you're getting overly complex. You're getting way too complex then. I don't think there's any need for that. It's Unity, so it won't be fun since someone will just delete the trees. If somebody is doing that in this game, they should probably find a different game to play. Like, I'm going to be real. If you're at the point where you feel the need to cheat in this game, maybe you should stick to other titles. I'm sure someone will try it. There's always someone. Like, people do it in all kinds of games that you would not think anyone would cheat in. People cheat in fucking DCS. I've witnessed it firsthand. I've seen someone, like, teleporting around the sky while invincible, while firing weapons their aircraft shouldn't be able to carry, that immediately teleport across the map and blow up other players. Like, I've seen people cheating in DCS, it happens, but I don't think it should be too big of a problem, because probably this game's not going to attract too many of that crowd. Love the tanks in that World War II MMO, they restrict the vision so much. Oh, fucking World War II Online. Yeah, it's proper claustrophobic. I expect once the crew roles are separated out and more of the, like the cupola periscopes and stuff are done, you probably won't get this view anymore, or it might be severely limited. This one is pretty much the same as having your head popped out of the hatch. So I'm expecting as development on this continues, the tanks will get a lot more claustrophobic. For instance, if we go to T-72 over here, you know, here's your... This is what your gunner would see using his periscope. Like, that's what he can see. Which is still not bad, honestly. But, you know, you have that. Your commander has a little commander sight right there. He's got his TKN, and then he's got a couple of little periscopes off to the side. And then if you pop the top of the hatch open, you just have to lean around it to see where you're going. But yeah, I wouldn't get too caught up in the idea of PvP in this, just because, like, they haven't said they're not going to do it, but they also haven't said they are going to do it for sure. It's very much, can they make it fun? Can they find ways to encourage players to play the game the way it's supposed to be played instead of trying to play something else? It's very conditional, so definitely co-op, PvP maybe. And co-op solves a lot of the other problems PvP brings with it as well. Like, if you're cheating in co-op, the only person you're hurting is yourself. After playing this game, I realized how much better Western tanks are compared to the commie ones. You realized the entirely wrong thing then. That's not how this is meant to work. Tanks don't fight each other 1 versus 1 in an open field. Tanks fight as part of a much larger force, and the Soviet tanks are designed to operate within the Soviet army with a much larger force, with all sorts of support backing them up. Like, if you take a T-72, which entered service in the early 70s, and an Abrams, which entered service in the late 70s, and put them up against each other in an open field, first of all, whoever sees the other guy first is probably going to win. But second of all, like, that's not going to happen in your average engagement. The point isn't to have the tank, which is going to win a one-on-one duel, because those don't happen in the real world. That's not a thing that really exists. And when it does happen, it's inconsequential to the overall battle. Like, it just doesn't matter. What you want is a tank that fits with your military doctrine. Soviet tanks are designed to fit their military doctrine. They're relatively small, they're hard to see and hard to hit at long range. They have very powerful guns and very good armor for what they are. Like, consider this tank weighs 41 tons. So 41 tons for a T-72. An M60 weighs 50-something? It's a lot. The M60 is a big tank. The T-72 is much better protected than an M60. The Abrams is better protected than both, at least frontally, but the Abrams is then heavier again. The Abrams is like 70 tons. Talk about 73 Easting. I don't know if I've seen the specific one you're referring to, but I know about 73 Easting. The game that this most reminds me of, one of the big battles that you could play in that was 73 Easting, and one Tank Platoon 2. It was a good game. But yeah, like, that's the thing with tanks. People have this very War Thunder-brained impression that tanks are designed to fight other tanks in an open field. That's not at all what they're designed for. It's not how they're supposed to operate. It's not constructive militarily to build a vehicle that is just designed to one-up the opposite number of that vehicle and nothing else. I also would say that compared to something like an earlier variant of the M60 without the A3's fire control package and the thermals, I would say the Soviet tanks are far superior to that. Like, it's a progressive thing. The Soviets came out with the T-54 and then T-55, which was completely superior to anything the West had. The West then came out with things like the M60, which was, you know, pretty close to equivalent. The Soviets then came out with the T-64, which was the best tank on Earth at the time of its introduction. Like, not even a contest. The West saw this, went, oh shit, and then started upgrading their tanks. The M60 suddenly got a really good fire control package, and you get the M60A3. The M60A3 is upgraded enough that it actually stands a really good chance, with good ammunition for its gun, against a T-64 in an open battle. And then the Soviets continued upgrading from there, and you get things like the T-80. Like, it's never a game of, oh, my tank has to be better than the other tank. It's, can my tank keep pace with the other guy's tanks in the numbers and the situations I expect them to engage each other in? Like, when it comes to military equipment, the worst thing you can do to yourself is fall into the trap of which is best, because that, like, I'm gonna give it to you straight. There is no best. There is nothing on Earth that is best. Like, even if you want to say the best fighter on Earth is like the F-22 or the F-35 or whatever, you want to say, oh, it's a Su-57. No one cares. Like, it doesn't fucking matter, because what's the point of that? Why does a fighter exist? To clear the skies. Why do you need the skies to be clear? So you can't get your guys bombed the shit out of, and you can bomb the shit out of the other guys' dudes. Like, without having something to do the bombing the shit out of, there's no point even having a fighter in the first place. And then you still have to deal with air defense. Like, anytime someone starts pulling out the top trumps and saying that, oh, well, my tank's better than your tank, or my plane's better than your tank, it's like, you're missing the entire point. Like, that... They're not designed to be the best. That's not how war works. It just... Like, I understand why people do that, because we're all human beings and we like making numbered lists from best to worst. We do that with everything, right? Like, it's why BuzzFeed is so successful, because people love a numbered list of top 10 best or top 10 worst, whatever. But it's something you do to amuse yourself. It's not... It doesn't have any impact in the real world. It's not a thing that exists in the real world. Best would never be a red thing. The counter-argument to that is right over here. For about 10 years, maybe even slightly longer, if you really wanted to go down that road, here he is, right here. Until the West caught up and then overtook it. Like, that's the thing. It's always... It's the same when you're talking aircraft, because people say, oh, this generation fighter or that generation fighter or this plane could beat that, but it doesn't fucking matter. One guy comes up with a thing, the other guy sees it and goes, oh shit, we might struggle against that. We need a new thing. And they come up with a new thing. And maybe it can only achieve parity with it, or maybe it completely overtakes it. It doesn't matter. Like, it's just... They're going to leapfrog each other. You can't really cleanly compare pieces of military equipment, especially things with long development times, like tanks or especially aircraft. Ships are even worse. And say, oh, this is a contemporary of this, because often they're not. For example, like the Phantom and the MiG-23. A late Phantom and an early MiG-23 are pretty closely matched. But the Phantom entered service in the late 50s and early 60s. The MiG-23 entered service in the early 70s. Technically, it was in service in the the late 60s, but, you know, it really was in service in useful numbers and without massive restrictions on it in the early 70s. So they're a little bit over 10 years apart. Just that one is the sort of the final upgrade of the older vehicle versus the new one that's still in its teething troubles phase. Military development is always going to be out of sync no matter what. It's just the nature of the beast. It's kind of the whole point. So I don't know. Like I said, I don't see much merit in making out lists of best or worst, or saying that, oh, you know, my favorite tank is the best tank ever. You're looking at my favorite tank right now. This is my favorite tank ever built, the T-64. For a time, it was the best tank in the world, like in almost every metric. Not all of them, but pretty close to every metric. But it got surpassed. It didn't stay in the top seat long. Things never do, because someone always comes up with something better. And ultimately, like, is a T-64 going to just beat the shit out of any tank it encounters in a one-on-one? No, whoever sees the other guy first is going to win, usually. A better trained crew in a far more outdated tank could kill one of these things quite easily. It's the same with the Abrams. So, let's actually, it's kind of hard to demonstrate this, I guess. You know what? No, it's not hard to demonstrate this. I'll show you right now. So we'll grab the Abrams. We'll grab an M1 IP, which is the upgraded Abrams, with slightly better armor and a few other things. We'll pull him back here. And we'll park him this direction. Now we'll grab... I'm not sure if the BMP-2 can pen him through the side, but we'll see. And if this can't, we'll try the PT-76 with its crappiest ammo. So, fun fact about the Abrams, it has really good frontal protection. Like, really, really good frontal protection. Its side armor is really not very good. Its side armor is actually worse than the T-72. That didn't take long. The turret side armor is a little better protected, but the whole side armor is not very good. Really not very good. In fact, one of the things I remember from very early in the 2003 Iraq invasion is an Abrams which got flanked by a fucking Shilka. A Shilka, and the Shilka absolutely styled on it. Because it got behind it before the Abrams could react and just completely trashed it with 23mm to the back. Just to prove that wasn't a fluke, let's grab the other Abrams. Of course, the game is mostly... Where they can get documentation that says this is what the armor array is, they use that. The Abrams and things like that, you can actually get documentation for these, I'm pretty sure. But where they don't know, because it's still classified, they've had to make a best guess, but their best guesses are pretty good. So this isn't like just made up armor. This hasn't been done for balance. This is as close as they can get it to the real thing. The Abrams just isn't that well protected from any angle except the front. $60,000 feet instead of 200. Okay. Okay, so the BMP-2 probably won't pen at long range from the side, but I bet you something like the PT-76 might. The BMP-1 with the Grom certainly will, because the Grom actually fucks. People underestimate the Grom really badly. Where is it? M1 IP. Like, this is the thing. When you're designing any piece of military equipment, particularly tanks, everything's a trade-off. The M1, to have such good frontal protection, had to trade off side protection and rear protection, because otherwise it would have ended up weighing way more than would be acceptable. It's already a heavy, really heavy vehicle. It's like 70-odd tons combat loaded. You just can't put any more armor onto the thing without making the weight unacceptably high. But at the same time, they wanted really strong frontal protection, so how do you do that? Well, you're going to have to skimp on your side and rear protection. Disagree with that assessment. The M1 has more side protection compared to any other Western tank. I said T-72. It has less than a T-72. Western tanks, sure, but T-72, it has less than one. Or a 64. think about level with this group of targets should be about 1.5 kilometers. So yeah, the BMP-2 is going to struggle at this range, but we should be able to get a hit in with the PT-76. The turret side's quite good, the hull side is crap. Where's my BMP-2? There it is. First of all, can we see him? Yes, we can. Sorry, I forgot to turn my alarm off again. This range scale is calibrated for a taller tank, for an M60, I think. We'll call that. We'll try about 1.2 kilometers. We'll see how close we are. Oh, we are off. 1600? 1600. These are going to be arcing in quite steeply as well, so that's not going to help. At least against the side armor, it might help if it hits the top. So yeah, at this range, BMP-2 is struggling, which is, you know, this thing isn't designed to kill tanks with its gun, it's designed to kill tanks with its ATGM. So let's grab the PT. There he is. 1600. Couple degrees can make all the difference in the world. Especially with this piece of shit. We're over. I have to restock the ammo. There's not much point even testing the MBTs against it. They'll penetrate it with no problems at all to the side. Like, you can just mince an Abrams from the side. Okay. So we need to reload it because it restocked every ammo except the one I'm firing, of course. What we can do, if this doesn't pen it, is we'll grab the BMP-2 again and we'll slowly drive towards it and fire a burst every now and then. We'll see what range we can get it at. Oh, yeah, actually, we'll grab the T-55 and we'll fire a fucking BR-412 at it. Because, yeah, BR-412 should go through that pretty happily. Okay, so I think he's still up. So let's grab this. Let's get the heat round out of the gun and load BR-412. If I can... There we go. Let's see what this says. Yeah, so it's going to be about 1500. So we'll make it 15. What am I looking at? BR-412, 1500. There we go. Aim for the hull. I don't know if it'll get through the turret, but it should get through the hull. His turret's turning very slowly. I think we've damaged something. It's BR-412 through the hull. It didn't kill him, because it went into the blowout compartment, the doors were closed, but it did penetrate the hull, so if we aimed a little further forwards, we could probably cook the crew. So let me get another BR-412 up, and we'll aim forwards a little. See if his turret moves. Okay, so his crew is still up. We'll lob a heat round and then we'll check what damage we've done. And I'll just fire it before I correct for the drop, so we'll throw that one into the dirt. Alright. Let's see what effect we had. So this is all BMP2 shots. That one penetrated. That one tugged the loader's trousers as it went through. That one got stopped by the whole side, right next to the ammo. You can see the precision of the 30mm at this range is not fantastic. It's workable, but it's not fantastic. That was an interesting one. Ping-ponged all the way across the engine deck. That one went through. So you see the red plates, the red additional arrays are enough to stop a lower penetration guns like this. They won't stop a full-blown tank gun. But you can see how if you miss those and shoot a little above them or to the side of them, it goes through. Usually. Oh, that hit kind of at a weird angle, that's why. That one went under the ammunition. That one went under the tank. That one went through and hit the engine, damaged the engine. That's probably why his turret was being hand cranked, because he probably lost power to that hit. That's the PT-76. So, yeah, it was probably losing just enough velocity off going through the side skirt that it couldn't get through. I wonder if I'd been able to see where I was hitting and I brought my aim up a bit, I wonder if it would have gone in under the turret there, because that's quite a good spot to hit the Abrams with things like the BMP. If you get a heat round, like just under the turret from this angle, it'll usually wipe the whole turret crew. So there we go, there's the BR-412, it blew up against the ammo rack. That one went under. That one went under as well, but it actually threw a fragment up from the floor and through the gunner's leg. My aim was a bit off. Well, I've demonstrated I'm a terrible shot, but I think you guys see my point. The Abrams is not invincible. It's got extremely good frontal armor, but its side armor is a trade-off. It has to be. Like, any tank is going to make trades like that. That's just what you got to deal with. Good quality of life thing is be able to select what ammo to restock. That's planned. That's planned. It just hasn't been implemented yet. There are a bunch of little features like that which need a few things to be rewritten in the code before they can really be implemented properly, and that's something that the team are working on now, I think. The T-72 has better side protection than the M1. Does it make that big of a difference? It depends. Like, this is the thing, right? It'll make the difference if, say, some cheeky infantryman with an outdated shoulder-launched weapon hits it from the side, maybe. Or if there's an outdated anti-tank gun hitting it from the side. If it's another tank, no, it doesn't actually make a difference. Like, it's not gonna fucking matter, because they're both gonna die. But against certain weapon systems, it might make the difference. Artillery vehicles are added to the game. you probably won't be able to use them because using artillery in direct fire is an emergency last-ditch thing. It's not something you want to do, and it's like artillery is not something that is very tank game friendly, if that makes sense. Like, the way that you use an actual self-propelled artillery piece to do its proper job is not anything like you would use a tank. I would catch up on chat a bit. Scouting tanks already have a good purpose and role. You use them to spot where the enemy are, and it doesn't matter as much if they get knocked out. Like, it also comes down to how the missions are designed, but they already have a role. I can use them to spot where the enemy are and then flank them with my other tanks, my actual battle tanks. How much of the info from World of Tanks is made up? A lot of it. They changed things for game balance. There are certain tanks that were only proposals, and there are no solid blueprints. There are tanks where there were blueprints to a degree, but they combined different variants or different design proposals to make a vehicle for the game that would play better. Like, this is the thing. World of Tanks in particular, but at least it can admit it, in the sense that, like, it has hit points. Like, you know, you're shooting tanks to reduce their health bar. World of Tanks is a game that knows it's a game. War Thunder is a game that projects itself as a simulator, and it's not. But both World of Tanks and War Thunder will play with statistics to make a vehicle play better in the game, or to make people spend money to get out of it quicker. If you're basing any knowledge of armored vehicles on either of those games, you've really fucked something up somewhere. I mean, even basing your knowledge of armored vehicles on this or Steel Beasts is going to lead you astray, because Steel Beasts, there are some things very, very patently wrong about the armor layouts of some tanks in that, but it's not relevant for the purpose of the simulator, because it doesn't matter. As long as the relative performance of different things is either what the customer wants for the case of Steel Beasts, or is close enough to how they should perform relative to each other, it doesn't really matter. It's why when people ask the GHPC team, like, which variant of, like, which armor array does the T-72M we have in game have mounted? Is it the, you know, the was it 80 150-20 or something? Or 80-100-20, I forget what the fucking thickness of the Textilite is, but is it that, or is it the other one with this, you know, the... It doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter which one it is. Like, why do you need to know? People get caught up on lawyering over 5mm of fucking hardened steel, and they completely miss the point of, it's not going to make a fucking difference. Like, it's not relevant. It's the same as DCS players. DCS players overly rely on DCS to inform them how aircraft perform and how aircraft would, you know, perform against each other. It's why the DCS community is so full of abysmally bad fucking takes. Because their entire knowledge of aviation is not from researching the actual aircraft or from any kind of personal experience. It's from playing DCS and assuming DCS is true to real life. When I first started playing DCS, I came to it with the idea that, oh, it's a simulator, that means it's, and you know, it simulates every button and switch and everything, so it must be super realistic and accurate, and everything must be 100%. No. I was very rapidly disabused of that notion, because there are a lot of things in DCS that are not exactly correct or are completely wrong depending on the module. Some are more prone to that than others, shall we say. But eventually I snapped out of that and I started reading the actual aircraft's documentation, and I realized just how much was wrong. And then I realized that if I want to learn about something, maybe I should go directly to the source instead of trying to fucking learn from a game. Aren't the whole sides like 38mm thick without the skirts? Yeah, something like that. It's really, really thin. Versus 80mm for the Soviet MBTs. The damage modeling in this is quite impressive. So, because it has to run real time, obviously they can't do proper ANSYS level simulation of what the round is doing. But even with simplified equations that can run in real time, a lot of the time when I'm looking at the after action report, I can kind of visualize what the round is doing, and it's like, yeah, that checks out with simulations or real life test cases I've seen. So even though they're having to, to a degree simplify the way the ballistics are being handled in the game, because otherwise it wouldn't be a game, it'd be a fucking slideshow, it still gives the results that you can correlate with real life cases, or, much more in-depth engineering simulations. It might not be 100% one-to-one all the time, but it's close enough that you generally don't notice when it's not. It's pretty impressive. And that's one of the things with trying to make a simulation game, right? Is you have to try and balance, well, I want this to be playable in real time with, I want this to be as close to the real thing as possible. And you have to cheat. You have to make little shortcuts here and there. Some of that's to do with the way things are visually represented. So, you have to cheat ways of making the player think that the clouds are further away than they actually are. You have to cheat ways of making them think that the rain is actual real rain. If you fly around in free cam in this game, you'll notice quite a few cheeky little things that they've done to kind of give you a how do I say this? Give you the impression of much more complexity, like visuals wise, where it's actually quite simple and it's very easy for the game to run. So for example, the rain, at the moment Harry might redo it, but the rain is just a sphere that's attached to the camera. So whether you're in a vehicle or you're in the free cam, this sphere follows you around, and it's just a scrolling animated texture. That's all it is. But it gives you the impression of rain, and you wouldn't notice if you didn't use the free cam. The only reason I noticed is because I was in the free cam trying to take a high angle shot down at a scene, and I realized that on one side the rain was curling under like it was in the bottom of a sphere. I was like, oh, I know what you've done here. Now it makes sense. And then that kind of clued me into a few other things about how the skybox works as well. But things like that are shortcuts you take so that the game is playable, but it still looks good. It's the same thing with the actual underlying mechanics of the game. A lot of the time, you're not actually simulating a system the way people think you're simulating it. You're making it look like it's doing the same thing. As long as it produces the same results, it doesn't really matter how you get there. So you might not be simulating every single, electron in the fucking electrical system. Excuse me. You might not be simulating the exact temperature of this or that part of the barrel of the tank's gun. It doesn't matter. As long as you're getting the same results, more or less, that you would get if you did do that, it doesn't matter. Because the player's not going to fucking know any different. Most gamers, and this is not exclusive to simulation players either. This is like, all gamers are like this. Most gamers will read complexity into a game where there is none. They think that there's stuff being simulated that isn't being simulated. It's either something that was put in as a, very cleverly done sort of Potemkin village to make them think it's simulated, or it's just, it's not in there by design, it's just some random freak accident that happened that makes them think the game's really simulating it. I get this with DCS a lot. I see something in DCS and I'm like, I don't know if this is a bug, or if the game is actually autistic enough to simulate this real-life effect that only like 3 people that play the game know about. I can't tell sometimes. It's why sometimes I'll come across a bug in DCS that I don't report, because I'm like, I know this is a bug and it's unintentional, but this is actually how the system is supposed to perform in real life, so I'm not going to tell them. Because then they would fix it, and it wouldn't be realistic anymore. Like, it's one of those neat little things you generally don't know unless you have an interest in game development, or you're really, really observant. DCS is a brilliant flight sim and a terrible combat sim. To a degree, I'd say it's almost the other way around. It's getting there, it's improving a lot, especially over the last few years, but DCS as a flight simulator is very lacking in my opinion. Some modules more than others, because some modules go to extra lengths to kind of force you to use your trim. But, for example, DCS, the weather is not that in-depth yet. Turbulence is not affected by terrain or weather conditions, really. It's just a generic sort of canned effect that applies over the whole map. A really good flight simulator is fucking Misfizz. For all the, people going, when it was in the lead up to its release, going, oh, they're releasing it on Xbox, it can't be that good of a flight simulator if it's releasing on Xbox. Misfizz does generate turbulence off of terrain features. It generates turbulence off of weather. It has proper weather in it. Like, it's not 100% true to life realistic because, again, it's a simulator, it can't be. But it's approximated closely enough that I can look at a piece of terrain and say, the reason I'm in turbulence right now is the wind coming from that direction is hitting that tree line, and it's creating a pocket of turbulent air which I am flying through. It's not a canned effect, it is generating off terrain in the game space. And I know that, and I can look at it and say, that's where it's coming from. In DCS, that doesn't exist. If DCS simulated real-life flight conditions to the degree that I would like it to, all the fucking valley crawling shit you see people doing in Growling Sidewinder, or people flying at Mach 1 at 6 feet off the ground, that would stop real fast, because they would die. They would fucking die. There's a reason you don't see that happen in real life. All the memes about, the Viggen, you're not allowed to fly the Viggen unless you're below 20 meters. No. They were allowed to fly at a minimum of 20 meters above water. I think it was 50 above land, something like that, 50 or 100 above land. That's low flying by real-life military standards. 20 meters above water is low, unbelievably low flying by real-life standards. Your average DCS player doesn't think they're flying low until they're barely just touching the waves. Because in real life, it only takes one little pocket of turbulence to dump you into the water. That's just not simulated in DCS. Not yet. Hopefully it will be. Scout mission they used to show off. Yeah, I was just playing that at the start of the stream, actually. Personally kept my info about aviation through fanboys on Reddit. Yes, the very smartest individuals. How far off do you think visual damage effects are? I couldn't tell you. I honestly couldn't tell you. I don't know. Caught the butterfly effect when you go Mark 1.2 at sea level and butterfly flaps its wings a million years ago, you suddenly cease to exist. Yeah. Yep. People who don't have real-world flying experience, or at least don't play something like Flight Simulator, which simulates this stuff, don't actually understand how fucking dangerous turbulence is and how quickly you can hit, you know, a really nasty pocket of it. Even something relatively heavy, like the plane I flew was 600 kilos max takeoff weight, so it was a leaf on the wind basically, but even something relatively heavy and fast moving like a jet at low level, it's still going to get thrown around. Like, it's still a thing you need to watch out for. And particularly in mountains. Like, the wind the wind patterns that form in mountains are very bad for your health. Even in a jet. Like, you don't want to be flying too low through them. Alright. Let's try one of the other new missions. Savage Scream. Situation: you're one platoon, company team Lima, tasked with the capture of objective Link. First platoon is to ensure third platoon reaches Link intact. Enemy: mech battalion with attached armor company. Friendly: 8 M60A3, 4 113A3, 2 M901 ITV. 4 times CAS flight, 4 times fires. So we've got shit tons of fire support. Mission: your task is to provide cover for 3rd platoon to occupy Link. 2nd platoon and 4th platoon will be in support. 3rd platoon will hold at waypoint A until you cross the power line. They will then proceed through waypoint B through E and then onto objective Link. 2nd platoon and 4th platoon will engage the enemy once you begin advancing. Cool. Smiak moment, yeah. Ignoring this or that flight or damage issue, well, that's the thing, in a flight simulator, flight issues are the elephant in the room. Like, if you don't have this or that element, like, this is the thing, DCS flight modeling, as in the aircraft themselves, they can be really well done. But because the environment's not quite there yet, you may as well be playing something with flight, you know, basically a model on rails as far as flight model goes. You wouldn't be able to tell much difference. Because until you get that interaction with the actual air, the actual environment, you can't really tell the difference that well between a really amazing top-of-the-line fucking flight model and a scripted thing on rails. Way DCS has made it's not ever going to see a major overhaul without totally changing how it works. It's now 20 to 30 microprograms all talking to each other. Any large simulator is like that. Civilian simulators are even, like, you know, civilian flight sims like Misfits or whatever, or X-Plane, they're even more a case of that. They're much worse with that, actually, because there's not really any, like, the thing with third-party stuff in DCS is at least ED kind of have the final say in terms of quality control and so on. Whereas, like, with Flight Sim or X-Plane, it's just everyone's making their own shit completely bespoke. No two fucking devs do things the same way. It's a nightmare. Like, integrating stuff is a fucking nightmare. You have, like, 3 different planes that all use the same system, and it works completely differently in all 3 of them, and then you have to buy a fucking $50 app to integrate it with 2 of them, but the 3rd one it won't integrate with for some reason. It's just like... Once you get to a certain level of fidelity, unless you want to have a Chris Roberts kind of size fucking game studio and budget, you're not going to be able to do it any other way besides third-party development. And that's going to inevitably give you that sort of situation. Quick idea where they're going with Misfits 2024. I haven't been following either, to be honest with you. I just know that it's a thing. And supposedly it's going to be backwards compatible with Misfits 2020 aircraft. That's all I know either. I really haven't been keeping track. Third platoon's getting away. They are, but they'll hold up before they get in, into the combat area, so I don't have to worry about it so much. Might as well just lock the gun forwards while we're marching. I mean, it's a tech demo. I have very strong opinions on Star Citizen, but I probably shouldn't get into them today or I'll lose my voice. I'm already headed that way. They've got a budget bigger than God. They've got like 20 gazillion employees at about 500 different studios, and yet they still have a tech demo, essentially. They don't really have a playable gameplay loop. Which is the problem. The bigger and more ambitious your project gets, even if half of the money doesn't end up going up your nose, it just becomes untenable. This is why AAA games are becoming more and more unfinished at release, and why the releases are getting worse and worse, and everyone's like, oh, Baldur's Gate 3 should set a new standard. No, it fucking shouldn't, because they were able to do that because they had a huge amount of money they were sitting on, and they had a huge amount of time to make the game without too much pressure from investors. Most other games that have had disastrous releases have had smaller fucking scope than that game, but they haven't had any of the other preconditions. Like, trying to make that the new standard is just going to really fuck over the industry, because devs are going to be crunched into oblivion by the bugmen, because the bugmen always expect more for less. Like, making that the new standard is probably the worst possible thing people could do for the industry. If you've wondered why the Gonna Hit PC devs are not making every tank 20 gazillion triangles and with fucking 4K textures for the periscope in front of you, that's why. That's why. Because they're a small team with a couple guys, and they know that there's no point doing that, because even if they have a big team, like if they grow the team someday to be a big team, they're better off just using the extra people to add more useful content to the game instead of blow out the scale. And I say this as someone who really values the little immersive details in big games. You have to stop somewhere. Like, you have to be reasonable at some point. Identified PC. Oops, probably should have said that before. He's knocked out. Identified something? Question mark. PC, I think. Over. Re-engaging. Ceasefire. There's another thing there. Oh yeah, identified PC. Should probably load heat for these, eh? On the way. Stanky angle? Question mark. Might be ranged a little short. He's really hard to see. That ain't no fucking PC. I lied. That's a tank. It's just the top of his turret. Okay, he's dead. Leisurely attack, yeah, I know. I'm a bit more methodical when I play off stream, but because I'm trying to, you know, interact with you guys, it's very demanding on my limited fucking brain power. Oh shit. Good thing he wasn't awake either. Okay. Slow it down again. So I can actually see, kind of. I'm going to drop artillery on objective link. I'm going to drop... I'm going to call in Kaz there. 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 Fuck it, there as well. The Kaz will look for targets on their own, so they'll take my call-ins as a suggestion, but they might not necessarily engage exactly where I told them to go, because they might see something else that's an easier target, or a more tempting target for them. Dead tank. Identify PC. On the way. We'll re-engage. I think that probably killed him, but we'll give him another just in case. That should have got him. Phantoms, yeah. Speak of the devil. It's the US Air Force. Come to save the day. Should be looking at the ground, not at them. Okay, that heat signature is the BMP we just engaged. Keep the gun pointed over here because that's where I'm expecting contacts. I'll space these guys out 50 meters. I just wanted to get them through that choke point without any of them getting snagged up on trees or buildings. We'll leave them in wedge. I usually advance in line, but because I don't entirely know what's on my flanks, I don't want to go line just yet. Well, it sounds like they found something. I think they should fly lower. If they flew any lower, they wouldn't be able to see anything to engage it. Like, it's extremely hard to find ground vehicles from an aircraft. Especially one that's fast-moving. And in this kind of terrain as well, like, if that was me, if this was DCS, I would probably want to be even higher than they are to have much hope of spotting vehicles in a tree line. Identified PC. On the way. That was fucking effective. What weapons is Kaz using this? It depends. So the Phantoms usually use Mark 82s. They'll carry 6 of them per. However, in some missions they use bigger bombs. I want to say 83s or 84s. And they'll carry those as a pair. The MiG-23BNs use mostly Fab 250s, but they occasionally use rockets. I think they use mostly S5s at the moment for rockets. But there's a lot more munitions than that modeled. They're just not in the game yet. And then the Cobras use TOWs and or rockets. The Hinds use, at the moment, Phalangas or rockets. Well, both, usually. Yeah, we already engaged him. He's probably knocked out. We'll just advance in more or less a straight line. I don't really need to pivot over there and then head up the road. I can just go straight across, cut the diagonal. At this point, Kaz would be mainly A10A. It depends if you're more than a couple days into the war or not. Because if you are, there's probably no A10s left in existence. Kiowa's unarmed scout, and the other, so yeah, the Mi-8's a it's a troop transport, but the one that is in the game at the moment, because it's only in one mission so far, is armed with a shit ton of rockets. It's a Mi-8T. Or Mi-8TV, I think. Q&A today has made it clear that while they have no certainty, they're thinking of adding self-propelled anti-air. Well, I mean, they're going to add it. It's just whether it's playable or not. The playability thing is an issue of like something like a Shilka not working the way that people think something like a Shilka works. Is he... He's probably toast, but I don't want to chance it. That's a bad no-no noise. I'm going to drop some artillery on that tree line because I'm going to have to go up that hill, and I'm going to, hello? Phantoms, please come back. Right. Now we get these guys in line. It's going to expose my left flank quite badly, but it sounds like there's tanks over this ridge. I have to catch up and chat again after this mission. You guys gonna get in fucking line? Hello? I've got Sam Sim, I just haven't got around to playing it yet. I've watched a few videos of people playing it, I've just got to learn how to use the different systems. Oh! Yeah, so, big fucky wucky on my part. I should have cleared my left flank. I got completely fixated on the fucking tank guns to my right. We'll give him another. We all good? He's having a moment, but yeah, it looks like we're all good. Okay. Any interest in Broken Arrow or Warner? A bit. I held off on Warner because I haven't, like, I stopped playing Wargame for a long time just because I didn't really have anyone to play with. I've been playing it a little with some of the guys, but, I don't know. Might pick up Warner at some point. Initially I held off because, like, a lot of the stuff in it was just very bizarre choices. Like, a lot of the armaments for the aircraft, or they were completely wrong. I was like, it's just going to trigger me. But I happen to know they have a very high level fucking Spurger as their dude advising them on what needs changing, so It gets a stamp of approval now. I might pick it up at some point. I wish they could... Or, like, I wish they'd make it so you could turn off the fucking, the color grading, though, because it's really blown out and obnoxious. Like, I get it, it's meant to be 80s fucking retro VHS aesthetic, but it's just... The contrast is completely blown out. The color grading is fucked. I just... don't like it when people do shit like that. Most people who want access to color grading tools should have it fucking slapped away from them. That's my take. LM Battle Co-op campaign? I don't think I've played any of the fucking campaigns. I used to just play multiplayer. Hello! We're gonna aim a little higher and try and get his turret, because I'm not sure if that fused properly or not. Okay, we can assume he's probably dead. They might already be fucked by artillery, or by CAS, I'm not sure. I'm just putting security rounds into them because I don't want to get shot in the side as I drive past. Catch you later, Saber. Anything with ERA? Oh, no. If you're still here, no. ERA wasn't really present in theatre by 1985. It started to appear a few years later. Thought as much. I am a little concerned that we have not completed the mission yet. I almost want to call Kaz in just to see if they find something that I haven't. We might do it. We'll call them, like, here, and they should see something on the way in if there is anything to see. I wonder if the 113s are moving yet. Yeah, I know, right, Cotty? So we're curling back towards our start position here. Just to kind of flush out this flank and see if there's anything hiding here. Also see if I can figure out what the fuck third platoon are doing. I took my sweet ass time clearing the objectives out, so... Alright, let's just park here for now and we'll use the fucking cheetah cam. Oh, yep, there they are. We were just waiting on third platoon to roll up behind us. Has our buddy seen something? Maybe? Oh yeah, he's seen something. Ooh. Yeah, the airstrikes are pretty awesome to watch them go in. So, after action. Let's go all the way back to the start. Terrain analysis and identified tactical micro-terrain? No, I just drove across the field and shot everything I saw. So this was the other platoon that was covering. They pretty immediately had a bad day, although these guys had a worse day. I'd say probably the majority of the BMPs we encountered were probably actually knocked out before we even entered combat, because we were still road marching when this was happening. Yeah, these were already abandoned. You see that? I'm just shooting already knocked out vehicles. It will. Yeah, it will. It'll help you more easily figure out what's going on with your guys as well. Like, you should be able to see if they're actually tracked versus having to hop into the vehicle and then see the damage text. Zab 500. Oh god. Do you imagine like napalm and incendiary bombs with the fucking fire effects in this game? Oof. Oof. How the fuck did he survive that? Holy shit. So he was on the move when this hit, so the actual hit might be displaced very slightly from where it happened, because, you know, whole after action report thing where it snapshots, but okay, so the loader is just a smoking pair of trousers at this point. The commander's not really doing much better. Like, Jesus Christ. And then all of this shit went pinging around between the ammunition. Apparently it didn't penetrate any of the propellant cases. It hit them, but it didn't penetrate them. So yeah, the position of the hit is just very slightly displaced because of the movement of the tank in the after action report, but it hit a propellant casing, but it didn't penetrate it. So they came that close to being blown to pieces. I mean, most of the turret crew were blown to pieces, but you know what I mean. So he survived, but he wasn't combat effective because his gun would have been knocked out probably by the hits to the breech, and then everyone in the turret except the gunner was dead, so... Yikes. Wait till infantry. I'm looking forward to see how Harry is going to make us sad. Average Soviet attack run with fast aircraft is typically 3 to 6 seconds, and you need to be clear in less than 10? Yes. Yeah, it is one pass whole ass. That's why, like, you're not using fucking precision guided this or that. Precision guided shit, unless it's fire and forget, is for fucking counterinsurgency or for hard targets that you have air superiority over. It's not for frontline stuff. You are not going to be dropping fucking LGBs on frontline stuff because you're going to get shot down. If not by the thing you're attacking, then by its air defense covering it, or by enemy fighters also trying to blow shit up. Like, you have to get in, drop your weapon, and get the fuck out. That's why you see a lot of unguided weaponry, just mass volume of fire, as well as the fact it's cheaper. Because anything else just doesn't make sense in this context. Asked today about damage model and was told that performance allowing the infantry is detailed as the tank crew. Doesn't surprise me. Doesn't surprise me at all. That was the last shot there, just finishing him off. Alright, so let's go to the menu and let me have a quick look at chat, see what I missed. DCS damage models solely seem to be hit points for both ground vehicles and... I'll give you a secret. I don't know if there's a game in existence that doesn't use hit points for damage. Some of them conceal it better than others, but at the end of the day, you need to keep track of how damaged something is, and there's not really many other ways to do that than hit points. You just increase the granularity of the parts that you're looking at. So you might have a calculation to figure out... Well, let's look at a tank, for example. You have a calculation to figure out if the round penetrates. You have a calculation to figure out how much spool it throws. You have a calculation to figure out where the spool goes. The spool then hits something. You figure out how much energy the spool is carrying. You figure out how much damage, in a vague sense, that would do to the thing it hit. You apply that amount of damage to it. It's all hit points all the way down. I don't know that there's really any other way to track damage in a game. So, technically, yeah, something like World of Tanks is just brazenly on the face of it, hey, we're using hit points. But ultimately, at some level, every game is using hit points. It's just a case of how complex the hit point system is, really. That's all there is to it. I think DCS will build a whole new engine one day. Probably not. They'll probably just tack on bits to the current one where they can and upgrade it where they can. I mean, if you build a whole new engine, for something like DCS that has the depth that DCS does and that has has such a need for a large amount of stuff in it, it's going to be a nightmare. Like, when you build a new engine or change engines, sometimes even when you upgrade to a newer version of the same engine, you need to do a lot of work moving things over. Sometimes it's easier to do than others. Sometimes you'll have a new engine that's built on a compatible basis to the old engine. Like, this is what happened with Misfits, is they deliberately set out a lot of the architecture in the new engine that it uses to be to some degree compatible with a lot of the stuff that was done in FSX. So the game could have been made more efficiently, but then you wouldn't have any kind of backwards compatibility with old FSX stuff. You wouldn't, none of the third-party developers would know what the fuck they're doing, to what degree they do know what they're doing. It would be a nightmare. So something like DCS, a whole new engine would probably be an absolute last resort. It would be a major, major undertaking, and it would probably take them so long to move everything over to the new engine that the new engine would be just as obsolescent as the old one was. So they're better off just tacking onto it where they can. Which is how most software works anyway. You just kludge fixes onto it until eventually it breaks so badly you have to start over. It's also how my PC builds work usually. I have to catch up on a Q&A after stream. The Q&A at the moment is 2 o'clock in the morning for me because we're on daylight savings, and then the Northern Hemisphere is not because they're in. Oh, sorry, we're not on daylight. Fuck me. I need more caffeine, dude. We're not on daylight savings. They are. They're in the middle of summer, so it's a 2-hour difference instead of what it should usually be. Once we're on daylight savings and they're not, then the Q&As are at 4 AM and my ARMA missions are at 6 AM, which is still fucking early, but it's a lot more manageable. JTAC in the 80s, what do you think he's going to do? He's going to probably put up coloured smoke or flares from his own position and talk them on from there. Like, look for my flares, look north of that tree line, nuke it. Pretty much. The reason the enemy's getting their shit kicked in because you're spotting them first? Yeah, basically. That's what decides most combat, is who spots the other guy first. On the ground and in the air. ED just need to do an actual good job with their HP. DCS damage models are really hit and miss, and it's even more hit and miss with the third parties. ED actually have... Wait for it, I'm going to piss off a lot of people. ED have probably some of the best damage models in DCS in general for the actual aircraft itself. For systems modeling, maybe not. Air just systems damage modeling is pretty good. Heat blurs is pretty good. Razbams is getting really good as well. But ED's modeling of the aircraft itself is pretty decent. It's better on some of their modules than others. The only aircraft in the game that is not a World War II plane, since obviously they got a big damage model rework a while ago, the only jet in the game I'm aware of that can actually die to a fuel fire is the Flaming Cliffs 3 Su-25. You heard me right. The FC-3 aircraft will die to an engine fire. If you don't shut the engine down in time, it will just continue burning out the entire aircraft or have an uncontained failure and explode. The Su-25, if its fuel tank catches fire, its main fuel tank, you cannot put that out for love nor money. You have about 10 to 60 seconds, somewhere in that range, before the plane is going to just eventually explode. The Flaming Cliffs 3 MiG-29 and Flaming Cliffs 3 Su-27 are some of the only aircraft in the game. The only other one I can think of only other ones I can think of offhand are the Mirage 2000 and maybe the Strike Eagle, which model dynamic pressure damage. And what I mean by that is if you fucking monkey around on the rudder at high speed in either of those aircraft, you'll shear your tail off. Likewise, if you attempt a Cobra at too high of a speed in the Su-27, regardless of the G loading, because, you know, if you're doing 700 kilometers an hour, you might not be pulling that many G, but you're putting such a massive amount of dynamic pressure on the wing surface, you'll rip your wings off. The MiG-19 model's ailerons ripping from excessive deflection angles at transonic and supersonic speed. It'll rip the ailerons off because of the fucking dynamic pressure loading on those. I don't know if the Strike Eagle model's dynamic pressure damage, but I kind of feel like if any other aircraft does, it would be that, since they even got plastic deformation of the wings in from G-loading. What was the other thing that was really impressive with the ED damage models? I'm trying to think. There was something which will probably come back to me like an hour after I finish the stream. But yeah, there's a lot of detail in there that people don't realize is there. Oh, the fucking Sabre gets aileron reversal because the wings actually distort at high speeds. If you've wondered why the Sabre becomes really difficult to control, the closer you get to supersonic, or, well, the closer you get to transonic, the closer you are to the sound barrier, that's why. The wings are actually starting to twist to the point where when you put in an aileron input, the whole wing is bending rather than the aileron deflecting. It's really in-depth, and nobody says fucking a word about it because then they'd have to admit that ED actually do good stuff sometimes, and nobody wants to admit that. They'd rather just, you know, fucking cheerlead for their favourite third party and say that everything that goes wrong in the world is ED's fault. The ground units are always going to be about hit points. I don't think you'll ever see better damage modeling in the ground units than what we have now, or if you do, it'll be a slight improvement. And I think that makes sense. I really do not think DCS needs anything that much more complex than what it has for ground units. Because realistically speaking, Combined Arms was put in as a kludge fix to try and help people unfuck AI behavior in missions, where they couldn't script it, they would have to manually control a unit to do a thing. And then people started treating it like it was a fucking tank game. Which is, you know, whatever, that's valid, but it's not what the game's meant to be. I don't think they should sacrifice complexity in the aviation part of the fucking aviation simulator for ground vehicle stuff. Ground units in DCS really do not need super complex damage models. They could use maybe a little bit of extra granularity, but that's it. Like, it doesn't need to be even close to Gunner Heat PC level, I think. The ships need updates. Some of them already have updates. Some of them have already had updates. It's just inconsistent because, as with all things in DCS, the update's applied to some things before it rolls out for others. They could keep a single pool of HP, but they have units become less combat effective at set levels. That's exactly how the damage models work currently. I forget the actual percentage thresholds, but at a certain percentage the unit can no longer fire its weapon, and then at another percentage it reduces movement speed to 1%. And then also below a certain hit point threshold it catches fire and burns down. Ships are modular, some of them are. Some ships are modular, some aren't. If you hit it waterline, it sinks. It would depend how good the damage control is. Love all this talk of complex damage modeling. Meanwhile, as an Apache guy, still, I got a solution for you, but you're not going to like it. Fly a better helicopter. That's my answer. Maybe if they'll commit to CA. How much can I get away with saying? I personally, I'll go the safe route and I'll just say from my perspective, I don't think they should commit to CA in the way that most people would think that they should commit to CA. I think it's turning into a fucking sunk cost fallacy. I think that people are going to just start expecting more and more the more detail they add to it or the more they fix it. And they're going to start expecting, like, and this was the fucking reaction I had as well when I started playing this, is, man, I sure wish CA tanks handled like this. I wish the CA ground physics felt like this. I wish the CA tanks' fire control systems were more like this. And then I caught myself thinking, this sim is built specifically around these tanks, and they have, you know, all these dilemmas of how can we get this to run smoothly? How can we get this to do this thing? It's a fool's errand in DCS. You will never reach this level in DCS. PT-76 stuff and a bunch of new missions. There's 4 new missions. They're much larger scale than the old ones, and one of them's got the PT-76 in it, which is a glorious piece of shit. I love it. So yeah, like, you cannot bring DCS ground vehicles up to the level of this. You just can't. The game won't run. Or you'd have to start sacrificing aviation stuff for it, which is definitely not a good idea in a flight sim. Even in a theoretical universe where you can have GHPC fidelity tanks in DCS, it's still gonna suck. You know why? Because DCS terrain is flight simulator terrain. If they added tessellation like what Flight Sim has, you know, like in Flight Sim, in Misfits, the closer you get to the terrain, the more detailed it gets. So you can have quite detailed terrain features in Misfits. You can have a little gully that you'd barely fit a car in Misfits, and it'll just render in as you get close to it. A couple of problems are, how well is that going to work when the object crossing that terrain feature is more than 2 kilometers away from the observer? So it's not tessellating on the observer screen. Then you have the ArmA problem, where the best solution to it is just make the unit clip through the ground so the player can't see it as easily, and then the player will assume it's a bug and complain about it. Or you have the current problem anyway, which is that you can see it plain as day, you have direct line of sight to it, there's no reason you can't engage it at an unrealistically long range. This is the chief primary problem with Combined Arms as a tank game, is that I can see on almost any map, Syria is a little better than some of the others. I haven't done ground stuff in Sinai yet, so I can't judge there. But Persian Gulf is especially bad for it because of the terrain involved. You know, it's fairly featureless desert. Because the terrain is so low detailed and the resolution of the terrain is that low, you can spot enemy ground units moving 5 kilometers plus away, and either you can't engage them, you have to sit there and just watch them get closer. They can see you, you can see them, but neither of you can engage, and it just turns into a fucking joke, because you're watching each other and you're just like, who's gonna shoot first? Or you end up figuring out, I can game this. I have an HE, like an HE frag round that for some bizarre reason one-shots tanks to their front armor in the thickest part of their front armor and somehow is more effective than my fucking Sabo rounds. And I have a fire control system that can range out just far enough that I can hit them, if I figure out the lead correctly. So you end up with people doing indirect fire on each other. Even though they have direct line of sight, they're doing indirect fire on each other with HE rounds in tanks from 5+ kilometers away, and it's just it's a joke. It doesn't play out like ground warfare plays out. So I don't think combined arms really should be pushed as a directly controlling vehicles thing, because it just doesn't work. It's fun, don't get me wrong, it's fun. I really enjoyed doing it on Alpine server. It was its own kind of challenge, but it wasn't realistic. It really wasn't realistic. And it turns into a metagame of single, you know, like single players on a team soloing a tank around, you know, gaming with a single fucking M1 or a single T-72 against the enemy combined arms player, and you basically have to try and figure out which units he's controlling or paying attention to, and then attack the ones he's not paying attention to. It's really dumb. Like, it's funny, but it's dumb. So I really think that trying to chase combined arms around and make it into something closer to this is really not the way to go at all. I think it's going to be problematic if they get too far down that road. You're probably already in bed and asleep, but catch you later, Josh. Good to see you again. Ships still shoot back until the moment they sink. Some of them probably do. I don't know if all of them do. Like, this is the thing, the ship damage models are being rolled out kind of inconsistently, so I honestly couldn't tell you. I don't do a lot of anti-ship either, because, you know, I'm usually flying Red Force stuff, either air-to-air or striking ground targets. I need some proper Red 4 anti-shipping before I do any anti-shipping stuff on Red 4 Su-22M1. Fire damage is, yeah, that's usually the big killer on ships, is fire damage and a waterline hit. CA is cool, but not totally required. What they need to do is put the effort into it and love it to at least the ships and AI aircraft updates, and instead do it as a big block. I think if I was them and I wanted to make CA worthwhile, I would probably remove the ability to directly control the vehicles altogether. I'm going somewhere with this. I would completely remove the ability to directly control the vehicles from, you know, a War Thunder sort of perspective. I would then give the CA player the ability to have like a sort of slightly pulled back isometric view of their ground units, so they can't really, you know, use it to fucking ghost where stuff is over terrain features, maybe to an extent, and just say, oh, they've got a scout, like an infantry scout or a drone or whatever. But I'd do something like that, or maybe even just make it purely off the F10 map, but I'd make it basically an RTS, because I don't think they need anything more than that. The ground vehicle pathfinding is certainly not great, but with slightly improved control and the ability to, especially if you could dynamically group and ungroup, which I don't know if that'll ever happen because groups are sacred. That's like one of the deepest spaghetti noodles in the entire bowl. You don't touch that one. But something like that, and a better interface, because like the fucking CA interface on F10 is dog shit. It's horrible. But if it was more like a traditional RTS interface on the F10 map, and the units actually responded to commands quickly enough and precisely enough, you could just play it as a fucking RTS and it'd be really fun. And it'd probably be more useful to your team than it is controlling a single fucking unit around playing, you know, Superman in your one tank. And more so than the fucking tanks, because this is a fucking flight simulator we're talking about, more so than the tanks or the IFVs or fucking go-karts or whatever else, you know what I'd start putting fidelity into? SAMs. Finally use my HOTAS to register. In this, I don't know. I don't use my HOTAS in this. I'm not sure if that's been adjusted. Multi-crew heavy SAMs. I would like that. I don't know if it's feasible within DCS, at least within the time frame and the resources that would make it worth doing. But having at least better controls for the air defense systems and the ability to make them behave more realistically, either with the AI or as a player controlling them, would be nice. But it also scare off all the blue players that think they're shit-hot fucking wild weasels when they actually have to fight a real air control or real air defense system with a real human controller. Best way to think about fleshing out CAs, think about IL-2 tanks. IL-2 tanks are fucking amazing. I could never even get IL-2 tanks to work because the control setup was fucked. I don't know what it was doing, but I couldn't fucking do anything. Like, any input I tried to make, maybe I'm just stupid, but because it's not clickable, and because you have to use fucking binds for everything, and because I couldn't tell which binds were conflicting for some reason, I couldn't even get my fucking turret to traverse onto a target. So I just gave up. But yeah, the terrain is the problem there as well. You have the high detail area of like one map that the tanks are designed to fight on, and that's it. IL-2 aircraft damage modeling, or going. I don't know about that one, Chief. IL-2 battle of whatever damage modeling, at least until very recently, was a major controversy because the German aircraft had magical rounds that would blow your entire wing off with a single 13mm hit. Meanwhile, you could pour 50 cal API into them all day, and they just didn't give a fuck. Also, you know, if you hit like a fuel tank, the aircraft will jump off the ground and explode for no reason. Like, you know, I don't have too many great things to say for the damage modeling in that game. It looks impressive, but I don't think it's especially realistic. Particularly because that game is based off of the code base for Rise of Flight. And the way the damage works in it is really good for softer, like, you know, string bags, basically, wooden canvas aircraft. It's really good for a World War I sim. But when it comes to World War II aircraft, rigid body, fucking semi or full monocoque construction, metal and laminate wood aircraft, it doesn't make much sense anymore, the way it works. So, I don't know. Like, it's not awful, but it gives the impression of being a lot better than it is, because people don't really realize that it's not geared towards the kind of aircraft that are in the game. See the flag that went down? I just heard about it. It came up in chat earlier. I haven't seen it yet, though. CA doesn't work as an RTS. I mean, you can attempt to make it behave like one, but it's really janky and shitty because the interface is awful. Issuing commands is a pain in the ass. And, yeah, it's just generally not pleasant. And then you have somebody direct controlling the enemy vehicles blowing the shit out of your stuff. Like, a single player direct controlling a tank is more effective than a CA player who drags around, like, a couple of platoons worth of AI. More often than not. How about a splash damage simulation? What, in DCS? Are we going to get into this topic? This is one of my favorite topics. DCS models splash damage in terms of overpressure. It doesn't model fragmentation. it does need fragmentation modeling, but then the question is, how do you make it model fragmentation without blowing up your PC? Because if some dipshit in a fucking Su-25 or a Mi-8 with a full loadout of nothing but S8 rockets starts blasting something, even with the current damage modeling, that is enough to freeze some people's PCs. I used to be able to tell when there was a ground attacker letting loose a full barrage of rockets, because if it happened anywhere near me, my PC would lock up for about 2 seconds while it tried to calculate what the fuck was going on. So they need to figure out some method of calculating fragmentation, maybe just an extra radius, and then they roll some dice to figure out, do you get hit by fragmentation? If yes, how much damage does it do? Something like that. But that's the issue, is it's not modeling fragmentation. That's why weapons that should cut down swathes of infantry don't cut down swathes of infantry. Splash damage, as DCS players tend to understand it, is not a real thing. Like I said, the game does model overpressure. DCS players are of the belief that overpressure is a lot more effective than it really is. They're of the belief that a Mark 82 that misses a tank by 10 or 15 meters, they'll say it was practically right on top of it, it was a near miss, and then you see a screenshot and it's like 3 tank lengths away. But they think that something that lands, you know, within 20 meters of a tank, a Mark 82 landing within 20 meters of a tank, this is a weapon with a 80-something kilogram HE filler. It's a 500-pound bomb, so about a 240 kilogram bomb, but only 80-something of that is HE filler. The majority of the weight of the bomb is the bomb casing, right? They think if that lands within 20 meters of a tank, it should kill the tank. No, it shouldn't. Like, I'm not sure why DCS players need to be told this so often, but the reason a tank exists is to protect the little squishy infantry, not squishy infantry, the squishy tank men, the little squishy human men inside the tank. That's why a tank exists, is to protect them from bullets and bombs and overpressure. It's the whole point of having an armored gun platform is so that somebody doesn't just, like, spray a machine gun at it, or throw an artillery shell near it, and kill everyone manning it. Like, yeah, if you have a big enough explosion, it's going to flip the tank, or it's going to blow parts off, like, all the external fittings off the tank. That's a thing, that you can see that happen. There's photos of tanks from World War II that got flipped by near misses from battleship guns. There's photos of tanks that have been badly damaged by near misses from artillery or bombs, but they have to be a very near miss for the overpressure to be doing the work. Otherwise, it's the fragmentation that's doing the work. You know, by taking out part of the gun barrel or knocking off a track or something like that. But in terms of sheer overpressure, tanks don't really give a fuck about it. To a large degree, tanks do not give a fuck about overpressure unless it's, like, something big is exploded under it or right next to it. And if you want a perfect example of how little of a shit tanks give about fucking overpressure, one of the British nuclear tests they carried out in this country back in the 50s was to take a Centurion, place it 500 yards from a tower with a fucking atomic bomb mounted to it, and detonate it. The tank was running, it didn't have anyone in it, but they left it running. The only reason the tank was not still running when they came to check up on it was because it had run out of fuel. The optics on the side facing the blast had been sandblasted. A lot of the external tin work had been, badly damaged or destroyed. But the tank itself was still perfectly combat capable. There was nothing wrong with it. You replace the periscopes because, I'm not sure how common this knowledge is, but most tank periscopes are quick changeable from the inside. You can just flip a clasp and pull it out and put a replacement in. So it's not a big deal unless you sandblast the main gun sight that a couple of the periscopes are fucked. Like, it doesn't matter. The tank did not give a shit that a nuke went off 500 yards away from it. It got pushed a couple of meters sideways in the sand. That's pretty much it. Like, people really, especially flight sim players, because they have no concept of how ground vehicles work, but people dramatically overestimate the effects of overpressure. because the fall off of overpressure is also a lot more rapid than they realize. It's like an, was it fucking inverse cube or some shit? It's not a linear, like not a direct linear relationship. That's probably not the right phraseology, but I'm not a mathematician, so fuck you. But the fall off is really rapid. It's like logarithmic or exponential, whatever you want to call it. It's that kind of fall off. Inverse square, inverse cube, whatever. It's an inverse something. It falls off rapidly. So yeah, like splash damage in DCS is a prickly issue because the majority of DCS players don't actually understand what they're asking for, and they don't really understand how the game already works anyway. What you want is fragmentation. That's what you want. Pester ED about adding fragmentation simulation. Don't say splash damage. Alright, we need to do some more missions in this. So that's that was Savage Scream. That's the new mission on the Eastern Hills map. On Point Alpha, there's no new missions yet. Fulda Outskirts was Reservist Recon, which is the PT-76 mission we did before. And then on North Fields, there's two. It's a two-part mission, Hillside Havoc. So we'll start part 1, and then we'll do part 2 afterwards. Trucks and the like should at least stop as a kill accrued by overpressure. Depends, because like the thing is, the truck will probably get thrown around, but unless the overpressure is that strong, even the bodywork of the truck's going to be enough to stop it. Like, overpressure really is not all that. You know, it doesn't take a big barrier to stop overpressure for an explosion. I mean, the reason fucking Hitler survived one of the 20th of July plot on his life, one of the big assassination attempts against him, he was in a fucking room with a bomb, but because it was not the concrete bunker they expected him to be in, and because there was a big fucking wooden table, that was enough to save him from an explosive that was placed a couple meters from him. Like, it happens all the time. Grenades thrown into rooms to try and clear them out. Somebody's flipped a table and that's enough to protect them. Or they're standing behind a couple doors and that's enough to protect them. Like, overpressure is not really that powerful. It really isn't. And you know, like 1 meter can be the difference between fatal internal injuries and you feel like somebody just gut punched you but you're otherwise fine. It's really not as simple as it's made out to be. Tank stop due to EMP? No. EMP doesn't happen unless you have a very high altitude nuclear explosion, like a ground burst or a low altitude air burst or a tower test as this was, isn't going to generate an EMP worth a damn. And also, yeah, a diesel engine doesn't give a shit about EMPs. There's no computers in a Centurion, especially, you know, like Centurion Mark III or would have been a Mark III probably, maybe a Mark V. There's no computers in there. There's nothing in there that's sensitive to EMP, really. EMP is kind of one of those things that gets taken out of context and departs into the realm of fantasy. I'm going to be pretty real with you there. It is a thing. It's a thing which might have some impact, but people completely, like, inflate what a big deal it would be. And like, the potential utility of it. If I recall correctly, that's they sent that tank back into regular service. You are correct. Actually, it would have been a Mark V, or at least upgraded to Mark V standard, because it went to Vietnam. That was one of the tanks we deployed to Vietnam. When it returned from Vietnam and eventually exited service, it was put up as a gate guardian at Robertson Barracks up in Darwin, where it remains to this day. You didn't point it out, but that is an accurate tank-heavy company team. See, that's because you're the doctrine person. I'm the vibes person. when it comes to this kind of stuff, because I haven't looked into the doctrine enough to know that. Nobody wants to accept how ineffective unguided weapons actually should be in a flight sim because they want to get many kills per sortie. Exactly! Exactly. Or, nobody wants to have realistic failure rates on their air-to-air weaponry. Nobody wants to have weather actually affecting infrared seekers or affecting TV-guided weapons. Nobody wants shadows to make their fucking contrast lock Mavericks miss. They want to be the big hero. This is the problem. You're dealing with gamers. They want to be the big fucking hero that gets a mad sick KD and can brag to all their War Thunder friends about how they're a real fucking fighter pilot ace. Like, that's the issue. That's the fucking issue. Do you know how common it was for a real fucking fighter pilot to ace in a day, let alone ace in a sortie? Like, it didn't happen much. There weren't even that many aces over the course of an entire fucking war. Like, DCS players just have a completely skewed perspective of how this shit's supposed to work. And anytime they think that there's something that should be added for realism because it would make them more of a badass, they won't shut the fuck up about it and they pester ED for it constantly. Anytime you make a change which is realistic but which makes them less able to do that shit, holy fuck, look out. Bug guts on my fighter canopy, even though literally every fucking aircraft that spends more than 30 seconds in the air has got bugs smeared from arsehole to breakfast. How dare you? Fucking failure rates on my weapons? How dare you? Nobody wants to simulate that. Like, really? Maybe you're playing the wrong game then. Yeah, Hydrich got done in by infection. Yeah, in real life, you look at sortie numbers, sortie rates, or amount of, like, poundage of ordnance dropped. Look how much ordnance the US dropped in Vietnam in a single fucking operation. Look how much artillery gets slung in a single operation in any major conflict. Like, you're just throwing shit at the wall until something finally sticks. One of the interesting things about Hydrich that I only learned very recently, as in within the past 12 months, is that his brother, who initially was very much on board with the whole thing, his brother, when he was sorting through his personal effects and his documentation after he died, decided he wasn't really sure about this whole fucking Nazi thing anymore, and he certainly wasn't sure about this whole final solution thing anymore. And his brother actually ended up turning anti-Nazi and using his position to try and save lives where he could, which is an interesting piece of history no one ever tells you. Probably the same reason nobody ever tells you that one of Goering's brothers was like a huge anti-Nazi, like an actually effective anti-Nazi that saved people, rather than the German military aristocracy anti-Nazi that didn't really give that much of a shit about the whole, you know, what was happening to the Soviets or to the Jews. Mostly just was worried about the fact that Hitler wasn't winning hard enough. It's interesting nobody ever teaches you about that, and I wonder if it might be because it undermines the narrative that these people are somehow just monsters, and there's something in their genetics that makes them inherently evil. Because if we actually teach that not everyone in their immediate family was like them, in fact some of them were the opposite of them, that might make some really, really heavy implications about personal agency when these actions are involved, and might imply that you aren't just born to be evil or good, but, you know, you have a personal choice in that matter. And maybe, like, you could just choose to stop doing the evil thing if you wanted to. That might have some serious implications for, you know, topical world events, mightn't it? So we just never get taught about that. We never hear about it. Heard there may be some nuclear testing in Australia in the near future. Is what? What, when the Americans incite the Chinese into bombing Darwin to try and destroy the US bomber fleet there, or any US submarines docked there? Maybe then. This is news to me. I mean, at this point, this country is so willing to bend over and spread its supple fucking asshole that I wouldn't be surprised. But, no, I haven't heard anything about that. The stories of towed artillery training fire hitched to the transports during the Cold War to dodge counter battery. Yeah, you'd want to move pretty quickly. Hey, Lush. Bet Hitler's cousin that fought for the Americans as a citizen? I was not aware of that one, but it doesn't surprise me because, like, there are stories like that all over the place. You get people from the same family, the same immediate family even, who fight on opposite sides of wars. Like, even in the halls of power, a lot of the European wars up until fucking World War II, even to a degree in World War II, people were, like, the people running these countries were going to war against countries run by their cousin or their half-brother or something. Like, one day, maybe before we wipe ourselves out, enough people will start to realize that there's something there that maybe we should analyze this a bit more. Like, maybe we should stop and think about that a bit more. Slavery conversations are very subdued. Oh, that's a fucking minefield. That's a conversation you can have if there's no Americans involved. But as soon as there's Americans involved, fucking forget it, because it'll be all about them and you'll never hear the end of it. I get it. Yes, the transatlantic slave trade was fucking horrible and, like, it was of an enormous scale. And yeah, we know. We fucking know. But that shouldn't be the only thing talked about to the exclusion of, well, why are the Arabs still allowed to do slavery? We just don't call it slavery. Why is there extensive slavery going on in Thailand in the fishing industry and we just don't give a shit that there's food we put on our tables that was produced through fucking modern slavery? Why do we not talk about the fact the US did not free its last slave until 1942? That's a thing. If you want to actually look it up, that's not a technicality either. That's a thing. The last actual chattel slave in the United States, the continental United States, earned their freedom in 1942. Because you know what happened during Reconstruction? Well, the whole of Reconstruction got completely fucking subverted by the South. And a bunch of concessions got made that really shouldn't have been made, and within literally a couple of years of the end of the Civil War, they were already looking for new ways that they could basically just go back to doing slavery. And they found them very, very quickly. Some of them were abusing the part of the Constitution that said, except as a punishment for, you know, as a punishment under law. They went, oh yeah? Well, they didn't just stop there. They went right through to debt trapping people and then using that to basically get them into slavery. It was 1942 when the last chattel slave in the US was finally emancipated. Nearly 100 fucking years after they were supposed to be emancipated. But nobody teaches that. Nobody teaches that, because if you teach that in the US particularly, even in a lot of the northern states, you will have so many furious parents who all mysteriously happen to vote for one party. You'll have so many furious parents on the phone demanding your fucking head on a platter. And the weirdest thing about all of it is none of those angry parents, well, almost none of those angry parents on the phone stand to actually gain anything at all from defending that legacy. In fact, most of them are hurt by it more than they're helped by it. It's allowed in these countries because we need their shit. We don't want to actually do anything good. Yeah, exactly. The Western civilization, the developed world, likes to blow smoke up its own asshole that it is in the position it's in because we're just somehow inherently better than everyone else, or we learnt how the world is supposed to work before everyone else, and that's why we arrived at liberal democracy before them, because we just knew we're just God's children. No, the actual reality of it is that we just exported fucking misery and suffering elsewhere. And this is a theme that's consistent throughout history, and even recent history. We just exported the suffering elsewhere. Western economies cannot survive without cheap imports from the developing world. They can't do it. Which is why the inevitable collapse of the US dollar as the global reserve currency and trade currency is going to be fucking hysterical, because very rapidly Western people are going to learn that they actually can't survive without the US having this hegemonic control over global trade, and using that to artificially keep prices low on imports. That's the only reason we can have any of the shit that we have. Any of the fucking modern conveniences we have. Our PCs, our phones, our cars, any of that shit. If not the thing itself, even if the thing is built domestically or in another, first world country, the components for it weren't. Like, anything electronic relies on so much fucking child labor and slavery in fucking Central Africa, it's not even funny. But we don't have to think about it, because we can import shit cheaply, because our supposed ally that's lining us up to be fucked over by the Chinese, who are our major trading partner, who we would more sensibly, have better relations with, they keep the prices low. So we can import shit on the cheap. And then we can debt trap the countries we're importing shit on the cheap from, to make sure it stays cheap for all eternity. But when China does something for them, when China builds them a hospital, or a road, or a school, that's evil, it's debt trapping. How are you going to pay for it? But we would never do that. We would definitely never do that. That's something for evil countries to do. And we're not evil, we're good, we're virtuous. Why are we virtuous? Well, because we're the West. Circular logic, isn't it beautiful? Isn't it remarkable? And you can really see this with the war in Ukraine, because it took them exactly 3 days to start rolling out this narrative. You can say what you want about the Russians. You guys who, regulars here know, I just generally fucking hate everyone involved in this conflict, and would like to see them all just taken out and shot, and all the normal people in Russia and Ukraine allowed to go back to their normal daily lives. But one of the interesting narratives that got trotted out almost immediately at the start of the war was the whole Russians aren't Europeans, they're Mongols thing. And it wasn't just in isolation, it wasn't one crackpot doing it. If it's one crackpot doing it, you just go, oh, whatever, it's a schizo. But no, this was a thing that people were coming up with. Oh, here's a genetic proof that Russians are Mongols. Here's a major fucking, paper of record in the West. Very, very subtly putting a banner on their article about Putin with him, painted wearing the trappings of a Mongol fucking warlord on horseback riding across the steppe. It takes so little to get supposedly tolerant, enlightened, intelligent, we can't say superior, don't say that one out loud, but to get Westerners who think of themselves so highly to bust out the fucking calipers and start measuring skulls. It's like a fucking reflex. It's a fucking reflex. You do anything a Westerner doesn't like, and they're reaching for the fucking calipers and grabbing the top of your head. Bring that skull over here, boy. I'm gonna fucking prove through facts and logic how you're genetically inferior to me. They can't help themselves. They can't fucking help themselves. They swear that they put the calipers away for good. They swear. No, we don't measure skulls anymore. Everyone's born equal. We definitely don't believe that some humans are just genetically superior to others. And the second you do something they don't like, well, actually, your skull case is 0.3 cubic fucking centimeters smaller than mine, so I'm superior. It's just I thought we had this talk, guys. I really thought we had this talk. You told me that you were past this phase, and yet it keeps happening. Yeah, exactly, Yuki. Exactly. It's the same shit, right? They're doing what they learned from fucking Europeans. It's like Israel. Israel does what it learned from Europeans, because Israel is an Ashkenazi established state. The fucking Mizrahim who were already there got fucked off. Like, the Sephardim didn't get a look in. It's an Ashkenazi country. Modern Israeli Hebrew is based on Ashkenazi dialect. The country is run by fucking Poles, Russians, Ukrainians, Georgians. Like, it's a European country. It's a European colonial country, and people don't want to recognize it. Like, and of course, I'll still get called anti-Semitic, of course, but I can say this because I have a Jew card. I'm surprised it hasn't been revoked yet because I say this, but I get to say this because I'm fucking Ashkenazi. But it's a European colonial power. It's a fucking ethno-state. Like, it's everything that you don't want a country to be, but we can't criticize it because then that's anti-Semitic. Zionism was invented by a fucking Austrian. Every time a fucking Austrian comes out to the world and says, I have a great idea, guys, it's going to change humanity, fuck me, run. Nothing good comes out of that country, I swear to God. You take every conspiracy theory about Freemasons, about Jews, about fucking whoever, lizard people, you scratch that out and you write in fucking Austrian. Fuck me, it doesn't half make sense. I'm not saying it, but I'm saying it. If you take any conspiracy theory people use as blood libel against any fucking demographic and just point it at the Austrians, it makes more sense than the original conspiracy theory did. But yeah, like, Zionism was invented by, what's his name? Fucking Theodor Herzl. Which I'm gonna guess is probably a Germanified version of, well, Herschel was already Germanified. It's a fucking Ashkenazi name. Austrianified version of Herschel, maybe. But, yeah, Herzl was an Austrian. He was very much an Austrian. Like, fucking Ashkenazim are Europeans. We're Europeans. We come from Europe. Like, we happen to be Jewish, but we're from Europe. We're fucking swamp Slavs, mostly. Like, Dad's side of the family, or at least through Grandpa, they're from fucking what became Lithuania. Mum's lot are all... I don't even know where they originally came from because they'd been in the fucking UK for so long. But it's a European country, right? The same thing. Russia's doing a very European thing. But we all pretend that, oh no, we wouldn't do that. That's Mongol shit. It's like China. What China's doing to the fucking Uyghurs at the moment is what the European colonists did every fucking where they went. They did it here, they did it in Canada, they did it in the US. Everywhere they went, they're doing what Europeans did. The only difference is they're doing it like 100 or 200 years after the Europeans got it out of their system, and by got it out of their system I mean sufficiently genocided whoever they were trying to genocide. The Chinese started a bit late. But because the Europeans got a head start, suddenly, the whole Western world is in a position to moralize to China about, you're the most evil country on earth because of what you're doing to them. Like, yeah, it's fucked up what they're doing to them. I think a lot of it's... I would say probably it's not quite the level of hype that a lot of, Western propaganda says it is. I don't think they're trying to exterminate them. I think they're trying to culturally assimilate them, which is exactly what most Western countries, or, what most European countries did when they colonized somewhere. They weren't necessarily trying to completely exterminate a population, but they were trying to assimilate them. It's what the Chinese are doing. It's fucked up. It's still very fucked up, but it's not really any different from what we did. So why not just say, yo, we already did that, dude. We know that doesn't take you to a good place. Don't do it. Instead of, how could you do such a thing? We would never. You're evil. Oh my god. Like, fucking... if you're going to approach a country about its human rights record, I feel like, you know, maybe they're just going to tell you to fuck off anyway. Whatever. But I feel like it might be slightly more constructive and conducive to a useful dialogue if you say to them, look, we see what you're doing. We recognize it as something we did in the past. We kind of have come to the conclusion that it was generally not good that we did it, and it hasn't really helped anyone. So we just kind of want to ask you if this is really what you want, and if you've thought through what it'll do in the... Like, approach them as, like, someone giving some useful life advice, not someone trying to fucking tell them that they're the worst evil ever to grace the earth because they're doing something you did before. And then as soon as they say, yeah, but you did it, you lose your shit and say, oh, but what about? Like, be constructive. Causes of the war. If you want to talk about the causes of the war, be prepared for a fucking shit show, because even if you look at the way that a lot of Western experts are treated when they bring that up, it's not pretty. Like, look at fucking how Mearsheimer gets treated after he says, you know, what a lot of the major contributing factors to the war were. Yeah, like, Putin gave the order to cross the border and invade. Absolutely. Russia actually invaded. Like, the final buck stops with them. But you can't just say, oh yeah, he's doing it because he's a Mongol, he's doing it because he's evil, he's doing it because colonialism. No, there's a whole sequence of events that led to the start of the war. Never seen a lefty, which is most of Europe, politician being constructive. I've never seen a righty politician being constructive. I think it's more of a general, I've never seen a politician being constructive thing, if I'm going to be real with you. Especially when it comes to Europe, because they just, by default, think they're better than everyone else, no matter which end of the political spectrum they're on. And yeah, most of Europe lefty, not anymore, I would say. Certainly not for a long time. Most of them are probably centre-right at best. They look left compared to most of the Americas. Well, actually, no, not even most of the Americas, because a lot of South America started to shift left again. Certainly North American politics. So either the US or Canada. They look left compared to either of those. But objectively, they're probably centre-right. The fucking Overton window at this point has just been dropped off a cliff on fire into a fucking crevasse full of acid. Yeah, Mearsheimer's good. Mearsheimer's good. And maybe if people listen to people like Mearsheimer, fucking when they started warning about this stuff, instead of after the thing he said would happen came to pass, maybe this wouldn't have happened in the first place. But it's easier to just not do anything and not try and change the course that we've set ourselves on, and then blame everyone else when the thing that we caused happens, and all the people that warned us it was going to happen tell us, I told you so. We'll just say, oh no, you're just a shill, you're just propaganda, and also, like, it's someone else's fault. Mearsheimer predicted this a long time ago. Fucking Richard Nixon predicted a lot of what would happen in domestic Russian politics in the 90s. Like, not just the war in Ukraine, but domestically what happened in Russia. That was being predicted in the early 90s. Fuck, there were people that seemed to have an inkling of where it would go in the 80s. Like, just nobody wants to listen. Nobody wants to fucking listen. War in Ukraine started in February 2014. I'll do you one better. The war in Ukraine started in the 1940s. You could even say it started before that. You could even say it's been one continuous war for probably over 100 years. But in its current context, it largely continued to fester because of actions taken in the 1940s by a certain third party who, you know, is, of course, entirely blameless and will remain forever so. We played pretend that some of the wildest Russian nationalists were hailed as heroes of the anti-communist. They still do that! They still do that! A lot of Westerners still think that anti-Putin automatically equals good, when actually it usually means they're even worse than him. They think he's soft. Russia really needs to understand its borders stop where they were pre-2014. They'll never get an inkling of influence in Central... The problem is, the issue isn't just we want clay because it's our clay. The issue is that they're worried that if they don't hold all that extra buffer zone, they're really easy to invade, and they're not actually wrong on that front. And they unfortunately have a lot of historical evidence to back that up, which just feeds into their paranoia of being invaded, and their paranoia of being invaded is also turbocharged when, you know, people are openly saying we should invade them and break them up into and decolonize them, but don't ask the Americans when they're going to decolonize. It's so many factors all acting on each other, and all of them have, you know, really complex fucking causes, and really you can't solve one without making another one worse. It's just a mess. The time to even have this discussion was 30 or 40 years ago. It's too fucking late now. Now you just have to try and clean up the mess as best you can, and know that in 30 or 40 years from now, however you cleaned up this mess is going to cause a big one somewhere else. Or maybe even in the same place. Like, this is the problem. Humans can plan maybe 5 years ahead. Some of us can't even plan 5 minutes ahead, but typically a human can plan 5 years ahead of what they're doing. That's why 5-year plans are a thing, right? That's about as far as a human can plan ahead, effectively. Geopolitics doesn't work in 5-year plans. Geopolitics works in, hey, it's me, the ghost of Christmas past. Remember that thing that you thought was no big deal 30 years ago? Yeah, that's me. Hello, I'm here to fucking collect. Your country is not going to exist in a week because of me. That's how geopolitics operates. Been invaded since its inception, they survived the hordes? Yeah, the problem is that it just adds up to generational trauma. Like, you can arguably, you're going to have a bigger problem if they survive than if they don't, because they're going to have generational trauma, and it's going to drive them to do some really fucking obnoxious shit, because they don't want it to happen again. Wow, it's almost like I was talking about a great example of this, like, 20 minutes ago. You know, Israel. It doesn't matter that they've survived all these previous historical invasions, because this is another wonderful thing that humans have, is we're unable to look back at broad historical context and say, yeah, well, it kind of sucked for a while, but then it became okay, and we ended up being better off because we got invaded, because our culture and knowledge and their culture and knowledge fused into something that was better than either. It's really hard for humans to do that because we have this massive currency bias where anything that affects us directly or happens in our sort of immediate situation awareness as far as time goes is bad. Like, if we have to experience some sort of unpleasant change, it's really bad and evil and the worst thing ever, and it's intolerable, no matter what the eventual event is, or effect is. Like, even if it's a positive effect in the future, if it means inconvenience now, it's bad. None of that, please. Destroy or conquer their state? It was. The Allied intervention, like just going in the last century, the Allied intervention during the Civil War, that was effectively to destroy the state that was trying to form at that point. You could say, yeah, it wasn't to destroy the Russian state as an entity, they wanted to reinstall the Tsar or whatever, but personally, I could see how that would very easily be interpreted as, oh no, the European powers are coming to invade. The worst case is... The likely case is they reinstall the Tsar. The worst case is they don't reinstall the Tsar, and they just carve us up. So that's one case. Then you've got World War II, which is a pretty self-evident, we are here not just to destroy your country, but also destroy your people. And then there was the perception that, you know, if a war did kick off with NATO, that would happen. Now, whether it would happen or not, I don't know. And probably nobody does. But you don't need hard fact that, oh, this country's planning to wipe us out if they invade. You only need the threat. this is the thing, right? This is the thing, and this is why a lot of the way the West approaches foreign policy is really deeply flawed. It doesn't matter what you think you're doing. It doesn't fucking matter if you think you're no threat to someone, or if you think that they're blowing it out of proportion. Doesn't matter, because to them, it does seem like the end of the world, and to them, that's what matters. Like, it's you don't get to choose what someone else believes. You don't get to choose how they react to what you're doing, because you don't get to choose that, right? Like, you don't get to choose their beliefs, so you don't get to choose their reaction. And yeah, from your perspective, they might be reacting irrationally, they might be blowing things out of all proportion, and they might be, objectively. From an objective standpoint, they might be. But you know what? It doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter, because they're not going to believe that, and there's no way you're going to persuade them of that. And the more you try and persuade them of that, the more they're going to assume the opposite, because they've already perceived you as an existential threat. So anything you do, even if you're doing it with altruistic motives on your side, anything you do is perceived as being some underhanded attempt at subverting them, right? That's, like, you've already lost them at that point. You've lost pretty much any chance of salvaging the situation as soon as somebody perceives you as an existential threat. Russia perceives the West as an existential threat and has done for a long time. The West perceives Russia as an existential threat. It hasn't always. It's hit and miss on that. Really need to be pragmatic. You need to be pragmatic in general. As soon as you stop being pragmatic, that's what leads to shit like this. As soon as you stop being pragmatic and start trying to moralize, you turn into a fucking liberal. As soon as you stop being pragmatic and try and run off pure ideology, like, it just falls apart. You cannot allow ideology to get in the way when it comes to international relations, because not everyone runs off the same playbook as you. And you can't profess to know better than everyone else, or to be somehow more moral than everyone else, because all that's going to do is just generate even more reasons for them to distrust you. You have to try and understand why other countries are behaving the way they do, what approaches will or won't work with them, and work from that. Like, you can't just go into it and say, oh, well, you know, I think they're being irrational, or I think they're doing something deeply wrong, so fuck them. It just doesn't work. It makes the problem worse. The fun thing with Imperial Wars of Conquest is, if you let them go far enough, or you get engaged in them too long, they can actually come back to destroy your state in a roundabout way. It might not even be the original intention, but it can happen. That's usually what ends up bringing down an empire, is eventually they get embroiled in one too many wars, or they find a competitor they can't quite match, and eventually, either through just being conquered by that competitor, or somebody opportunistic that comes in, you know, as a third party, or just from, you know, internal unrest because things are getting so bad, it destroys their state. Doesn't have to be the intention, but it might happen. Or if you're the United Kingdom, your supposed biggest ally that you have a special relationship with deliberately dismantles your empire and undermines you to the point where you are completely reliant on them and basically at their beck and call, and serve as their airstrip in Europe. We really trust their idea of them feeling threatened. Does the Russian leadership really think NATO, an institution that couldn't agree on how much troops to send to a faraway land like Afghanistan, but they'll agree on starting World War III? I don't know. I mean, if they didn't think they were that much of a threat, then I don't think that the Cold War would have happened in the first place. I don't think that any of the past fucking, what, 80-something years worth of international fucking relations would have happened. Like, clearly they view them as at least some kind of a threat. And I'd argue from the way they behave, it's probably a pretty big threat they view them as. And it makes sense. NATO might not be able to agree how many troops to send to Afghanistan. NATO might not even be able to agree on what military doctrine to use in the event the Fulda Gap becomes real. But they're a very big organization. They involve a lot of countries. They're able to apply economic as well as military pressure. And they have nuclear weapons. The moment someone has nuclear weapons, they're an existential threat, like, regardless. If they even look at you funny and they have nuclear weapons, they're an existential threat. Like, maybe nuclear weapons weren't such a good idea after all, but it is what it is. Anyway, I'm gonna play some fucking tank game, because this is getting a bit too, like, intellectual for someone who has only had 1 cup of tea this morning. Debatey? Oh no, we have debates in here all the time. I'm just too dumb to keep up at this point. World War II, I would say, was absolutely fucking an existential threat. Like, I don't even think that's an argument. The Allied intervention, yeah, you could definitely argue it wasn't. I would argue it would be very easy for them to perceive it as one, particularly because they were in the midst of a revolution, and the new government coming into power was very much the enemy of this international force. It was a threat to their new state they were trying to build. It might not have been a threat to the Russian people, or the idea of a Russian state, but it was a threat to what they were trying to do. World War II was absolutely a threat to Slavs in general, not just Russians. If you are of Slavic origin, World War II was an existential threat, even if you didn't realize it yet. Like, sooner or later, they were going to come for you. So, I would say that maybe they haven't had objectively as many existential threats as they feel they've had, but I would say they've definitely had some that were objective, and they've had plenty that weren't objective, but to them I could see how they would feel that it was. Yeah, all the collaborators, like, all the collaborators sitting there like, oh no, I'm one of the good ones, they'll totally take care of me after the war and give me all my historical territorial claims against this or that other Slavic country. Yeah, We're seeing this happen in real time with all the fucking, like, fucking gays for Trump and all this stuff, like, oh, they won't come after me because I'm one of the good ones. I understand they're not really a bigot, they don't like the liberals. And then shocked Pikachu, oh no, they're coming for me. Like, yeah, you really didn't expect it, huh? Really didn't expect it. I don't know that they can win. Not in the sense of drive the Russians out, although I don't really think that they're going to be able to do that either. But I don't think they can win. I think even if the Russians disappeared overnight, I think even if the entire state of Russia disappeared overnight, I don't think Ukraine can really do anything I would describe as winning for the next several generations. Their economy is fucked. Like, it was always fucked. The Ukrainian economy was probably one of the only post-Soviet states that never even showed the hint of recovery after the 90s. Even Belarus did better. Their economy is just fucked beyond belief. The Americans and Europeans have them over a barrel because, like, boy, if you thought they were getting all this military equipment for free, I got a bridge to sell you. And their domestic politics is hosed. Like, holy fuck, their political situation is bad. Like, not just the kinds of people who are getting influence now, but look at who controls the instruments of state power. Not, like, forget Zelensky. Look at who controls SBU. Look at who controls the police. Look at who controls various parts of the Ministry of Defense. Like, that's who controls the state. Like, look at America, it's the same shit. You want to know who controls the United States? It's not the fucking president. It's the same thing. Their politics is going to be fucked for generations. I don't know that they can win. Like, the best we can hope for is that it isn't too rough, there isn't too much worse damage done, which, I don't know. And that eventually they recover from it and they can grow from it and build something positive. But I don't think there is a positive that can come out of this. And I think the Russians quite cynically can look at this and say, yeah, well, that's basically what we wanted. We don't have to worry about them joining NATO, because they're not going to get into NATO. I can tell you right now, Ukraine will not be in NATO. In our lifetimes, probably. You want to know how I know? Is Georgia in NATO? No. They will not get into NATO as long as there's Russian troops on their turf. I don't think they're going to be able to, you know, unseat the Russians sufficiently enough to change that. And that's really all Russia needs to do, is keep them out of NATO and keep them from getting their hands on any sort of nuclear weapons or have NATO-stationed nuclear weapons on their soil. That's really all the Russians have to worry about. Anything they can collect in terms of territory is a bonus, from their perspective. I'm still not sure, and this is partly because it's so heavily propagandized on both sides, I'm still not sure how much of the Russian propaganda about, oh, Ukrainians aren't real, blah, blah, blah. I'm not sure how much of that is actually a war goal and how much of that is just propaganda to dehumanize them so that Russians with close Ukrainian family, which is like probably most of the country, won't sit and go, hang on a fucking minute, why are you bombing my cousin? I'm not sure about that. And I'm also not sure the extent to which it's coming from the other direction, because it is coming from the other direction as well, very much. But this is typical of land wars in that part of Europe, is both sides will immediately start busting out the fucking ethnic cleansing. So I'm not sure, like, if the front line changes or by how much it will, who's going to be doing what amount of cleansing against whom. I'm not sure how serious they are about doing it, like, but the fact that they're even talking about it is really bad, and it isn't going to lead anywhere good. So that's something that remains to be seen, although I'd rather we just not see it. Really, like, Russia is getting some benefits out of this, although it's also getting a lot of negatives out of it. There is someone who's winning. They're just purely winning off this. There's no negatives happening for them. Two someones, in fact. Well, two big someones and then a bunch of little someones that are hangers-on of the big someones, and I think we all know who the two big someones are. One of them likes to, you know, they for some reason have this thing about apple pie and hot dogs, and the other one, they have really weird justifications for why they should control, you know, a whole bunch of islands that nobody really seems to be able to agree who they belong to. Only cleansing I hear about from Ukrainian channels are about prosecuting collaborators. I don't know, I've heard some pretty sus stuff come out of fucking Budanov, amongst others. There's also, like, not so much ethnic cleansing in the traditional sense of we're going to physically remove people from this, but one of the actual war justifications the Russian side used is language laws. And language laws are very far removed from full-on ethnic cleansing, but they're enough to get the Russians to start going, oh, we have to invade to protect our ethnic minority. And doing more of that seems like it's just going to aggravate the problem. I get why they're doing it. I don't think I would probably do much different in their situation. So I'm not saying, oh, Ukraine bad because I would probably do the exact same fucking thing if I was them. Just out of anger, if nothing else. But I don't think it's constructive over the long term. And I think we'll see that play out over the long term as being exactly the case, that it isn't constructive and it's just going to foster more and more bad blood as time goes on. Same with the shit the Russians are doing. Like I said, the only people winning this are the US and China. Because they get to boost the shit out of their economies by selling weapons to the warring parties, and in the case of China, helping them get around sanctions. And watching Russians and Ukrainians blow each other up in huge numbers so they can figure out how modern warfare works. In fact, the West has basically stopped pretending anything different. and I've now seen it printed a couple times in the last few weeks about how it's great that the US has no actual cost in blood in this war, and all they have to do is continue trickle feeding the Ukrainians equipment. I've seen this. Like, a year ago, it was haram to say that, you know, this is, you know, the US is happy to fight to the last drop of Ukrainian blood. Empirically, they are. They've fucking admitted it themselves at this point, but it's haram to say it. Ukrainians and Russians alike are just being taken for a fucking ride. They're both being taken advantage of. And they're so fucking... like, they're so far down the rabbit hole at this point, and they've both done so much shit. It's... neither of them is going to see it any different. They don't care at this point. There's so much fucking bad blood and anger propelling it that they just really couldn't care less who's pulling the strings at this point. It's just become spite. I'm amazed I've not been blown up because I'm not paying the slightest bit of attention to what I'm doing here. I just took a hit from the front. Oh, fuck me! So I did. Jesus Christ. He must be probably down to fucking HE or something, or I'd be dead by now, surely. The AI still hasn't figured out yet how to change ammo types to the stuff that's most preferred for the target they're engaging. They'll just fire whatever's in there in sequence. That will change. It's depending on a few back-end overhauls, I think, to get that working, but it's a known issue. I still hear tank guns. There might be a reason for that. It's just outlawed Russian culture. I mean, it's to be expected. Like, it's not a good idea. It's really not a good idea, because it just gives even more fucking fuel to the Russian side. But I understand it totally. It's an emotion-driven thing. Like, I get it. I'm the kind of person that will do that exact same thing. Like, if you do something wrong against me, I'm gonna fucking jump to 11. Just because I'm so pissed off. I totally get it, but it's not constructive. Like, this is the thing. This is part of the reason it's so fucking difficult to have any discussion about shit like this with people, is because in the world we live in, it's just assumed that if you say, I understand why they're doing this, it means I implicitly agree with why they're doing this. No. I can absolutely disagree with why, like, with someone doing something, but I say I understand why they're doing it. And in their situation, you know what? I'd probably do the same thing. Because it's just how people are. Or, you know, with the information they have, I would probably believe the same thing they believe. It's... You can entertain a thought in your head without agreeing with it. And it's remarkable to me that we've reached a point of human fucking advancement, supposedly, that has become seditious thinking. Like, it's somehow remarkable, unthinkable, even dangerous, as far as some people are concerned, for someone to be able to look at something that's bad in the world and go, that fucking sucks. But you know what? It makes sense they're doing it from their perspective. I totally get why they're doing it. Because if I was acting on the same information or from the same biases, or, you know, if it was me in that situation, I would do the exact same thing. It doesn't mean I think it's right. It doesn't mean I think it's right if I do it. I probably think it's even worse if I'm doing it. But I understand it. What's been happening with the language and culture in the past year would be absolutely fine if it spread out over the past 30 years, but Ukraine didn't believe until 2014. Yeah, I think that's a good point. If they did it more gradually, it wouldn't be as big a deal. You'd probably still have holdouts that are like, oh no, I don't want to speak Ukrainian or whatever, but it would be actually useful for everyone to be bilingual, because, you know, a lot of Ukrainians speak Russian anyway, so it would be useful for them to be fluent in both. If they'd rolled out the language reforms slower, it wouldn't have been a big deal. or it certainly wouldn't have been as big a deal. But it's a knee-jerk thing, right? It always becomes a knee-jerk thing, and that's when you have problems. Any promotion of Ukrainian culture in Ukraine was seen as an attack on Russia by Russia even back then. It's complicated because it's not just limited to the Ukrainian diaspora either. We're going to go back to personal experience here as well. Who are some of the worst, most firebrand Zionists? Not people who live in Israel, and certainly not people who had relatives in the British-Palestinian Mandate. They're the diaspora. In fact, probably the worst of them are fucking Ashkenazi. So they're not just the diaspora, but they're the diaspora that's never seen this supposed homeland of theirs. And they are the most firebrand fucking hell for leather. This is our culture. It is exactly as we say it is in this specific form. Any other form is wrong. We're going to just blot out that part of our history, blot out that part of our identity because we don't like them, they're inconvenient. That's how it is. Well, the Ukrainian diaspora had a large problem with something to that effect, which was that the Americans immediately realized there's a large Ukrainian diaspora in the West. A lot of them have good vested reasons to not like the Soviet regime. We could totally take advantage of that and play up a lot of things. And at the same time, you also had them, sheltering a lot of people who came over in the 1940s for the exact wrong kind of reasons. And so, while the Russians take it to an extreme that I think is very unfair, I can see the logic. I can definitely see the logic. And when you consider the angle of the OSS and then its successor organization, the funny three-letter agency, the amount of fuckery they did to try and undermine the Soviets using Ukrainians as a wedge, basically, which is what they do. That's how the Americans operate. They use fucking diasporas and ethnic minorities as a wedge issue, and they always have. But because they centered this identity around the wrong kinds of historical heroes, we know which ones, and because it was them that put so much effort into making it such a pervasive thing, I can kind of see where it came from. Does it make what the Russians are doing or saying right? No. Does it make it understandable in a kind of twisted way? Yeah. Yeah, because it reminds me exactly of the situation and what's going on with fucking Israel and Zionism. It's people who either left the country, or it wasn't even a country back then, but they either left, or, especially if they're fucking from an Ashkenazi family, they were never there in the first place. They're fucking Europeans. But they have very strong opinions on how things are supposed to be, and they've been fed this narrative over time, which has turned into, it's become a religion almost. There's a lot of counterproductive stuff that gets pushed as well. Again, I understand why it's pushed, but in the end, it ends up feeding almost more into the other side's propaganda because it's based on distortions or half-truths. So I'm going to say something really spicy, and I swear to God, if this is what finally gets me banned off Twitch, I'm going to fucking scream. But let's take the issue of the Holodomor. Or you could take the issue of the Great Leap Forward, the Cultural Revolution in China. It's a similar thing. Was it a really fucked up mass death event? Yes. Was it due to the action or inaction of the Soviet government? Fucking absolutely. Was it a directed genocide intended to kill the Ukrainian population or destroy Ukrainian identity? No. No, it wasn't. And all of the actual credible scholarly fucking discussion, all of the Soviet records, the Soviets were meticulous record keepers, even if it painted them in a bad light. They would never reveal the stuff that painted them in a bad light, of course, but they would keep records of it. Even the Soviet records put paid to that idea. A large number of Ukrainians died because Ukraine was disproportionately going to be affected, both by climate and by the way that, Ukraine was primarily agrarian at that point. But southern Russia was also impacted to a lesser extent, and Kazakhstan was fucked. Kazakhstan got absolutely fucking rooted by the same famine. But the thing is, it was seen as an opportunity to drive this as a wedge issue and turn Ukrainians against Russians, and so the narrative was pushed, particularly in the West, that it was a deliberate, directed genocide against Ukrainians, and it was primarily, you know, the goal of it was to kill off Ukrainians and destroy a Ukrainian state. When really what it was a result of a combination of a naturally occurring famine and massive fucking incompetence, combined with bits of malice here and there on a smaller scale, in the Soviet system. Which is very much like what happened in China. A lot of the mass deaths that happened during the 50s and 60s in China were not, oh, we're going to genocide like our own people. It was, we're going to try and reshape our country by this reform, and then they realized that, oh, whoops, that reform was really fucking stupid. We just created a man-made famine. It is what it is. Was it absolutely a horrible, shitty thing? Yes. Did it disproportionately affect Ukrainians? Yes. Did it, was it intended to wipe out Ukrainians or the Ukrainian identity? No. So it's not really valid to call it a genocide, because genocide implies a deliberate, targeted attack against a specific group with the intent of killing them all off or destroying their culture. It wasn't that. You could argue a lot of the stuff the Russians have been proposing doing since would be, but that wasn't. But you can't say that without getting fucking dogpiled, because it's politically inconvenient. Why is it politically inconvenient? Well, it's because that's the narrative that the West pushed to try and drive a wedge through the Ukrainian and Russian parts of the Soviet Union. It's the narrative the West pushed to try and polarize the Ukrainian diaspora that was already in their countries, whether they left before or after the revolution, the Civil War, against the Soviet Union. And it's the narrative that modern Ukraine itself has adopted, because they want to use it as a way to differentiate themselves from Russians and to pursue their claim that Russians have historically fucked them over, which does have a lot of merit. The Russians have historically fucked them over. But it's basically taking a genuinely fucked up event and distorting the truth and presenting it as something it wasn't, as a... I don't know, it's probably not the best way to phrase it, but like a lazy way out, if that makes sense. It's an easy way to say, this guy bad, this guy evil, here's the proof, without building a more complex, like a dossier of, this is the time he did this, this is the time he did that, this is the time he did this as well. We got them back on this occasion, but then they did like 10 times worse this time. It's a lot easier to just say, oh yeah, they tried to genocide us. So that's what people go with. It is what it is. And because, like, I'm getting a point here. I'm not just saying this because I want to be spicy. But my point is that when you have the narrative so badly distorted that the argument shifts to, was this historical event that patently was not a genocide, was it actually a genocide? Well, experts are divided, except they're not. It's more like people who have strong opinions and are, media figures are divided. The scholarly experts actually agree it wasn't, even the guys that said it was during the Cold War, because then they got access to the Soviet archives and went, whoop, shit, whoop, shouldn't have written that book when I did. Even fucking Robert Conquest. Robert Conquest would look for any way to score points against the Soviets. If you read his fucking handbook, How to Survive a Soviet Invasion of the United States, of the Americas, it's cartoonish in its polemic against the Soviets, but even he was like, oh yeah, it wasn't actually a deliberate genocide, whoops. But this is the thing, like, the whole discussion has become so fucking distorted because the goalposts have been shifted from actual historical events to vibes. That's what it is. It's vibes-based fucking international relations, which libs love, because libs run off vibes. But that's the problem. You can't have a constructive discussion anymore, because you've got a polarized issue that isn't even the actual issue, if that makes sense. Like, it's just abstracted to the point of absurdity. Most of even the far right are sort of resigned to live with the pro-Russian populace. Well, I think you know my opinion on this one, Yuki, but I have a suspicion that maybe that was facilitated because they realized that the far right on the Ukrainian side kind of looked across the lines or they captured a position and they started looking at what guys are wearing on their sleeves and on their plate carriers and went, hang on a minute, you're our guys! You're our guys, what the fuck? Meanwhile, all the actually well-adjusted normal Russians and Ukrainians are sitting there like, help? Because that's what it is. Like, a lot of the, particularly with groups like Wagner, but even amongst the Russian army, both countries have swung so dramatically to the right. Sooner or later, you're going to have the far right in both of them realizing that they have more disputes with everyone else than they have with each other. And that's going to be really scary when it happens. Really fucking scary when it happens. Like, sooner or later, they're going to hit the point where they realize they've got more in common with each other than anyone else, and they, like, instead of arguing over, who's the rightful fucking heir of ancient Rus, they're going to go, well, what if we both are, but fuck these guys over here? It's going to happen sooner or later, I think. So, like I said, there's basically no good outcome of this. Really no good outcome of this. Seen videos of Ukrainians calling Russians orcs. When did that start? After the invasion. They had other slurs before that. Just like the Russians have had slurs against Ukrainians for fucking God knows how long. Speaking of Ashkenazi, it's fucking hilarious if you want to call it that. You have to. You have to. When you're the fucking butt of every historical joke, you have to be able to fucking laugh at yourself. But before the shit show Murderfest of the 1940s, the European Jews were very big on giving up their cultural exclusivism, and yeah. So I was raised, first as Church of England, and then as like the Australian, the closest Australian equivalent, which is Anglican, which is basically the same thing but not quite, slightly different. Because my family would just fit in with wherever they moved to. That's a good survival strategy. Until someone realizes you have a slightly funny-sounding last name, or, like, your grandparents weren't from around here, and then you're just like, oh, fuck, I went to all this effort, I know more lyrics to the national anthem than you do, and you're still going to come after me anyway. Which people, yeah, exactly, which people probably saw as a threat. USSR had actual policies to install minorities which would subvert local politics. Everyone does. If you're a major power, fuck, even if you're not a major power, but you're just trying to control your own territory, that's what you do. That's exactly what you do. I mean, look at a lot of the shit that happened during the Arab Spring. It was because the government wasn't seen as being representative of the people, and in several of the cases there, it was because the government, or, whoever the dictator was, wasn't from the same ethnic group or fucking religious sect or whatever as the majority of the population. Like the Assads, right? Al-Assad is a fucking Alawite. He's a ethnic minority in Syria. It's divide and conquer. Like, everyone does it. It makes sense when that's what you're trying to do. It's fucked up, but it's just how you do things. Fight their ecology in 1950s China, getting rid of all the pests. Yeah, and that's exactly the thing, right? You think you know everything. You go charging in with this U-Butte brand solution to fucking agricultural pests, or, the distribution of foodstuffs, and then you realize, actually, you don't know everything. You overlooked something really important that you never even thought to think... never thought to think about, I'm good at words. Never thought to investigate, and you've just caused massive amounts of fuckery. And there's another contributing factor as well, actually. was fucking Lysenkoism, because Lysenko had some very interesting ideas of how fucking plants grew and how genetics worked. Because geneticism was seen as bourgeois science. The Nazis, with their Jewish science sort of appellation for nuclear physics, and the Soviets with their bourgeois science one for genetics, were almost like a funhouse mirror version of each other in that respect. It's what happens when you let ideology get above science. Ukraine's geoposition fucked them over. Yeah, that too. That too. Same with Poland. No more Brother Wars arc is a real possibility. I was seeing people posting about that 2014, 2015. It took me a while to realize what they meant. Because on the face, that's a really insidious one. That's a really fucking insidious one. For those that didn't realize, that's a Nazi dog whistle. So no more Brother Wars sounds like the kind of thing that you would... It sounds like somebody who maybe doesn't speak English as a first language, or maybe just a particularly simplistic way of wording it. But it sounds like you're saying, all humans are brothers. We shouldn't fight each other. We should, we should have peace on Earth. That's not what it means. What it means is people who think they're genetically brothers shouldn't fight. So English and Germans, Russians and Ukrainians, etc., etc. That's what that actually means. So anytime you see that, don't let it fool you. They're not talking about peace on Earth. They mean that they want to, assemble the fucking Übermensch Council and genocide everyone else. Same happened with the Shah in Iran back in the 70s. Yeah. Yeah. Someone tell most of Africa that, but ironically, it might actually help them. That's the fun and cool thing. Africa is a very diverse continent. A lot of Africans don't necessarily view each other in that light. In fact, a lot of them don't view each other in that light because this is, the whole thing where it's like, oh, I'm not racist, they just all look the same to me. It's an actual real thing. There's a general assumption. We'll take white people for an example because that's the group that I'm familiar with. But there's a general assumption that, like, oh, all Asians basically look the same. They basically have the same traits, blah, blah, blah. Or all Africans or all Latin Americans or whatever. There's a lot of diversity, and there are a lot of groups who are very distinct ethnic groups within, within their continent they live on. And they would be very, very, very unhappy with being grouped with whoever lives next door to them because they have a completely different history and they go back God knows how many thousands of years, and they don't view themselves as the same people, or they don't even view themselves as a related people. So I don't know that Africa adopting that mentality would be very constructive. It might be the opposite. Anyway, we finished this mission, like, an hour ago at this point. We'll just skip through to after action fairly quickly, and then I need another cup of tea so I don't lose my voice, and then, I was going to do some DCS, but it might be a bit late for that now. I might do some next time, I don't know, High Fleet and DCS or something. But we still got another mission to get through. Out of the 4 new missions, we got 1 left to go, so we'll play through that. Actually, I might... Yeah, I'll play through that and then I might end the stream, because I do want to get some other stuff done today, so I'll have a cup of tea after. Sprocket? Not yet. I'm going to wait for the update before I stream it. You got lucky. So it went off, heat round. It bounced, most of the fragments bounced between the hull armor and the fuel tank. That's that little gap there, that's the gap between the hull armor and the fuel tank. The main jet, and then one of them came up and hit one of the driver's periscopes. And the main jet buried itself in the batteries and slung a bunch of pieces back into the turret and into the fighting compartment. One went under that round, narrowly missed the fucking gunner's leg. And then a couple went back here and dinked off of the spare ammo. None of them penetrated the spare ammo, so they hit them, but they didn't detonate them. So he had a pretty close call there. A lot of the really grim shit went completely off the record and under personal initiative. That's often how it goes. People will take liberties. And that's the kind of stuff that doesn't usually find its way onto the historical record because only a few people witnessed it and they'll lie about it. Or they just won't admit it happened at all. So while it may or may not have the same scale as something that it is on the record and that was state-sanctioned, the individual violence and depravity of it could well be far worse. One thing I'd be careful with, I don't know about that article because I haven't seen it, but there are certain articles for other things I have seen that I do know about. I'd be very careful with English language Wikipedia for a couple reasons. I've been on this rant about military stuff before, about how Wikipedia fucks up so much info on military stuff, but just on broader political and historical stuff as well, it's a biased viewpoint. Just by dint of being English language Wikipedia, it's a biased viewpoint. It's going to give you the viewpoints of English-speaking countries, i.e. the West, over everyone else's. The majority of sources cited will be English language, so they may not even be accurate to begin with. And in terms of the policing of Wikipedia's policies, it's very inconsistent and not very super well fucking defined, if that makes sense. And a lot of the staff enforcing it have personal biases that find their way into their fucking moderation as well. Yeah, fair enough. Just a heads up though for anyone else, like, if you're going to check something on Wikipedia, it's a good place to look for further reading. Like, that's what you use it for. If it's something that, like, it's not contentious or not super specific, yeah, like, you can usually just check it and it'll give you whatever you need to know, and typically it'll be close to right, if not actually right. But anything that's even vaguely contentious, the slightest bit fucking controversial, or like it's a niche topic, and it's like, you know, like Russian or Soviet military equipment on English Wikipedia, or Western military equipment on their Wikipedia, it's unreliable. And so you're better off using it as a way to find sources that they cite, and then look at those sources. Or use it as a thing you can compare against other sources you find to kind of figure out how many agree with or disagree with it. Because it ends up really heavily biased a lot of the time. And it'll give undue weight to sources that have since been discredited, or which really are shaky to begin with. There's a lot of... One of the things that's pretty common on Wikipedia for manipulating articles is you list something as a citation for an assertion you've made in an article, and it isn't actually. It's somebody else talking about it. Like, as in they'll... Did I just hit... Yeah, I did hit restart mission. I'm a monkey. It's a passing reference in another text. So it's like an academic paper referencing another academic paper, and they just briefly bring it up and they don't discuss it or do anything with it. Wikipedia will have that cited as a source to prove their point. I've seen it. Like, they'll do that all the time, and it won't get cleaned out. They do that a lot. A lot of the time they'll cite one source for an argument, and then the counter-argument, they'll cite 4 or 5 different sources, but if you actually look into it, most of those sources are referring back to the same original fucking document. And then you get into the really, truly comical shit, which is just blatant fucking revisionism. Like, anytime they try and cite sources about how, you know, oh, during the Cuban Revolution, Che did this or that evil thing, or Fidel did this or that evil thing, and then you look at the source and it's like, oh, so it's this organization of Cuban emigres who are doing historical... Well, I'm sure this won't be biased at all, but let's give them the benefit of the doubt, and you look at it, and then, oh, this guy was executed for such and such, like, people murdered by the 26th of July movement, for example. They got all these names. Oh, these people were murdered in cold blood. This guy even tried to join them, and they killed him. They murdered him. What a travesty. And then you go, but we have his name, and they cite a source where they got his name from. So let's go look at that source, and it's written by somebody who's an avowed anti-communist. You're like, okay, so we know that they're probably going to have a bias against the revolution. And then you see they print, oh yes, he was convicted of banditry, basically using the revolution as a screen to conduct criminal activities, and was tried and executed. It's like, okay, that changes things a little, huh? I can see why the other group only cited you as a source and didn't detail why they cited you as a source or what the actual context was. I get it now, and Wikipedia will just cite articles like that, dime a dozen. You can suggest edits to articles pending acceptance, yeah, but then whether they actually get done or not is another thing, and then whether it gets reverted or not is another thing. I actually did, I didn't edit the article myself, because I just cannot be bothered dealing with that shit, and the constant back and forth and having to justify this and that. I really also kind of couldn't be asked to pull up the specific manuals and do the translation from Russian. But it was about the Tumansky R15 engine, the MiG-25 engine. R15-300. And as I just went to the talk page, because that's where all the people that edit things hang out and discuss things. I'm like, yo, so why is all this unsourced? Where did this info come from? Why does none of this information have any kind of supporting argument? Why does, whoever wrote this clearly doesn't have an engineering background, because none of this even makes sense from an engineering standpoint. I don't have an engineering background and I can fucking spot that. Like, imagine an actual fucking turbine engineer looking at it. Like, if you look at the actual aircraft's documentation, it tells you that the Mach limit is for reasons of directional stability and airframe integrity. It's not because the engine's going to fucking explode if you pass Mach 2.83. Like, how does any of this make sense? Do you understand what a life resource is? Just like trying to spur them into actually sourcing their shit without doing it myself, because I really couldn't be asked. It's just like, you know, if you want to make that claim, maybe you should back it up with something. Just a thought. But I'm sure that article will probably never get changed, because it's just accepted wisdom in the West that the MiG-25's engines blew up if you exceeded Mach 2.83. So, yeah, I just generally don't deal with Wikipedia editing shit, because it's a fucking pain in the ass. And even if you fix an article completely and you beautifully source it and you do everything perfectly, some fucking pimple-faced 12-year-old that thinks they know the world will come in and completely rat-fuck the whole thing and insist they're right. And they'll somehow have got themselves a fucking Wikipedia moderator position, and you won't be able to argue with them because they'll fucking ban you. Like that one teenager who did more fucking damage to the Scots language than any fucking Englishman could have done, just because that they thought they knew about it, and they were inventing fucking shit out their ass. Or that, was it some random Chinese woman who wrote basically a fanfic about Russian princes on Chinese, Mandarin language Wikipedia? And it just sat there for years, and people were just like, yes, this is very historical. Oh, this explains so, like, it was like Twilight level fucking fanfic, dude. What the fuck? I know they do. But still, I'm not sure applying that to other countries' histories is a great way to start. Especially when instead of reading, like, Twilight, they should read, like, I don't know, a fucking Stephen King novel or something. Probably, no, even that's not grim enough. BRDMs. Oh, I forgot to read off the briefing, but anyway, your first platoon tasked with the destruction of enemy forces at objective Ash, Swamp, and Oak. I think I forgot to read the briefing for the last one too. Fuck. Mech company with attached armor is enemy, and here friendly 8 M60A3 and 1 CAS flight. Tasked to destroy the enemy force at objective Ash, Swamp, and Oak in order to support the clearance of the adjacent hill. 2 platoon will advance once you pass Ash in order to provide supporting fires. 2 platoon will be made available if first is depleted, and that's pretty much it. Simple mission. That's our objectives. We're going to hold off on the CAS for now, because we haven't encountered any serious forces yet. The other thing with, like, a lot of fucking bringing historical shit into international relations is it just turns into the war crime Olympics, like, immediately. Everyone does it. Like, you will not find a group of humans in existence who did not do something atrocious to another group of humans at some point. They just don't exist. And so there's only so long that that is actually constructive to discuss versus the complete opposite. What am I doing? I have a fucking 50 cal. And it's kind of dog shit to aim with. There he is. Oh, the tank's got him. Maybe I should have used the main gun. It's kind of at the edge of the effective range of this thing. Boom. I'm not going to crest that big hill, you know, that's on fire as well. I'm going to kind of box around it. Take the lower ground. I'm sure that we're not going to crest the hill into a massive force that is going to take us to pieces. It'll be fine. Imagine having canister shot in this. And I mean, you need infantry first. Against the helicopters, maybe? Probably wouldn't have the range. Against the infantry, that would be nasty. But we need infantry first. Okay, now we go line. I probably should have got them into line before I crested, but... Okay. There's something way up the back on that ridge, so I'm going to call CAS on it. It's another BMP cooking. fuck, that looks cool. There's our Phantom. No worries, Pisces. Cheers for hanging out with us. And enjoy the rest of your day. I don't even know if that's the one he wanted me to shoot at, but that's the one I did shoot at. Here comes our F4. Yeah, I know, Cuddy. I mean, when you have it even at company level, it looks awesome. Pull in another cast run just on the back of that objective. Oh, we can't yet. We need to wait for the Phantom to egress. Should probably tell these guys to... No, you know what? They'll figure out their way through the houses eventually. They'll probably bonk into them. He just did, but they'll eventually pathfind around them. Yeah, he's already figuring it out. Wait, what? Oh, shit. That was lucky. Most missions, the Americans are dropping Mark 82s. There's one mission I know of so far where they drop Mark 83s, I think. So 1,000-pounders instead of 500-pounders. The East Germans drop Fab 250s and use S5 rockets. And then you've got your Toes for the Cobra and your Phalanga for the Hind. There's a lot of other munitions that aren't in-game yet, but are coming. Clusters are going to be really scary. There we go. Now we occupy the high ground. We did lose a tank there. Not sure how many second platoon lost. Looks like at least one. Whew. Oops. Wrong button. There we go. See, shooting Saber at these guys is kind of not very effective unless you actually directly hit something important, because they're just empty space. It's like shooting turkeys. Co-pilot had a bad day. No fuel tanks? Not yet, I guess. I think the fuel tanks in the Mi-8 are mostly in the floor, and then there's probably another one up in amongst the rotor and stuff. Similar to the Hind. The thing is, though, like the fuel, if you hit a fuel tank, it would probably just... I don't know if they'd be self-sealing in helicopters, so maybe you would cause a fire, but... There's a certain point where it becomes pointless to model more and more detail in the aircraft, and since fuel fires aren't a thing in the game yet, I don't think. Maybe they are. It kind of would make more sense to add them later, once that will be a thing that affects them. Oh, hey! Beepski's actually doing his job again. Nice. I was worried that feature didn't work anymore. Clear arrest clearly got arrested by my bot. Haha. Oh, this guy had a bad day. Really bad day. Always has been. I feel like doing another mission. I really do need to get a drink before my voice goes completely. I haven't done Arduous Advance for a while. Let's do that one. Presentation about the use of AI in ecology and oh no. Uh-oh. Bad news, Super. You're out of a job, son. Yeah, Ligma's been playing Workers and Resources. I need to get back into it as well. It's been a while since I played it. We're gonna Get these guys in formation. We're going to slowly creep forwards to give the BRDMs a chance to figure out where the fuck the enemy is. To the left. There. Here, I want to say, because that's the right. The front is up there, so... They're actually probably more like there. That artillery might be a bit close. Oh, that could actually be on target. Or that's theirs. I don't know. We'll see. Over. God damn it! I need to time my shots better. No stabilizer, so you gotta either try and get the vehicle kind of stable and fire, or you gotta hit the brakes and fire on the upswing. Or the downswing, whichever's better for you. It's kind of like fucking gunnery in the Age of Sail. Oh, there's the tow. It's decrewed. I feel like we're about to have an M60 appear next to us. Yep. Oh shit. Yep. Next to us, alright. There you are. There we go. So we lost one. Not sure if the other's still with me. Question, would cannons on ships in Age of Sail have time fuses like in movies, or did they invent string pulling by then, like in modern artillery and mortars? Imagine timing the ship swinging would be hard if there's a delay before the shot went off. I'm not super knowledgeable on Age of Sail gunnery, as much as I would love to be, because it's pretty cool. I think there was a bit of both, but I think it was still... I want to say they had something going on, like basically just giant flintlocks at a certain point. Like certainly by the 19th century, I would imagine there were more guns of that type than just lighting a fuse and running away. Hello. The fuck do you think you're going? Over. He's very confused. So am I, apparently. Don't make me drive down there. Alright. Right. Actually, you know what? You can have that. BRDMs will probably light him up anyway. Oh, not BRDMs. BTRs will probably light him up anyway. Alright. Okay, now it's personal. There we go. Ah! I was the only survivor of my platoon. Well then. Yikes. Yep, there's the BTRs. Yeah, they're not bad, hey. I think we're in West Germany at the moment, so yeah, I guess their roads are pretty well funded. Because the inner German border, Point Alpha proper, the actual checkpoint, is up here. Like right in this pass here, and then the border runs basically along this road, I think it is, bites off that corner of fucking whatever the name of this place is, I forgot, starts with S. Tucks back in around here, and I think it kind of cuts down here, and I don't remember how far east it goes. It either we've just gone back into East Germany, or like it's a little further south, but like, yeah, this is Point Alpha up here, and then it cuts out and then back in. SnowRunner ground physics would be pretty neat to have, but then it's really hard to do the combat side if you've got ground physics that advanced, because you're already using so much to simulate that you have to skimp elsewhere. That, or you have to have like absurdly high system requirements. But yeah, having tanks like throw tracks because you tried to do something silly on the wrong type of terrain or getting bogged would be pretty neat. Even if you don't necessarily have the terrain deformation to visualize it, if you at least have vehicles doing it, that'd be pretty cool. Might also slow the roll of some of the snail gamers who come blazing in trying to like neutral steer in sand and fucking silly shit like that. Anyway, I am... Hang on, we'll just pop back to the menu. I could have looked at the after action report, I suppose, but whatever. I'm going to find somewhere to send you guys, because I'm losing my voice, and I do want to get some things done this afternoon. So hopefully next stream we'll get some high fleet in, and maybe some DCS. I definitely want to do some high fleet. I'm kind of thinking I'll start a new game, rather than pick up the one I was playing on stream before, because I don't even remember what I was doing there, and I'm probably going to find that I fucked myself over, so I'll just start a new game, I think, and then you guys can watch me be incompetent right from the start again. It'll be great. Let me figure out where I can send you. Send you guys planet neutral, I think. It's been a while since we raided. Who is doing a river run in the Beaver? Sounds like fun. So I'll send you guys over there. Can't wait to see 4 restarts on the first fight. Shh, shut up. Oh, first fight rather, yeah. I've been restarting less than I expected, to be honest. A lot less than I expected to be. Alright, raid set up. Thank you all very much for hanging out with me today, guys. I really appreciate it, as always. Stay safe, have a wonderful rest of your day. I will see you probably same time, same place next week. Maybe I'll squeeze one in before then, but as always, don't get your hopes up, because either I'll forget or something will come up, who knows. But we'll try and get some high fleet in next time. And until then, enjoy Planet Neutral. See ya.